It's Williams on the outside. Oh, so close. And the time is very, very fast.
Nina Kennedy off the three-quarter runner over at 66. Easily done.
Kennedy in front. Gout coming hard, hard, hard. And he's done it again. He's brilliant.
Yes, and a big welcome back to everybody, no matter where you are around the country, around the world. It is day number 2 of our Australian Track and Field National Championships. Such a pleasure to have you here on 7plus. Have a look at that track. The recently laid tartan. It is the dual colour. You're not imagining things. There are 2 different blues happening here in Sydney, and it's proving to be quick. Day number 1 was oh so exciting. We saw so many heptathletes. We saw so many of our field eventers come out here and qualify for their finals. But tonight, it is an action-packed schedule of track and field. But for the time being, you are here with Mitch Dyer, and alongside me, Nana Wusu. And Nana, day number 1, so good. Day number 2, even more exciting.
I'm super excited, especially as a sprinter. Coming up next, we have the 100-metre prelims, and we're followed by our heats later on tonight. But from what we saw yesterday, we saw some fast times on the track. We saw our para-athletes run the one lapper around the stadium. So even though it's a new track, I think we're in for some fast times. And we've got beautiful weather today at Sydney Olympic Park for our second day of National Championships.
So we can see here, we're about to get the schedule of what we have tonight. So these men's 100-metre prelims are going to kick off our evening here. Now, these aren't the heats. These are just to be able to make your way through to those heats. The decathlon continues. They're into the final stages of that event. That is going to be oh so exciting when we get to the end of that. And our women's para 1,500-metre finals, Curtis Marshall and co jumping in the qualifying for the men's pole vault. Our wheelchair 100-metre finals will be sensational. Our men's open 400-metre heats, as well as our women's open 400-metre heats. Ooh, one lap running in this country has been oh so exciting this year. Our open prelims as well for the 800 metres, and as I mentioned, these heptathlon 800s, they have a lot of history on the line here, because for our women's open heptathlon at least, we're on the verge of having 3 women for the first time ever get over that 6,000 point marker. And beyond that, we've got 2 women fighting out for a gold and also a Commonwealth Games qualifier. So Nana, we saw yesterday Mia Skerry PB in every event. She's continued that today. She's PB'd every event here on day 2 as well. So she puts herself in the box position maybe for a Commonwealth Games berth. It's
so interesting to see Mia out there. Last year we saw her at the World University Games. She's training between Melbourne and Gold Coast with Cameron Newton-Smith, also in 3rd position right now. So it's great to see a young athlete like Mia Skerry get out there and represent the young ones, especially because we've had such a big history in the past couple of major championships for the heptathlon women, with Tori and Cameron both being Olympians.
Well, for Mia as well, you remember back in those World Juniors where she came 4th, it came down to the 800 metres to decide those World Junior medals. So there might be a little bit of PTSD for her as she now approaches maybe her first national title, but that's sure to be something to watch with close intent as we get towards the end of the night. You can see here our men walking to their blocks. So this is the 100-metre prelims, and doesn't this speak volumes to the depth of sprinting we have in this country at the moment? The fact that we've got so many here in the prelims just to try and have a stand at the heats.
I know, it's a credit to what we've been seeing at the track classics and throughout the domestic season. We have 7 prelims for the men's today. We have the 3 that cross the line first will make it to the heats that will be later on tonight, and 3 little queues on the line. So I know our men and women today will be running straight through the line and waiting anxiously in the corner for their results. Every time, every point counts for these 100-metre prelims.
So we saw on the start list early, Seb Sultana's name was there. We haven't seen much of our former national champion this year, unfortunately. Just one of those that's been plagued by injuries over the past few years, and sadly we won't see him here in the prelims to start.
No, I was very exciting, but 4 rounds is a lot. So now to prelim 1.
It's a lot on a body that hasn't been racing all that much this year, is it? So here we go. This is heat number 1 of 6. Nana said 3 are going to go through here automatically, and then we're going to look for the 3 fastest times spread across all of the prelims from there. So Cole Yeager, Liam Granado, Tobias Drummond-Templeton, the man from the nation's capital, Caden Taylor, Nathan Riali, Jeremy Kariuki, Kenneth Vung, Oliver White, and Nathan Zemek will contest here, and you can just see how fast these prelims are going to be. They're all around that 10.5 to 10.7 range. So you certainly don't want to put a foot wrong here.
No, it's so surprising to see the standard of the men's sprinting these days, that a 10.5 doesn't automatically guarantee you a heat. You have to run in a prelim. We're looking for 10.4s and under to be automatically in those heats for our men.
So quite amazing what we've seen this year, and obviously a little later on some more 100-metre action, but for now, let's see if these guys can continue on their national championships in the blue ribbon event, on a blue ribbon track. Well, two different blue ribbons, really. Now, I was hearing some schools of thought, Nana, that they were talking earlier about which lanes would be faster. Would it be the dark-coloured lanes or the light-coloured lanes? I'd love to know what your thoughts are on this.
See, I'm still thinking the middle lanes.
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't matter what colour it is, but I always say it's 100 metres, it's a straight line, it's an even field out there, so it doesn't matter. We don't have a stagger. It's the person in the lane. So I think these boys will show us that every lane has got a special magic touch for them when it comes to running 100 metres.
So all the psychology about colour is just nonsense.
It's just a sprinter's mind. Okay. We'll make up stuff.
They're all just looking for something.
Something to say.
Some percentage.
Superstition.
So Jaeger, Granado, Drummond Templeton, the New Zealander, Caden Taylor, Nathan Reale, Jeremy Kariuki, Kenneth Vung, Oliver White, Nathan Zemek have the honour of kicking off the straight line racing here this evening. This is day number 2 of the Australian National Championships. So much to come. But for now, our eyes are at the top of the straight. Number 1 of 6. Clean start across the board. It looked like Taylor of New Zealand got the best of this field. Kariuki from Victoria trying to push on alongside of him. White is here, Zemek, but it looks like the New Zealander is just going to get it. Granado from New South Wales looks second to me. And we'll have to wait on that third automatic spot. But away cleanly, and the track, well, it certainly looks quick.
It definitely does. I was really interested from Liam in lane 2. With 30 metres to go, he was just coming on the inside of the New Zealander. He got a little bit tense, but his stride opened up, as we can see in the replay. He had a great drive phase, but we can't go past the New Zealander, who gets up really nice and tall and opens up through that middle. But you just see a bit of an edge from lane number 2 in Liam, but the New Zealander dipping across the line just ever so slightly early.
So Caden Taylor, 10.67 to win that one. Liam Granado, 10.69 for him. An equal best. And Tobias Drummond Templeton from the ACT gets up by 0.02 for that automatic spot at 10.81. Nathan Zemek, 10.83. Nathan Reale, 10.85. And Jeremy Kariuki split at 10.85 there. So they're the 3 non-automatics at the moment. We look ahead to prelim number 2.
Bit of a nervous wait for our 3 little Qs, as we have 7 prelims for the men's 100 metres.
So you can see the results here on screen. It's just oh so close. So if you want to play a little bit of maths at home, write down on a piece of paper 10.83 and 10.85, because that's what we're looking for from 4th and beyond here in number 2. And they've set the tempo well. So a big field here. And we have 2 internationals in here as well. You can see on screen, Toho Joshua, a man from Vanuatu. He'll run closest to you here, watching on at home, out of lane number 10. And if we keep on the theme of internationals, in lane number 2 will be Bradley Whitehead. So let's give you the full field. 1 from Queensland is Maxwell Van Balen, then Bradley Whitehead from Great Britain. New Zealand is Nathan Culpin. So we've got 3 internationals here. Well, the Tasmania, if you want to count him. From New South Wales, James Vass is in 4. Sadhil Kumar from New South Wales in 5. Andrew Clare's in 6. Emmanuel Boado is in 7. Max Perkin in 8. Leroy Dempsey in 9. And Toho Joshua from Athletics Vanuatu is in lane number 10. So plenty of internationals. They know the scene out here is fast. They know they're going to get a good race coming to Australia. So why not?
For those internationals, a lot of them, this will be their first race as they start their domestic season a bit later due to the weather. As we're ending, they are starting overseas. So great, nice hit out for them today.
And we've seen so many athletes from Great Britain already, haven't we? I mean, I feel like yesterday we were calling 4, 5 or 6 Great Britain athletes out here. So
I know, our friends from the Commonwealth have come down.
Yeah, good to have our Commonwealth friends here with us.
For a bit of sun, I should say.
So in the starters' hands here, number 2 of 7. And again, if you've just turned on your TV, this is to make their way into the heats of the men's 100. We've seen prelims, they've been introduced on a World Athletics scale. And it'd be fascinating to get the statistic on how far someone's managed to go from a prelim, whether they've made a semi, no one's made a final, I know that for a fact, but there'd be a couple of semi-finalists there. 4 rounds of running if you make it all the way through. I don't want to jinx anyone, but I'd love to see it. Van Balen, Whitehead, Culpin, Vass, Kumar, Clare, Badeo, Perkin, Dempsey, Joshua. So upright and quickly was Kumar in the middle of the track from lane 5, but widest to you here, Leroy Dempsey, the Queenslander, putting in a mighty effort. So Dempsey just leads out this field. They're all going to fly late. Oh, geez, there's plenty on there.
Talk about a close finish. We will be waiting eagerly for Roster Athletics to give us the top 4 times, because it looked like there was nothing splitting up those 4 that crossed the line equally first. But 10:54 we saw on the clock.
So, Nana, have a look at this. It looked like Leroy Dempsey, the Queenslander, just jumped faster than the rest of them, but James Vass from New South Wales in the yellow pushed and pushed and pushed, and he won't get there. Dempsey will, and then it goes back to Vass, and Andrew Clare, I think, will be the 1, 2, 3. Let's get the live results, but as we bring you those, it is Leroy Dempsey, 10:53, Clare, 10:59, and Vass, 10.60. So that is prelim 2 of 7. We'll be right back with more 100-metre action here on 7+. So we are back here. I mean, that looks like a lot of fun. That Easter show does look like a lot of fun, but they cannot be having as much fun as we're having here at SoPac Stadium. But these men's 100-metre prelims continuing. Look at that.
The rides might be fast, but the men down here are faster at the Australian National Championships.
And much more predictable.
Yes.
You know, roller coasters, no, not for me. Sometimes.
No, vertigo will get me.
So we can see here, we're about to get the start list. This is preliminary number 3. So Thomas Semler, Nick Woodhouse, Jordan Spry, Zach Eubank, Marcus Snyders, McGregor Levy, Shatki Rator, Cooper Jenkins, and Trey Fairweather will contest here. And
we just saw Trey do the long jump, so he might be the most warmed up out of the field today.
I would say so. Lachlan Kennedy walks past us here. He's watching on with interest. Maybe see who can join him in a heat later on tonight. Looks like we'll be out. Zach Eubank, New South Welshman, won't be here. Lane number 6, McGregor Levy. He's the fastest on paper. Cooper Jenkins, second closest to you as well. Watch with interest. So Cooper Jenkins, the Western Australian, second closest to you here in the grandstand, got away quickly. Now we start to see McGregor Levy get into his running. McGregor Levy out from Thomas Semler. I think it'll be McGregor. Levy then, and Semler. He came pushing late in the final 40, but all they need is a top 3 spot to continue on here at these championships.
It looked like McGregor did what he needed to do. Once he got to the 40-metre mark, you just saw him pull away slightly from the field, as we're going to see in the replay. Not the strongest start of them. We saw his head pop up a little bit, but as you see, he gets to the 40-metre mark and he just starts going over the field. And a nice little casual dip at the end for McGregor at 10.60 to be an automatic cue.
So good for Cooper Jenkins getting that 3rd spot, because 4th wouldn't do it. 10.77 won't be enough to continue on, so the top 3 go through.
Sadly, we see no little cues from heat number 3.
We'll see the results flash up on screen here. So, what a great name, McGregor Levy. That is a powerful name. Thomas Semler, second, the South Australian, the Western Australians. Cooper Jenkins goes through for 3rd, 10.72. And to your point, Nana, no little cues coming out of that one.
The prelims are so interesting because, as we saw, that heat number 2 actually ran faster than anyone in heat number 3, but the 3 automatic cues, first 3 across the line, means you're going over to the next round. So it's not necessarily about the times the boys are running. It really has to do with the placing.
Yeah, well, you certainly can't help your seeding, can you? But you can look on them favourably and hope that you get put in the one that you're really after. So We continue. These full fields, it's not like we're fielding 6 a heat. These are 9 to 10 a heat.
I know. Depth of sprinting.
It's at an all-time high. You can see the crowd building here in Sydney. Many coaches, friends, athletic fans. As we said, more 100-metre racing to come.
And if you're at the Easter show and you want a bit of a break, you want to see some fast stuff, why don't you come over to Sydney Olympic Park?
It's not far.
No, just a walk away.
Yep.
Not a car park. You will not find a car park down here.
So, ones to watch in this field if you're going on time. Ethan Quintana from New South Wales. He's going to go out of lane number 8. And we can see this might be Jack McIntyre on the inside of the track. Sydney University singlet on, so he'll have plenty watching on.
Both Ethans in lane 6 and lane 8, 2 fastest seeded in prelim number 4.
And this one, if you were to do it on paper, is about 5 or 6 gentlemen who could be vying for that top 3 placing. So what that does do, hopefully, is incentivises. Well, not that anybody's come here not to run as hard as they can in the prelims.
No.
But you can't switch off for a second. Here's Spikers, the Victorian. Geelong colours on for him.
I do love a club uniform at the state champs.
Good to give it some publicity. You know, without these clubs, athletics will be lost. It's where we foster so many of our next great athletes, and good to see them repping the club colours here. Let's see, there's another from Victoria, Jacob Cesar, the Corio colours. Sydney University, as we said, with Thomas Tucker. So we'll give you the full field in a moment. Got a good spread of states here. The Chewy, the Queenslander in the middle, can't miss him in the red. Makes it very easy for us to spot up here in the booth. But this is the full field. Into the blocks now, you can see Shoodbridge, McIntyre, Tucker, Caesar, Botchui, Salafia, Zhao, Quintana, and Spikers. That's a great shot. Look at the track. Look at these men. Ready to continue. Or hope to continue their evening. Watch from Quintana, second closest to you. Brilliant start across them all there. Quintana, the fastest on paper, just starting to go on the inside there of Spikers. So Quintana with work to do inside there. McIntyre as well. They push on down to the line. And it looks like it will be McIntyre. Maybe there, Jacob Cesar as well, the Victorian. Came flying late. Unfortunately, we're without one. We hope you're all right there, Ethan Salafia. For the rest of this field, let's see who gets that 3.
I think Mason from Geelong, I just think his finish, as we'll see in the replay, he had a very strong start and a very good drive phase there, and he's just easing along on that closest to us on the outside of the field, but McIntyre in the middle. Another close finish from prelim 3 to prelim 4. Be interesting to see what roster athletics shows us.
Well, you absolutely
I think I
nailed
called it.
Nana.
The Geelong Spiker with 10.64.
So McIntyre 10.67 and Zhao 10.68 will be the 1, 2, 3. Jacob Cesar, the Victorian, currently with the small Q of 10.74.
Well, you've called it. You did say he would be top 4. You reckon he got a small Q. But Mason, the Geelong man, winning prelim number 4 in 10.64. We have 3 more prelims to go.
Great spotting there, Nana.
I do have an eye for sprinting.
Well, and we're behind the line, so you've done a great job to be able to get that. Now look at this. He's dressed as the track.
Yes, we do. Maybe
Josh
that's
has a party as well. He's not have to change his singlet tonight. He might lose him on the track.
He might blend in.
So we see here Mason Spikers, McIntyre, Zhao, Jacob Cesar, as we said, he's got that small Q. If you don't know what a small Q is, by the way, if you're just tuning into athletics, you've just got into it, it means that you weren't automatically qualified, but you are currently one of the 3 fastest outside of those automatic 3. So you'll be happy with that. This is our man we're talking about. So this is some club colours here in New South Wales, and Josh has a party, wears them just about everywhere. Unfortunately, it is also the colours of the track, and that is going to be a hard spot.
I reckon that was on the mood board. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think they saw that and said, we love that. Now, how do we put that in the track? Here's a man who needs no introduction. The White Tiger, Chad Peris. One of the great para-athletes we've had in this country, multiple-time medalist on a global stage. He's had a very good rivalry this year with Jaden Page, the man out of the ACT. He saw them battle it out in Maury and across the country. But here we go. Talon Smith on the inside. Jake Paul. No, not the boxer. He's in lane number 2. Harry Fullerton's in 3. Craig Conchesso's in 4. Sam Lishian is in 5. Bambaras Ronto is in 6. Tim Delhunty in 7. Ethan Duggan in 8. And the white tiger, Chad Paris, goes out of lane number 9.
Craig Concesso from Victoria will be one to watch, a name we hear a lot on the domestic circuit and the Shield circuit in Victoria.
I think he ran well up in the ACT to begin the year. Powerful athlete.
Sprinter's paradise.
Just a happy place for sprinting.
Sure is.
And state may as well, or the territory may as well change its tourism motto to that. And
We'll talk to some people.
home of Cam Myers. You can see Chad Paris. He's the most established member of this field. He'll go closest to you. So strong through the middle phases of a 100 metres. And Craig Concesso in the middle of the track, lane number 4, the Victorian. So we'll come back, and it looked like he knows it too. Ethan Duggan
from New South Wales.
Lane 8, false start, disqualification.
So here's the replay at home now. Just watch your second to the left.
He's fully gotten out of the block, so we can't even call that unsteady.
So that's unfortunate for him.
We will lose him in this field. As an open athlete, we only have one chance.
So Ethan Duggan, unfortunately, won't contest this prelim. And is there an opportunity to run under protest here? Or run and not be counted? No.
No.
Because it's a national championships, I assume, against the World Athletic rules. So unfortunately for him, he will no longer contest here, but we're left with a good field. Smith, Paul, Fullerton, Concesso, Lishion, Ronto, Delhunty, and Chad Paris. T13, multiple-time Paralympian, Para-World Championship, Commonwealth Games, everything you could imagine, he's done. Clean start here now. You can see Concesso just almost fell over himself a little bit there. Chad Paris out widest to you here, starting to move on through. But now Ronto from New South Wales. Oh, they're all across. There's about 5 of them. Inside there, Smith and Paul as well. Oh, I'd be fascinated to see the official there. Nana, you did so well last time. You willing?
Well, I've got the great Bruce McAvey next to me, and he says it's the New South Welshman for the win.
So that would be Ronto.
You were correct. It was Ronto. He finished off very strongly. Not the best start with Concesso, but the last 20 metres of that race, you really see him open up, and he's the most relaxed out of the 3 that crossed the line, pretty much in a blanket finish.
Yeah, so close. 10.55, 10.58, 10.59, 10.60, 10.62. So there's the little cues. Amazing. So we'll be right back here with more 100-metre prelim action here at SOPAC. I told you we'd be back. I hope you didn't go far. If you're hearing me from your kitchen, rush. We're back. These hundreds, you blink and you miss them. Honestly, they're over so quickly. No, we've seen so many great performances, and we're going to continue here. This is number 6 of 7. And again, we've got some para racing royalty in here, but let's give you the full list. Tyson Gent, the Western Australians, out of 1. Ryan Knight is in 2. Hugh Sharman is in 3. Joshua Love in 4. Jaden Page, the T47 athlete, is in 5. Max Wendy's in 6. Damon Brown, 7. Amligat Durante is in 8. And Cody O'Brien goes out of lane number 9. Jaden Page, this is the man who I said has been battling on with Chad Paris all year long. In fact, really the better part of the last 2 years. He's got his work cut out for him. There's a couple of fast guys around him. Damon Brown, the fastest, next to Hugh Sharman. 10.57 out of lane number 3. So let's watch here. This is prelim 6 of 7. Top 3. They'll be in the heats later. Good start there. Sharman, third inside of the track, moving along nicely. Now Damon Brown as well, the Queenslander, starts to get up on Wendy. So Wendy now out in front. The man of New South Wales switched it off for a 10.47.
We've seen a new standard of the fastest qualifier. Our first 10.4 out of our 7 prelims.
Well, that was quick. Plus 1.4 the tail as well, so it's legal. We see the replay here, and you can just see how quickly they get out there.
Hugh Sharman with the best start of the 9 athletes out there, but you just see the man from Trinity just open up. Hugh looks to his left, sees what he needs to be done, and goes, I'm an automatic qualifier to get through.
He was technically so beautiful, Nana, was he not? I mean, the knee drive,
Front
everything.
side.
Yeah.
Very good to see. Hugh had a great start to the season and then some injuries when it came to the short course nationals, so it's great to see him qualify into those heats.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. So Wendy gets through 10.46, a PB for him. It says here, Damon Brown, the Queenslander, gets the next spot, 10.55, and Hugh Sharman, 10.57, goes back to 10.8. That won't be enough. So, Nana, what are we looking at for this last prelim, possibly to get any little cues?
10.61 will get you in. So those boys will be anxiously waiting, but top 3 in, no questions asked. It doesn't matter what time you have run today.
So
with one more prelim to go. We've seen some fast times out of these people. We did say before that we thought 10.5 or lower is going to be the way you get into the heats this afternoon.
You absolutely nailed it, Nana. You've been so good on these ones. So James Mizzy goes out of lane 1. Isaac Kwan is in 2. Hunter Ingleton is in 3. Lord Kojay is in lane number 4. Jack Doney, the South Australian, former decathlete, or he certainly does plenty of events. He's in 5. Julian Lay's in 6. Michael Hansford, the Victorian, in 7. From South Africa, Brian Mayengo is in 8. And Rizon Larara from Athletics Vanuatu goes out of lane number 9.
I'll be watching lane number 7, Michael Hansford from Victoria. On paper, fastest PB and season's best. So it would be great to see what he can do out there today.
So this is the final of these prelims. And like we said, you're going to have to run quick. There's no easy way into these men's 100-metre heats. And you just throw a stone to a few years ago and you imagine the depth of sprinting that we had in somewhat of a little wilderness of sprinting in Australia. And now we are just producing
Prelims, and more prelims.
Growing sprinters on trees at the moment. We can't get enough of them.
What's in the water?
Well, I always believe in the theory of iron sharpens iron, you know.
I think you might be right there.
You can see Jack Doney, the Western Australian. Michael Hansford, Nana, you've already mentioned. Has one of the more, I'm not sure quite how to describe it. He's doesn't overreach at all, Michael Hansford. He is
very front side, very nice and tall, very symmetrical in his running.
So watch for him there. I'm sure he's got plenty watching on at home. So does this whole crew. This is James Mizzy, Isaac Kwan, Hunter Ingleton, Lord Kojoi, Jack Doney, Julian Lay, Michael Hansford, Brian Mayengo, and Rizon Leo Rara. Closest to you at home. This is the last opportunity for these prelims to make it into our heats a little later on here this evening. So quickly away here. This is the final chance to get into the men's 100-metre heats. You can see Rara there from Vanuatu leading out from Hansford. Now starting to move through is Doney, and he'll get the best of the field. The Western Australian left it to the last 30, 10.67. So it's going to require a top 3 finish, I believe, to get through to these heats. You can see the replay here, Nana.
Doney didn't have the best start out of all of them. We just saw him have his head down a little bit longer than everyone else, but with 50 metres to go, he is just leading the field. And then a blanket finish for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So it'll be interesting to see, as the results pop up on Roster Athletics, that this is actually the slowest times for our big automatic queues, with Kojo running 10.8 and Michael Hansford also running 10.82. And as we've been saying for the past 20 minutes, it doesn't necessarily matter about the time, it is about the placing. And we have seen that in prelim 7 with the slowest of the qualifiers, but nonetheless they're making it through, and we will see those men tonight in the heats for the 100-metre men's.
No, have a look at these qualifying. So Michael Hansford gets the last auto, 10.82. 0.11. Mizzy misses out by 0.002 of a second. And then Hunter Ingleton as well, 0.004 of a second. So that's 2,000s, 4,000s of a second separating. Moving on from the prelims to the heats. Kwan back from there. Larara was so good from Vanuatu early. Miyengo and then Julian Lay. But we have our men's 100-metre heats sorted.
I'm just looking at roster athletics and looking through all the heats results. Our fastest qualifying results, Max Windy with 10.46, but we also see that from our big qualifiers we see a 10.8 from our prelim number 7, followed by Dempsey with 10.53, Brown 10.55. We've seen a couple of even times throughout these men's prelim heats, so it's great to see a mixture of times, and that placing has given some people that maybe not on paper had the best season's best, but they get to see because they executed when the time mattered for these 100-metre prelims. And they've got 2 hours to warm down, get ready to verse the following top 24 that had qualified through time earlier.
Well, it's always fascinating on a global scale. You talk to, even here, you talk to athletes about, at times, what is the most nerve-wracking part of their national championships, and so often it's the qualifying. It's just making their way through the first round or to the final or whatever it may be. So
what's on paper is not what you necessarily see.
So welcome back here to Sydney. The weather hasn't changed. It's only got faster. We saw that in our men's 100-metre prelims. But before we got into any of this here this afternoon, there's been events happening all morning long, all early afternoon long. We can see here, this is our men's long jump qualification. Now have a look at these two. Liam Adcock, Chris Matrevsky, multiple-time Australian representatives. But we're going to start with our man from Western Australia. This is Ristonopoulos. And he was out here, and now he's been tracking his progress, hasn't he, Nana? Who'll be happy with this?
Yes, I've been watching his Instagram stories of his journey over the past year, getting back into long jump through injury. So it's great to see him with the PB after his first jump.
Have a look at this, the Queenslander, Jalen Rucker. Now, he has been searching all year long. He's sort of been a little bit injured. He's coming back into the pit. He's had an on and off summer, but he'll be happy with that to get through at 7.73. Now we continue here. This is the young Victorian. This is Williams on the runway. And again, we needed to get over the 7.70 marker to automatically qualify. He launched out to 7.77. Enough to get on through. Now, these are two names that need no introduction coming on after this. Nana, do they?
Multiple Australian representatives. We see Chris Matrevsky on the runway. At Maury Plant, he jumped 7.86. Wasn't very happy with that, but he was one and done today with 7.84. So a season's best for him, and we can see some smiles with him and Jaden Ruckers.
Well, good to see him smiling. We would have watched his Blue Boys play last night with a big frown on his face. Now, have a look at Liam Adcock here. Now, this is the ultimate joker in the pack. Look how easy he makes 8.12 look, Liam Adcock. Now, Maury Plant wasn't his meat. World Indoors wasn't quite his meat, but what this man does is he bounces back like nobody you've seen before. So the World Indoors silver medalist is through to that final.
Yes, it's great to see Liam back in form, and it's if you look at roster athletics and you look at the results from the long jump, we saw the wind going back and forth. Liam's jump of 8.12 had a 3.6 wind, so we're seeing a lot of wind from both sides of the field. But currently we see on our screen are DCath under 20 and open athletes.
So we've got some field event finals here tonight as well. Our women's triple jump, hammer throw as well. Plenty on the card, but let's continue here. This is our men's under 20 decathlon, and it's time for them to step into the javelin. 10 events, could you believe it? Ollie Conrad, Jack Howard, Caden Driver, Sharon Vanderham, Wyatt Hill, the Western Australian. He has a World Junior qualifier to his name currently, the only man with one. William Margaritas, Liam Piccolo, and Fletch Watchman is Group A. So there'll be two groups now. It was a good battle happening between Wyatt Hill and our young Tasmanian from memory yesterday. It came down to that 400 metres and they were duking it out as though they hadn't already completed 3 events prior to that, 4 events. And we can see Group B about to pop up on your screen. Asher Andrews, that would have been Xavier Davey, the Tasmanian, Jake Frost, Tyson Neal, Samuel Price, Zachary Redwood, Asher Robertson, and Ryland Scott. And so these points so valuable. We've seen across the board in the under-20s and in the Opens, so many athletes PBing consistently, which is all you can really ask for at these major championships.
100%, and we saw a lot of them PB in the 400 metres, which really set them up for day 2.
So currently leading that is Xavier Davey, still out in front from Whitehill and Ryland Scott. Now let's continue here with our decathlon, because it's not just the under-20s trying their hand, it's also our men's open, who are into the final stages of their 10-event stint. And you can see Chase Lee, Max Chirura, Benjamin Pittman, Connor Duggan, Fraser Weston and Liam Schreck in this first group. And this is where some of our leaders will be. Lenny Robin, the Victorian, still leading this competition. Logo Taligi not far away. Benjamin Day, George Grainer, Lenny Robin, who leads. Tom Stone, Sam Talbot is in 3rd overall, but Stone is the 3rd Australian, and Logo Taligi currently in 2nd. So the leading group goes out of the B group here in terms of javelin throwing. However, so much is going to come down to this final event. I've talked about it. We talked about it, Nana, at the beginning of this broadcast. This women's heptathlon 800 metres is going to be a showstopper later on this evening. And you think a centimetre, a step, you know, a second or whatever it may be in an event can't mean much. It's the separation between 1st and 4th and Commonwealth Games or no Commonwealth Games.
The 800 is very, very interesting. It's not always the strongest event for our heptathlete athletes, but I think it will separate our 1st, 2nd and 3rd and maybe change the order as we get to their final event. But up next, we have the 100-metre women's prelims. We will see 6 prelims, and from lane 1 to lane 9 will be full of athletes from all over Australia vying to run this afternoon in our heats. I was just looking at roster athletics, and 11:78 is the fastest time leading into the prelims. And to think that a couple years ago you could have won nationals with that time, it's just showing the depth of women's athletics as well. We saw that in the men's prelims, the first 7 of those races, and now we're about to see it in the women's.
Well, you were saying as well off air that there's a few names in here that jump out to you going, I can't believe that they're starting off in a prelim.
I know, I was looking and I saw Monique Quirk's name and I said, I've got to check the times that are coming in, and it's great to see the likes of Riley Day back running again in 100 metres. We saw her obviously at the Olympics in the 200, so she's made her way back down, but she's also focusing on the 400 metres. So it's just showing the depth. It really matters what you've run in the past 10 months, because PBs don't matter when we've got this amount of depth and this amount of athletes competing at our national championships.
Absolutely. So Riley Day, great to see her return to athletics. See what she can do here over the 100 metres. I've seen her running a little bit up there in Queensland. And these women, much like we just saw our men, want that opportunity to run in these heats.
So the girls, also the women, have less prelims. So we will see the top 3 cross the line and 5 little Qs instead of 3 like we saw in the men's. So 5 little Q opportunities on time to make the heats later on tonight.
So final preparations underway. And again, if you are at home and you're interested in following along, you can check out the results live on Roster Athletics as well. But right here, we will pan up every single result as they finish. Keep a close eye on what these small qualifiers are going to be, because as it starts to get towards prelims 6 and 7, it starts to get fascinating. Emma Matthews from the ACT goes in 1. Jenna Heath from New South Wales in 2. Kelly McAndrew in 3. The New Zealander, Georgia Hulls, look at that time, 11:44 at her best, 12 seconds this year, is in lane 4. Nicole Berridge of the ACT 5. Amy Watson's in 6. Bronte Carroll in 7. Lydia Okue is in 8. And Jessica Wardrobe is in lane number 9 from New South Wales.
My eyes will be on Bronte Carroll, the New South Wales woman. We normally see her in the 200 metres, so it's great to see her come back down with a season's best of 11.77. I'm sure that endurance that she gets from the 200s, we'll see a great back-end race from her.
So Carroll will go out of lane number 7, so third widest on the track. You can see here, steely determination. Nerves, either way. It can be mixed, can't it?
Definitely can. You're fighting back the nerves. You know what you can do. It's all about also thinking about what you can do once you make it through the next round. But one race at a time for these ladies.
Well, Nana, you're the only one in the booth that's ever been in a serious 100-metre sprint. And Tamsin's not here, otherwise she would probably insert herself into that one. But I'm curious, when you are in the blocks, and obviously the start is oh so important to hold the nerve before the gun, is there much conversation internally, or is it a rhythm? Is it an instinct?
It's self-talk. I'm always thinking about lowering everything. My brain is going 100 miles an hour thinking of every scenario, and I go, okay, the start is about to start. That means I'm about to start, so I just really need to calm my nerves. I focus on my breathing quite a bit because I feel like when I focus on my breathing, then my body, I just find it, the body temperature gets a bit lower, the nerves start to disappear, and then I can focus on what I actually want to execute in these races.
So hopefully a couple of deep breaths behind the blocks here. Calm the central nervous system before a quick 100 metres. Matthews, Heath, McAndrew, Hulls, Berridge, Watson, Carroll, the one Nana's paying close attention to, Acue and Wardrobe. The first of 6 prelims here for women's 100. So good start there. It looked like Berridge got the best of it. The New Zealander Hulls now getting up alongside of her. Starting to push on now is Bronte Carroll. So Carroll, but Georgia Hulls of New Zealand streaks away in the final 10. Gets it there from Berridge and then back to Carroll. The 1, 2, 3, 11.77 plus 0.8, all legal. That'll be adjusted down. That's a good start.
Georgia, the veteran, I was just saying to Mitch before, I remember racing her when we were juniors. She used to come to Australia every year, so she's not shy from running at a Sydney track. And we just see again, she had the fastest start, and experience kicks in. We see the lane next to her getting up close, but she just starts opening up, and her 200 speed, because Georgia is a great runner when it comes to a 200, just open up. And we see Carroll take that third position.
Yeah, so strong in that final 30. So Georgia Hulls 11.76, Bronte Carroll 11.92, and Nicole Berridge 11.95 to get those first 3 automatic spots into the heats. And we'll wait on the small qualifiers to get an understanding of what we're looking at moving forward.
So she get into the prelims, and the fastest time was 11.77. So we've just seen Georgia pass that with 11.76 and a season's best to start off her Australian campaign.
So I need to excuse myself. It's actually 5 time qualifiers here because there is 1 less prelim. So it's 5 small queues. So a lot more maths to do at home. So I'll let you off the hook if you're not going to accumulate them. But
we see Georgia on the screen going, 1 race done, another one to go. We love seeing that.
So 12.44. Now, how's this? Jessica Wardrobe's 12.44 has 1,000th of a second faster than Emma Matthews. That's the difference between a small queue and a non-small queue out of the first prelim.
And when it comes to these girls running fast, it might be the difference.
So have a look at this. You can see so many queues, but it's come down to 1,000th of a second. 11.76 for Hulls, 11.92, 11.95 for the top 3 autos, and then small queues across the board here. Prelim 1 of 6. And Nana, plenty of talent here in the second as well. Emma Threadingham, Monique Quirk, Michaeli Werner, Samantha Lathwood, Talia Sunderland, Holly Nehusen, Genevieve Cowie, Jacinta Lampert, and Sophie Winter. And you've already mentioned her name here, Monique Quirk out of lane 2.
We've seen her run a 1, 2 and a 4 this year. She had a really good start to the season, but has been injury-riddled on the past couple of years. So it's great to see her back representing her state at a national championships.
So you can see her on screen here. 11.5 at her best. She's run 11.78 this year.
On your mark.
And she is head and shoulders the fastest in this field on paper. On execution, we're about to find out.
Third.
Good start. All eyes went to the inside there for Monique Quirk. Rolling on nicely from New Zealand is Lathwood. So Quirk with Threadingham. The three of them are out and away here. So the three on the inside of the track. New Zealand's Lathwood will get it there from Threadingham. Then back to Quirk. Wider out was Cowie, but that'll be the 1, 2, 3 here. Plus 1.6, the tail.
I was watching Threadingham for about 80 metres of the race. She executed her start really well, but Monique was not far. She's always had a great drive race, but just Threadingham got the edge outside of her. But then the New Zealander with 40 metres to go just starts opening up a little bit more than everyone else, and that great dive got her across the line for that automatic cue. Slightly slower than Georgia Hull's race with 11.79, but 11.84 for Threadingham, and Monique Quirk 11.88. And we just see the needle move. 12.04 for Lampari, and Sutherland 12.34 for the small cues. But we still have 5 races to go. A lot can change.
Exactly right. So Jacinta and Talia currently with those small cues. 12.04, 12.34. And it is hard, I would imagine, being in these early prelims, because you are at the mercy of what is to come. There's not a lot of time to sit and relax if you've got the small queue.
I always think about now with World Athletics having that waiting room.
What do you think of it?
Sitting there, I think that would be more nerve-wracking than actually running the race, watching those times. But I feel like it's the same with the middle distance race, when you know what the race has run before you and what you need to do. Does that change your race plan a little bit more? But in a sprint, you just have to go fast. It doesn't matter what the other race ran.
You can see here Amanda Rout, Charlotte Banks, Isabella Fletcher, Jimrong Kirsten Ong is in 4 from Singapore, Lorraine Cagliati is in 5, Chloe Correa David, Jessica Haney, Francesca Sugarman, and Carla Takchi is in lane number 9. So a big hello to our Singaporean audience. They've got their national championships coming up shortly. But some quick times here, Jessica Haney and Carla Takchi in particular.
I'll be watching Carla Tachi. We'll also see her on Sunday in the 100-metre hurdles. So she's had a great season, PBing in both events.
So we can see the Queenslander on screen there. That's Cagliati, now Haney, the Western Australian. So she's run 11.92 this year, but she's 11.77 at her fastest. And to your point, Nana, Taxi's PB'd this year with her 11.78. Just feels like currently the inside of the track has been qualifying most, so I don't know what you want to make of that.
Maybe the fastest track.
I don't know.
But we have a lot of days here. A lot can change.
I don't want to cast any suspicions on the track, but that seems to be what's happening. Can we buck the trend? Jess Haney and Carla Takchi are closest to us. Can they buck this trend here at the moment in this women's prelim 100s? And again, if you've just joined us, this is to make it into the heats of the women's 100 metres. Top 3 are going to go through automatically, and we're looking for those 5 small cues. Rout, Banks, Fletcher, Ong, Cagliati, David, Haney, Shigaiman, and Takchi. Watch closest to you. Carla Takchi.
Third.
So good start there. Takchi got the best of this field. Now Haney has a little bit of work to do and makes it up quickly. Inside of the track, Isabella Fletcher as well. So Fletcher, the Victorian, has put the sword to the field. 11.84 plus 1.2. So strong over the closing 40 metres. And gets it here.
She looks very happy after that race. You saw that smile as she crossed the line. She knew she had done what she needed to do. A nice little PB for her because of a great drive phase. You see in her first 3 steps her get ahead of the field, and then she pulls away and opens up so nicely. She is relaxed running, pulling away from the field, but we see Tachi coming in for 3rd place.
So Isabella Fletcher, 11.83 officially. Jessica Haney, 12.01. And Carla Takchi, 12.12. Ong and Rout currently with the small cues. It's been impressive here in the 100-metre prelims. Don't go anywhere. We've got 3 more here for our women on 7+. A good start across here. Preliminary number 4. Inside there is Spackman. So Spackman leads out there from Hanlon. Hanlon just gets it over the top of Spackman. Then Jessica Mead inside there on the track, 11.79. So Marissa Hanlon, the sister of Monique, who's had such an impressive 200-metre run this year, undefeated at track classics, will move on through to the heats.
So interesting to see that 11.7 is the magic number for our heat winners of our girls' first 4 prelim times. And we just see Mead won a really good race, but Hanlon on the outside just coming through with 30 metres to go, out diving Speckman.
So plus 1.3 the tail as well. Hanlon, Speckman and Jessica Mead, the 1, 2, 3. And it looks like a small Q goes the way of Stephanie Gerbert here for the moment.
So right now our small Qs are 12.04, 12.15, 12.20, 12.22 and 12.23. So those are our 5 small automatic qualifiers.
So we can see results here, 11.79 for Marissa Hanlon, Taylor Spackman 11.86 and Jessica Mead 12.07, Stephanie Gerbert 12.23, right on the cusp of the small Q.
It's a very good day to sprint. As we look through the men's and the women's prelims, we see positive tailwinds for every race. It's what we like to see, and all legal races for our men and women so far. But I don't want to jinx it, but it's a good day to sprint.
So we continue here with our prelims, and a very familiar name out of lane number 8. We've spoken about her briefly already. And we can see our javelin here, Sharon Van Ham. So the New South Welshman launched this out to a season's best here in this under-20 men's decathlon. Now he's contesting. He's not quite around the medals here at the moment, but he's moving along nicely, is Sharon Van Ham. He's currently in 8th. And we have a quick look here at the Western Australian Wyatt Hill. He's in 2nd place, but he was only a mere 40 points back from the gold medalist. And I reckon this 55.89 heave will do nothing but wonders for his chances to move up to a gold medal position. So our men's under-20 decathlon continues as we see here our field for preliminary number 5 of our women's 100 metres. Alana McInnes, Aviva Damjanovic, Ebony Newton, Sarah Ruddell, Maylee Scott-Jones, Phoebe Berglund, Sienna Vasella, being such a dominant junior out of New South Wales. Riley Day, Olympian, who'd be in the top 10 all time, you would think, across the board. And Mariatu Bar from New South Wales is in lane number 9.
What a prelim. We saw Ebony Newton go to Tasmania at the start of the year and win 3 of the carnivals, including the 120 metres. Riley Day, an Olympian. We saw Sarah Rundell run in the mixed 4x1 yesterday as well. So some really good talent in prelim number 5.
Which was in that semi-final in 2021. Don't forget Riley Day. World under-20 champion medalist as well. So she's out of lane number 8. Here we go. Preliminary 5.
There.
Great start there. Riley Day, second closest to you in the red, has already got this field. McInnes inside there from Victoria, starting to push along with her, but so comfortable here at the moment is Riley Day. Vasella starting to move through as well. But inside McInnes, Vasella.
Vasella had a cracking finish. We saw McGuinness on the outside in lane run really give Riley Day a run for her money, but a veteran winning that race. We just see from the replay again, Riley Day having a great start, but Alana McInnes in lane number 1, really setting the field on fire. Then Vasella, the junior who's been running so well over the past couple of years, coming in to get that 3rd place. So 11.83 and a season's best for Riley Day. Vasella 11.87 and 11.91 a PB for Alana McInnes and an automatic qualifier for her.
Well, we can see here 2 more small Qs, Nana. It goes Ebony Newton in 4th, 11.97, currently holds on to one. And Maylee Scott-Jones, 12.20, has a small Q next to her name as well, but a confident run from Riley Day.
I'm a bit excited. My former teammate just ran a
PB,
her first 11-second race, and no time like the present to do it than in the prelim to get yourself into the heat later on tonight.
Nana nearly jumped out of the glass. That is the level of excitement going on.
Very proud of her.
So this is the final of our women's prelims, and this is what I talk about when the anxiety may kick in for those that are holding on to small qualifiers from earlier prelims. They'll be on the edge of their seat. We don't put them in the room like we do at World Athletics, but they'll be watching.
So 12.20 is the time to beat. We have 2 athletes with that time. Then we have a 12.15, a 12.04 and an 11.97, which we just saw from Ebony Newton in prelim number 6 with 1 to go.
So full field Lane 4, Eleanor Cooney-Hunt. She's had a busy week, hasn't she? She was a finalist in the Stall Gift on Monday. She was in the long jump earlier and now finds herself in a 100-metre prelim. The lawyer from Victoria. So Emily Burge, the South Australian, is in 1. Katie Sansom is in 2. Alicia Kramer's in 3. Eleanor Cooney-Hunt is in 4. Kaydell Smith is in 5. Elisha Blair in 6. Sarah Schwartz in 7. Lauren Johnson is in 8. And Kira Alfie is in lane number 9.
Sadly, we won't see Eleanor Cooney-Hunt in this race. We just saw her in the long jump qualifications with a PB, so saving her legs for the long jump final.
So Burge, grandmother Di Burge, won the 100, 200, 4x1 at the Com Games in 1966 in Kingston. So how's that for a stat? I'm not going to claim that one. We have the master in the booth. So unfortunate, no Eleanor Cooney-Hunt, but a quality field assembled. Lauren Johnson and Emily Burge, really the bookends here on the track. Quick.
On your mark.
So Burge, Sampson, Kramer, Smith, Blair, Schwartz, Johnson and Alfie. 3 will find themselves in a heat. Will we have any others join them? Let's see.
There.
Good start there. Looked like Kramer in lane 3 was fast and now moving through nicely Schwartz. So the rest of this field starts to pick up. There's Lauren Johnson now out there in front. She's got company on the inside. Look at Emily Burge on the inside of the track. 11.89 plus 0.7. She'll take it out here in the final of the prelims.
I was watching Amelia Burge the whole way. She was just minding her own business in lane number 1. Maybe lane number 1 is the lucky lane now, because the outside lane, she just worked from 30 metres. Very strong open arms, and she held that lead, I think, ever so slightly through the whole race.
So 11.88 for Burge takes it. Then Kaydell Smith, the Tasmanian, 11.93. And Katie Sansom from New South Wales, 11.98 for her in that 3rd spot. For those watching at home, you can see that photo finish, how close that is. But Lauren Johnson will do enough. She'll get through on a small queue as well. And Alicia Kramer will take one too, 12.15. They'll find their way through to the heats later on tonight.
So we see the little queues, Ebony Newton 11.97, Lauren Johnson 11.96, Jazine Lampari 12.04, and 12.15 will be our last qualifier. So our small queues have been locked in now, and our girls will get ready, legs up, ready for the heat later on tonight.
Yeah, it's a big asking, isn't it? Because if you are to make it through to the final, you'd have to run 4 rounds, which is unheard of.
Do you know what? It's getting them prepared for the Olympics in Los Angeles, where we will now see the women's 100 metres heat, semi and final all run on the same day. So we're just giving them a little extra years of practice.
Well, that's just it. It really is good for their development, is it not?
It's very interesting to see also from the summary of the 100 women's prelims that 2 New Zealanders have topped the qualification with 11.76 from Hull and Lethwood with 11.97.
So here are all your qualifiers going through to the heats to contest the heats later on this evening. And unsurprisingly, Nana, there's some names in there that you'd brought up and we went, I did not think they would be in a prelim, and here they are. They've made it out.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and it's just a credit to the depth of Australian athletics that running slower than 11.78 will not get you into a heat straight away.
So congratulations to all those that move on later on this evening. You'll see them back again
In about 2 hours' time.
So you can see on screen here in the background our men's pole vault warming up for qualification. Curtis Marshall, Dalton DeMedio, Jack Downey, Burns, Ben Conchar. There's a few names in here. Obviously, the biggest of them all, Curtis Marshall.
And hasn't Curtis had a great season so far? We've seen him get that magic number, not once, but twice, of 6 metres. Hopefully he can do it down at home.
He would love to do it here in Australia. I know that. I mean, I spoke to him and I have to call him his coach, but also best mate, Dec Carruthers. And they said, look, it surprised even them, I think, when he jumped it over in France, because there just wasn't any great expectation originally, over in the Classic. And then he comes out at those World Indoors and does it again, and it was always going to take 6 metres. But this is a man who knows how to win these medals. He's done it twice in the outdoors, now indoors, so he's familiar.
That magic number, I saw a stat that he's attempted it over 36 times. So
well, he's
on the all-time list now.
Yeah, there's a theory that there's only so many times you can jump 90 before jumping 6 metres, and I think Curtis was over it by about 15 attempts. So I think he was ready.
There's rules to the exceptions. There's exceptions to the rules, I should say, not rules to the exceptions. Yeah,
well, he certainly doesn't have to worry about it now. Can jump freely and go and get after some bigger and better heights. But right now, all he needs to jump is 5.25 to get through to the final automatically. There's quite a few here that have jumped that. Downey, DeMedio, Burns, Prashenta Wai, Southgate from New Zealand, Andre DeMedio, younger brother of Dalton, Charlie Myers, a man from the UK, and Curtis himself. So good strong field who can jump it. Here's the Victorian in the under-20 decathlon. As we said, chasing every centimetre you possibly can in an event like this. It's all so crucial.
Conrad currently coming 5th with a throw of 38.80 so far. For those playing at home, that's 425 points. Currently in the lead is Wyatt Hill, who we saw had a fantastic day number 1 with 55.89.
So the other we'll need to look for is Xavier Davey, who
has not thrown yet. He is in Pool B for the under-20 decathlon.
So he's the leader of the competition with 2 events remaining, and he is 39 points ahead of Wyatt Hill, who, as mentioned earlier, is the only one currently with that World Under-20 Eugene qualifier for later on this year. So Xavier Davey, I'm sure, would love to etch his name in a qualifier, and if he can win at the same time, it's a great trip to Eugene.
I know 12 years since we had our last World Juniors at Eugene, which was a very successful one. The likes of Matt Denny, Luke Matthews, Jess Hull, Georgia Griffith were all there, and we still see them running and throwing, as we saw Matt Denny this morning jump the magic number of 74.
Luke Matthews is somewhere
not
like
running, but I'm sure he's watching right
He's
now.
the happiest man in the world. Anytime he hears his name, he might be here, actually. He's a Sydney boy now. But that team was remarkable. You know, the only one who was not on that team, I believe, to medal at the World Championships was Eleanor Patterson. And the only reason she was not on that team is because she decided to go and win gold in the Commonwealth Games that same year. So there you go.
I think she was happy still.
And we're wondering if history will repeat itself with young Izzy Lewis-and-Rowe, who's opted not to jump in the triple jump here. Now, obviously, she's still got the junior championships, but I would imagine focuses on the high jump.
She's had a great season so far. We've seen a PB from her in Canberra early on in the season on the Australia Day weekend at States. So it's exciting to see what she comes up with this weekend.
She's a special talent, isn't she? I mean, what she's been able to do in the high jump this year, just shy of the 196 Australian record.
And a talented family as well. We see her brother currently in the US competing in athletics at a university over there.
The Shire jumps down there. As we continue with our men's under-20 decathlon. And look at the torque of the arm. Just imagine the force going behind that. It's enough to make you grab your shoulder and wince. Okay, I'm glad that's... No, he's happy with it. He's got the double thumbs up, the tongue out. So Vanderham, he's not too pleased with it at the moment. We move on to our Western Australian. This is the clubhouse leader per se of distance, and Wyatt Hill. Now, he can launch this thing at his best. He's already over 55. So just how far can he go? If we lined him up at Adelaide Oval, he could sink his slipper into it past the 50 line. Here we go. Whitehill with the big heave. Oh, that looks good.
I reckon he has pushed the mark of his previous throw of 55.89.
So let's wait and see what the Western Australian has. This competition's going to continue for some time. So great to see our under-20s out there. They want to spot at the World Juniors. Look at this crowd. It's building. It knows it's onto something. The 100s, 1500s, para 1500s, everything to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on 7+. We continue. You're going to get sick of me pumping up Sydney, but when it looks like that, it's pretty hard not to be so positive about it. Look at the track. Oh, it looks magnificent here at SOPAC. And we've got so much athletic action to come. Those prelims were highly entertaining. As I said, everybody trying to find a spot into the heats just to be in the conversation of getting to a semi, just to be in the chance of getting to a final. It's never been harder to get into an Australian 100-metre final here at the moment.
I know, I just popped outside and everyone's in their kit ready to go, getting their bibs ready. They've seen the prelims and they go, I know what I need to do.
I'm surprised you made it back. Yeah? You didn't have to sign any autographs or pass on any advice.
I've got a little bit of speed.
Yeah, you've still got it, Nana. So here we have our women's para 1500-metre final. And we can see here, Annabelle Coleman, 3 times an Australian representative here. Won a bronze medal at the World Para Championships last year in Delhi and is the current Australian record holder for this event. And this is our T20 competitor. So all women here in this field are T20 athletes. It's Belinda Scott, Jessica Filocamo, Annabelle Coleman, and Emily O'Mahony. There from New South Wales as well. So that is Belinda Scott with hip number 1. And Annabelle Coleman, as I said, she's the current national record holder for this event. I think she'd love an opportunity maybe to improve upon that.
Definitely, and for those at home, this race has T20 athletes. They're for track athletes who are intellectually impaired for this 1500-metre race.
So, such a popular bronze medal last year in Delhi was Annabelle Coleman. As we said, 3-time representative for Australia. 4:34.24 is her national record, lifetime best. Been in good form this year. And often can be spotted training down at the Collingwood Athletics track. A fantastic group down there. So, here we go. Women's Para Open 1500-metre final.
On your marks.
In the hands of the starter.
Stand up, please. I'm sorry, you just come that way. On your marks.
So we're away. It is Annabelle Coleman, the multiple-time Australian representative, bronze medalist last year in Delhi, setting a blistering tempo, and Belinda Scott will be the one to go with it. So you can see Scott leads out well there, and it looks like it's going to be Filocamo and O'Mahony who follow along closely. But Annabelle Coleman, she's been good this year. She's the national record holder for the event, 4:34.24, and sets a really strong tempo in the opening 200.
Very fast 200 for her, as we see her go around in about 33 seconds for that first one. On track for a good race for Coleman and Scott, who is very close behind her in this race.
So Belinda Scott, a 5:35 athlete at her best. And Annabelle Coleman, well, she's oh so impressive on the international level, and now comes back here to a national championships and would love to get another gold, if not another record, to go along with it. Belinda Scott in second, then O'Mahony in third, and Filocamo in fourth. All New South Wales here outside of Annabelle Coleman, who goes through in 68.52.
Very quick first lap for the Victorian athlete. And we see Scott go through in 1:17 for her first 400 metres.
So there's so much great history, so much great pedigree across the para events on multiple Paralympics, Para-World Champs, and the upcoming Commonwealth Games will feature some of our best para athletes. And Annabelle Coleman putting on a show for you here at SOPAC and at home as she continues to press on the gas and move away from this field. And it really at the moment is Annabelle Coleman versus Annabelle Coleman in terms of getting after that time. Her lifetime best is the fastest we've seen in this country. And any time you can see a record, it's significant. So Coleman continues to push ahead of Scott. And then it goes to O'Mahony and Filicamo on the back straight. But Annabelle Coleman is just pure class here at Sopak.
As we've got 2 laps to go. Very fast 800 it seems like she is about to set. I think a record of some sort might be on the line.
So we'll get a good split at 800 metres here. And like we said, she ran out at about 68, so just a fraction slower here on the second lap. That's to be expected. The first lap always quick, but Coleman just need to find something here. This is the point of a 1,500 metre race where the mind can wander. You know when you get to the bell what the responsibility is, it's to kick, but right now it's finding everything you can to be there at the bell, and Coleman just continues to push on strongly up this back straight. Now Scott gets there as well for her opening 800 metres. That'll be just around the 2:48 marker, I would think, and is moving along nicely at a 5:35 lifetime best. Is into this home straight. Again, with 800 metres remaining for themselves, O'Mahony of New South Wales and Filicamo are into the home straight with 800 metres to go. But with 500 metres remaining is all Annabelle Coleman. And it's the second last time, the penultimate time you'll see her in this home straight. And is just going strength to strength here. Let's see what we get at 400 metres and what's required maybe for a record. Coleman moves around at 3:20, so we'll need a sub-74 second last lap.
And I reckon we can get it. She looks so relaxed for her first 3 laps of this 1,500 metres, and she doesn't look like she's slowing down, heading to the 300 metre mark.
So Coleman maybe on record pace here. Crowd support will be crucial. As we want that energy, we want everything we can give to Annabelle Coleman while she fights this on her own. She's going to work past a few in the field here, entering into the home straight with 500 metres to go, as well as Belinda Scott. But Annabelle Coleman with 200 metres remaining just makes the step around a competitor. A good move there. At 200 metres to go, we are at 4 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes, so we need a 34-second blinding final 200 to get there. But whether we get there or not, it's been an amazing performance.
Very amazing performance, and we've just seen Scott cross the bell in 4:15 just before with 300 metres to go.
So rounding into the home straight here, Annabelle Coleman at 4:34 was her time. She's going to be just shy of that, but what she won't be shy of is an abundance of courage and an ability to lead out this quality field. So Annabelle Coleman, your world bronze medalist last year in Delhi, will come down to this finish line and cross it first, just outside her lifetime best.
What a cracking race. As soon as the gun went, she took off and led that race into the first 5 metres, and just a strong race all round. We didn't see her slow down, just a fraction slower in her second lap, but very consistent and just shy of her PB. So well done, Annabelle Coleman on the win.
Congratulations, Annabelle, a great race. As we watch the rest of this field come on through, Belinda Scott now has 150 metres remaining in her journey, so a 5:35.13 lifetime best. We're at about 5:13 here, so we need a big kick down the home straight to get a PB here for Belinda Scott. And you can see her round on in here, and it's going with a lot of momentum out into lane number 2, so we'll move wide in a bid for a lifetime best. We've got 9 seconds to get there here for Belinda Scott, our T20 competitor. It's going to come down to the wire here for a lifetime best, 35 on it. We'll have to wait for the live results. She'll be so close. What a performance. As now Filicamo hears the sound of the bell as well. So just 400 metres remaining for her, and up the back straight, still continuing to push, is O'Mahony.
What a great last 50 from Belinda Scott. She found a second gear and close to a PB. We'll have to wait for the roster athletics results, but a cracking run for our first 2 competitors over the line with 2 more to go.
And as per usual, unbelievable sportswomanship at the finish line, all waiting for each other, high-fiving, everything you can do to show the support. The metric mile, it is one of the more lactic-inducing events you can do on an athletics track. These women have made it look easy.
See Mahone with 150 metres to go. So if you're in the crowd or in your home, a big cheer to carry her home.
So Emily O'Mahony comes in here, 120 metres to go, works her way around our men's pole vault qualifying as she comes in with 100 metres to go on her 1,500 metre journey. Emily O'Mahony, the New South Wales woman, one of your locals here, is coming down with 70 metres to go. You can see the signs, make some noise. Love and support all the way here in this women's para 1,500 metres. Will be just over the 7-minute marker. A great performance from our T20 competitor, Emily O'Mahony, and right on 7 minutes, in fact, so she was oh so close.
What a great run from her.
So still to come, Jessica Filicomo, with just under 200 metres remaining for her in this women's para 1500. And a good uptick of pace here at 150 metres remaining. So we could see a good, strong finish from Jessica. And after 1,400 metres of racing, has 100 metres to go to finish her national championships here.
What a strong finish by her.
So Jessica Filicomo in with 50 metres to go. The noise is being made, the support is there for our women's para 1,500 metre finalists. And a great effort there. Will go just under 8 minutes.
What a run by all 4 competitors, and congratulations to them all in the T20 1,500 metre women's final.
So amazing stuff. Congratulations to all our women there. Annabelle Coleman, the World Championship bronze medalist, just shy of her own national record.
I'm sure there's more to come from her as her season continues leading into the Commonwealth Games.
So we're going to stay with the results here. Annabelle Coleman, you can see the gold, silver and bronze. Now they're all T20 competitors, so this is one of those rare instances where first across the line is going to be who takes out the gold. So Annabelle Coleman takes it, Belinda Scott second, Emily O'Mahony 7 minutes exactly
on
in
the
the
dot. What a rare time. We love to see that though.
So an exact 7. And congratulations to our entire field there. Our men's pole vaulters still going through their warm-ups. Soaring up, up and up. So 5:25 is going to be that automatic qualifier.
With 10 men to make the final.
Sure to be an absolute beauty. And Curtis Marshall, our headline there. The arm up from Kurt. So it's been a great year, and it's been a great year domestically as well. There's so many men that can get over that 5:25.
Big year for Curtis as well through the social medias. It looked like he was getting his tux for his soon wedding coming up this year.
The priorities are in order for Curtis. The fiancé will be very, very happy to hear that he made it to his suit fitting. And I don't know if you've ever high-fived any of these pole vaulters, men and women, that have the grippo on their hand. Now that thing, it would have to be one of the stickiest things in the world.
I would love to know what soap they use to get that one off, or is it just a permanent guard at this point when you're jumping so often?
It's the rough part of the sponge.
Ah, the spoil.
Yeah, you have to get it off. So up next on the track is the final of our women's para 100 metre wheelchair competitors. And again, just such a quality field. Sarah Clifton-Blight, 4-time Australian representative. Coco Espy as well. Debuted last year at the World Para Championships in the 100, 400 and the 800 metres. So multi-talent, as we see. So many of our para athletes, particularly sprinters, will contest that 1, 2, 4. Some doing the 4 and the 8, 8, 15. So often they're in 2 or more events.
In this 100 metre final, we see different classifications. We see T53, T54, T33. So we will have to wait till the end for our judges up in the box to do their percentages and their classifications before we can announce the results. But on Roster Athletics, you can find all those percentages and notes underneath the athletes' names.
So our 100 metre final for our women's para wheelchair, you can see Madison Kent, Eliza Jane O'Connell, Sarah Clifton-Blight, Amy Fisher, Michaela Dingley, and Coco Espy. In the middle of the track, in the white there, Sarah Clifton-Blight, the multiple-time Australian representative, and the closest to you, Coco Espy. Her international debut last year, the New South Wales woman, among the 100, 200 and 400 metres. It'd be fascinating. I'm not sure Coco's best event. Clearly strong enough to be good at all three.
Endurance and speed for Coco.
These women, so strong, they will fly down this home straight. Madison Kent has been a competitor all through her junior ranks. Now here in the seniors, the 18-year-old from WA. Called many a race of Madison Kent. Tough competitor. It's a good crowd support here for Coco Espy. I love hearing people cheer on our athletes. And particularly when you're in your home state, the potential to bring family and friends.
It's always a special moment when your family and your best friends can come down and watch you do what you've been training so hard
On your marks.
for.
So here we go. Kent, Old O'Connell, Clifton Bly, Fisher, Dingley and Espy. Women's 100-metre wheelchair final.
Set.
So we're away. The 100-metre wheelchair final is off. We can see Amy Fisher gets a really good start from this field. Also, O'Connell as well. So Fisher leads out this group. Outside of her, Dingley. O'Connell moving along nicely. O'Connell now gets up on the inside of Fisher. So Fisher pushed off strongly, and O'Connell comes home quick. Gets the line on us here. Next up through there was Dingley. Now starting to roll through is Coco Espy. Then it goes back there to Clifton Bly and Madison Kent in that order. The women's wheelchair 100 metres.
Old Connell had such a great start, but we just saw the young one in Fisher get the best of the middle of the race. But that is those strong arms from Connolly at the end got her through to take the win. But we will have to wait for the qualification.
Yeah, so plus 1.0 as well, tail there, but 18.78 for times at home for Eliza Jane O'Connell. 18.99 for Amy Fisher. Michaela Dingley goes 20.81. Coco Espy 23.38. Sarah Clifton Bly 24.59 and 26.96 for Madison Kent. But to your point, Nana, we will wait for all those points to be done, and we will, or the percentages, and we will bring that to you when we get them. So the results on screen here, and by the power of math, I believe it's O'Connell should hold on to it. Then it might be Sarah Clifton Bly. Then to Amy Fisher. I won't say that officially, but just looking at on the right-hand side of your screen, the percentages there, I think that will be the order. And so quick to organise. Shout out to all our officials and crew here. What a great race that was. We're going to continue with 100-metre wheelchair action right after this. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of athletics action to come. So we're back here. You can see the men's pole vaulters. They're nearly done warming up, I promise. I know it feels like we've been talking about them for a little bit, but the technical side of this event requires a lot of brain power and a lot of physicality. Look at that. These guys are launching themselves over people's houses. So you can't just do that willy-nilly, can you? And
we know with the pole vault, people are at different parts of their season, so we'll see a lot of athletes off short approaches and long approaches. So getting that right, especially with the wind turning from tailwinds that we've seen 3.6 today to 0 flat. So we've got to make sure they're on the right mark with the right pole to get as high as we can for that qualification round of 5:25 for our 10 athletes.
That's it. So you can see they would be in the conclusive stages of their warm-ups.
They have a very long call room of 90 minutes, including their warm-ups. I don't think any sprinter would sit down for that long waiting for a race. So credit to them.
Well, you have to imagine as well how long they're out there, you know, in these competitions. It is a long time waiting when you go both here and the international level, like a Mondo Duplantis. I hope he knows how to cure boredom, because he waits around a long time to give himself an opportunity to jump.
I feel like you'd need a lot of snacks down there. You could be out there for 3 to 4 hours.
Oh, yeah. Long, long time. So we can see, we continue with our warm-ups. Some athletes here off screen getting their Australian bibs, an initiative brought in over the last few years to recognise our Australian representatives, gives them something more than just the singlet and the uniform to remember what number athlete they were in terms of representing this country.
Definitely a great initiative. We see it with the baggy green in cricket and the swimming caps that they get. So it's great to see these athletes being acknowledged well past the teams that they've been a part of.
Now we can see here our men's 100-metre wheelchair final, putting themselves in their position. Now this is stacked with history in terms of what these gentlemen have been able to do on a global scale. So Sam Carter, he goes out of lane number 7. He's a 10 times Australian representative. He's a Commonwealth Games bronze medalist and holds the Australian record there in the T54 for the 100 and 200 metres. Reid McCracken, the New South Welshman, the T34 competitor. He's a 10-time Australian representative, a 15-time global medalist, and currently holds 5 Australian records from the 100 all the way up to the 1500. He goes out of lane number 6, and inside of him, Sam McIntosh. Well, he's been a 10-time Australian representative and holds the records in the 100, 200 and 400 metres for the T52. So
what a strong field across all sprint events and middle distance events for these 100-metre wheelchair athletes.
Absolutely amazing. So Robert Hooton, Cormac Ryan, Tristan Orchard, Sam McIntosh, Reid McCracken, Sam Carter and Warwick Holmes. That is your full field here, and these gentlemen, they're just awaiting all of our athletes to collect their bibs. Delta Amadovsky next in line. And what a performance she had out here earlier this evening. 6 metres. Can you believe that?
684, one and done, and a Commonwealth Games automatic qualifier, which was 670. So she has blown that out of the park, and we've seen over the past couple of months her speed has improved over the hurdles and the long jump, and credit to her mum as her coach for what they've done over the past 4 months, coming off world champs in Tokyo.
Well, just only one with that Commonwealth Games qualifier at the moment as well, which is so important when we get to that final. If she can win and nobody else clears 670,
she can get a spot on the plane to Glasgow.
She is on that team. So draws level now with the furthest jump in Australian Track and Field Championship history, with Brooke Bushkuhl set back in, I believe it was 16 or maybe 22, but wind legal we're talking here. Naranaga jumped further to win her national title, but it was over the legal wind limit out at 688. Brooke also cleared over 7 metres, but again, illegal wind. So much talent coming through here in Australian athletics. Congratulations. Delta just collecting a little extra. I'm not sure what she's been given there. Janet Nixon, official of the year. Congratulations. Amazing. Congratulations, Janet. And to your family and friends watching on at home or here in the stadium, so thoroughly deserved. What our officials do is amazing.
The hours they put in on the weekends to help us reach our dreams, credit to them. A lot of them are volunteers, and they've come from all states to make sure an event like this runs so smoothly. No complaints. A lot of them will be on the plane next week to Brisbane as well to make sure our juniors and under 18 athletes have a great competition, just like we are having at the Australian National Championships.
So if you are interested in being an official, every state has a portal for you to be able to sign up and help out this sport as it continues to grow, particularly on this push to Brisbane in 2032. Just amazing what all our officials do. So shout out to you, those maybe that are retired at home as well. We're still thinking of you. So look at the pyrotechnics going into this men's wheelchair 100-metre final. As I said, this is stacked with talent. So we're going to be on national record watch, because there are 3 different national records here in the T34, T54 and T52. So bear with me while I work them out as the race goes. But just have a watch out for Sammy Carter in the middle of the track, lane 5, the Victorian.
Coming in with a PB of 13.93. The time to beat for Sammy Carter.
So Sam Carter, as you said, he's done 14.27 this year. And they've all been close to their national records. McCracken as well. He's 14.63 national record, 15.01 this year. And for Sammy McIntosh, 16.89, 17.03 this year. So that's why we're on watch across the board. Our men's wheelchair 100-metre final.
On your marks. Set.
Our men's 100-metre wheelchair is underway, and moving along strongly there is Sam Carter. So the national record holder is away. Multiple-time Australian representative leads out there from Reid McCracken. So we're on national record watch here for Sam Carter. Pushes on down to the line, and we'll have to wait and see what the time is. The clock didn't stop. He was moving that quickly. McCracken not far away either. Ryan too. But what a final there for Sam Carter. Just got away so fast.
It'll be very interesting to see that time. As Mitch noted before, the time did not stop, but it looked like a 13 as he crossed the line. As we watch the replay again, Sammy had the strongest start, and after 20 metres, he was leading the field.
So 14.49, he's going to fall just outside of his national record. For Reid McCracken, he'll fall outside as well. He's 15.52 there. Cormac Ryan, 15.61. Sam McIntosh, 17.74. 18.21 for Warwick Holmes. Tristan Orchard, 18.53. And Robert Hooton, 19.93 for him as well. So fantastic final there.
We saw T53, T34 and T52, so we'll have to wait for the classifications to see who is on the top of the podium of the Para Open 100-metre wheelchair final.
So we can see here, we'll do what's in front of us. Appears to be quick math, but Sam Carter should be your gold medalist. Reid McCracken and will be silver, and Sam McIntosh, I think, based off of that, will be enough to be your bronze medalist. So we'll wait for that to officially be announced and it all to be done, but it looked like that would be the 1, 2, 3 to me.
And Mitch and I can finally say the men's pole vault qualification has officially started. We are starting at 460 for the opening height for our men's in Pool A and Pool B.
There we go. So our pole vaulters, maybe they heard us talking about their warm-ups. And there was no knock on those warm-ups. Just let it be known. If I was pole vaulting, I'd need 3 days.
We need the process. It's a process.
So congratulations to our wheelchair competitors, both men and women. Our decathlon javelin continues, and our pole vault qualification, as Nana has said, is underway. It's a big, big field out there. So, as I said, plenty to come. 400-metre action up next. It's been one of the best events in the Australian calendar this year, and now we're going to find a national champion, the heats, to come after this.
We are back on the second day of the Australian National Championships, and if I may say myself, I'm very excited for the one laps that are about to be on the track. The men's 400 heats. We had the prelims yesterday where we saw athletes fight it out to make it here tonight, and we have 3 rounds to go. I'm very excited for heat number 1. We have Cooper Sherman, who's had a cracking season this year, set his national campaign up tonight. Yeah, well, Cooper Sherman, he's looking for 3 straight Australian national titles. That would be quite historic if he's able to achieve that. He's got one hell of a heat in front of him, though. The New Zealander, Lex Ravel-Lewis, has been so impressive this year. He's broken their national record as well. Alex Beck, who's just been a stalwart of 400-metre running for quite some time. But it'll only be 2 that make it on through after this. So you would think that Cooper Sherman, he would be the favourite. He's had an unbelievable year. He's improved to 44.85. He was a 400-metre semi-finalist at the World Championships. He's the 9th fastest all time. But not only that, he's improved from the 100 all the way up to the 400 metres. So he's improved that top-end speed. You can see him there in the yellow and black. And if you're looking for somebody to support at home and you really enjoy Richmond Tigers football, I reckon you're going to love Cooper Sherman if he stays in that yellow and black. We can see our pole vaulters continue.
And our javelin throwers here on screen as well. This is Gardner. And so what we are going to see here in our 400 metres, there's 3 heats. So this is to get through to the final. We've been speaking about the prelims and how that's important to get through to the heats. We've done that. We're now in our heat stages of this 400. Top 2 are going to go through automatically from these 3 heats. And then the 2 fastest times spread across from there will join them in that final. No, it has been one of the more fascinating races across the year. Without Aidan Murphy, who of course improved his own 400 metre running this year, but it has been amazing what we've seen.
I know, and I was saying before that we've seen our top 5 improve their 100 and 200 PBs as well. So it's not just about beating each other. It's like, how fast can these men go?
So Cooper Sherman, everybody who's been watching athletics this year will have a favourite. They'll have an inkling on who they think's going to be the national champion. And there's a big pool of thought around Cooper Sherman doing the 3-peat. But he's going to have to come up against some class, Reece Holder in particular. The 2nd fastest Australian we've ever seen. But alongside them, Luke Van Radigan. He's knocking on the door of joining that elusive sub-45-second club, 45.03 this year.
But we also can't forget Tom Reynolds, who's also had an amazing season. We've seen the 2 Victorians in Cooper and Tom fight it out at the local competitions. And we have seen Tom run a 45.13 this year.
So it's amazing to think what it's going to require to be in our 4x400 metre relay, because you've got 3 gentlemen under 45, and then you've got Van Radigan and Reynolds fighting it out on the cusp of 45 seconds. Just truly remarkable what we're doing here.
It's giving 2000s. We had such a strong group of men who ran in that decade, and it's coming back. 400 metres for both men and women are super strong.
Well, was Olympic medalist in 2004. The John Stephenson-led team. So last year, so unfortunate, broke that national record in Tokyo in the qualifying. And Aidan Murphy, unfortunately, just a small margin over that window that you have to change over, and unfortunately didn't count. The boys couldn't make their way through to the final, but as we approach Botswana, the World Relay Championships, there's a chip on the shoulder of this team to prove that that was no fluke and we can go faster.
I definitely think we'll see that number again. An Australian Championship record is definitely on the mark at World Relays.
So Nana, where would these guys want to be, you would think, in terms of lanes? Cooper Sherman's going to go out of 7. He's got Lex Ravel-Lewis on his inside shoulder in 4.
I think Cooper Sherman is the one that everyone will be watching. Hopefully these boys run their own plan. As we've said before, Cooper has PB'd in the 100 and the 200 metres, so we know his first 200 metres is going to be really fast, and we know he's got the endurance to finish it off really strong.
So you can see them getting ready. Jordan Gilbert out of lane 1. Alex Beck, who we've mentioned, recently got engaged. Congratulations to you, Alex. Josh Fabiani in 3. Lex Ravel-Lewis, the New Zealander, in 4. Brenton Kerr is in 5. Patrick Martins in 6. Cooper Sherman is in 7. Kagrali Cottrell is in 8. And Liam Webb, the New Zealander, is in 9. The Ballarat Bullet, Cooper Sherman. And geez, he's quick out of the gun. To your point, Nana, that opening 200 metres, he's been a fantastic 200 metre runner in a state level and also has competed at it nationally too.
We saw Cooper actually start his season in November at the Knox Classic. So he's been running pretty much ever since Tokyo. The man took a three-week break and he was back into the 2026 season.
And was that a 150?
He did, I think he did a 60 and a 200, PB'd, and then the week after we saw him in Geelong do a 100 and a 200. So he is an engine. He just doesn't stop, and I don't think we'll see anything shy from what he's produced this season tonight.
He'd like a little bit of redemption. His Maury Plant run, he found himself in 7th place there, and that was amongst a great field. Ja'Cory Patterson, 44.41. Set it on fire, and that's where we saw Luke Van Radigan run his 45.03 and Thomas Reynolds run his 45.13. So if you were going off form, these two guys are in terrific form to knock down the door. But Cooper Sherman, for mine, the man to watch. He's going to be 3 on the outside of the track. And Lex Ravel-Lewis, the national record holder as well. He's had a fantastic year. He's a 3-time national champion. World Junior representative. Uni Games semi-final last year. This is the other of our New Zealanders, Liam Webb. Look at that night sky setting over Sydney. It's picturesque, is it not? And this great push to Glasgow, the Commonwealth Games, so much history in those championships. Some of these men would love to etch their names alongside some of the greats. And in the shadows of our New Zealander, Cooper Sherman. Can he make it 3 on the trot for a national title? Gilbert, Beck, Fabiani, Ravel Lewis, Kerr, Martin, Sherman, Cotterill and Webb. The first of 3 men's 400 metre heats.
Set.
He's always quick up and away, isn't he there, Cooper Sherman? So he's 3 from the outside. Inside, though, Gilbert, Beck, Fabiani, Ravel Lewis, Kerr, Martin, then Sherman, Cotterill and Webb. And you can see Cooper Sherman waste no time in getting up on his outside shoulder here. So the Ballarat bullet is away. He's been fired off quickly. We can see the New Zealander, Ravel Lewis. He broke that national record this year, so he's in form and he's pushing along here with 200 metres to go. So Cooper Sherman leads it out here from the rest of this field. They're about to straighten up and make their way into the final 100 metres. He's got company. It's going to be Ravel Lewis who's going to move on through there. Brenton Kerr from New South Wales starts to wind it up. Cooper Sherman would have to find a little something to win this one, but he's not interested. He's just going to do enough, and Brenton Kerr takes it out. 45.37. That is a monster lifetime best.
A big lifetime best, and that's what you've got to produce when you've only got 2 big cues to get yourself through the final. Very interesting race from Cooper Sherman, though. With 100 metres to go, he was in a bit of no man's land, but a veteran. He knows how to run on the world stage and he knows how to run domestically, and he did what he needed to do to get that big cue.
So have a look at Brenton Kerr. He was a 46-second man before stepping on the track here this evening, and he has walked away with a 45.36. That is remarkable.
Sometimes you've got to produce those PBs to get into a world-class final.
So Brenton Kerr, the man from New South Wales on a home track, wanted to make sure he took it out. 46.09 has come down a big, big way. And Cooper Sherman gets that other automatic qualifier. So the times as well to be aware of here. Lex Ravel Lewis, the New Zealand national record holder, 46.14, and Jordan Gilbert, the Victorian, 46.50. They currently have those 2 small cues. So that's important to be aware of.
So having an international with a small queue, if they continue with that into the final, we will see 9 lanes for the final of the 400 metres. So we will see 8 Australians no matter what.
So look at this field assembled here for Heat 2 as well. They'll take a bit from that, the run of Kerr, to put himself into a win there. And Cooper Sherman, you'd think he'll spend the night reflecting. And off the back of Maury, we said he was 7th in that event. In such a great field. Maybe
he's done a
just
lot
carrying
of
a little
racing
residual.
this year over the past 4 months. So
this is where we get a great understanding of where these guys are at, because you want to be sharp now. This is the weekend. You want to be at your best. Go down into a little taper or post-event work off and then reload again, hopefully, for the Commonwealth Games. So Augustine Akisha Jr. from the ACTs in lane number 1, Jai Gillard in 2, Luke Van Radigan, the 45.03 man. He goes out of lane number 3. Jonathan Xavier Maples goes in 4. It goes Kumaraj, our man from Sri Lanka. He's a 45.07 man at his best. He's in 5. Kai Cullen's in 6. Hamish Lindstrom's in 7. Ian Halpin is in 8. And Timothy Sankey is in lane number 9.
lane number 3 is the one to watch. We saw Luke come second at the Moree Plant meet with a 45.03, a PB, a lifetime best, with Coach Ben Liddy by his side.
So Luke Van Radigan, he knows what it takes to win a national title. He won it in 2023. And that was the year that we really learned a lot about Luke Van Radigan.
He'd come down from the 800 metres. and swapped it in for 1 lap, a fast 1 lap to be exact.
Well, he's been consistent since that national title. He was second in 24, he was third in 2025. He's been a part of these relay teams, and now you can see him on screen there. What a hero shot of the New South Welshman.
Compared to a lot of the boys in this field, he also started his season quite late. We only saw him run 2 weeks before the Moree plant meet.
On your marks.
So Kumaraj as well, he's a Sri Lankan and an Asian Games finalist. He ran at the World Indoors only a few weeks ago. He's out of lane number 5, but his field, who's going to put themselves in a national final? Heat 2 of 3.
Set.
Clean across the board here. So inside there, it's Nikisha Jr., Gillard, Van Radigan, Maples, Kumaraj, Cullens, Lindstrom, Halpin, and Sankey. You can see here now, though, the work rate of Luke Van Radigan, 45.03. Only a few weeks ago, he'd love to capitalise on that form. The Sri Lankan Kumaraj in the middle of the track, giving him plenty to chase. And on the inside, Nikisha Jr. as well, moving along nicely in lane 1. But through the opening 200 metres, Luke Van Radigan's picking up the stagger, though. Kumaraj giving him everything to chase, landing into the home straight. So Van Radigan back from Kumaraj, now draws level. 100 metres to go here in heat number 2. Kumaraj and Van Radigan are away from this field. They only need to be in the top 2, but they're going to battle it out for ego. It looks like Van Radigan looks on the right shoulder and does enough. 45.25 through the heats. Kumaraj won't be too far behind, and wide out on the track was Timothy Sankey.
You think about if he just kept running through the line, I reckon we would have seen a PB from Luke Radigan. 45.03 is the time he came in with, and to see a 45.25, he ran that first 120 metres like a sprinter, and he took up the stagger at 250 metres, and we just see him with 40 metres to go take over, do what he can, look to his left, look to his right, and he goes, I'm top 2, I'm in the finals, I'm shutting it down, and I'm close to PB form.
He looks so good there, so comfortable in that final 100 metres. Has to be said, so did Kumaraj. He's run 45.40.
We also saw third place Timothy Sanker with a PB of 46.57.
So you can't ask for more than that. He won't go through on a small queue, though. They will still belong in heat number 1. But Luke Van Radigan, for mine, we've only seen 2 heats, but looks the best of the bunch at the moment, though. We've got a man who might love to have a say on that here in Reese Holder.
And on his outside, Tom Reynolds. But we've also seen Zen Clark take up the 400 metres this year, just in his father's footsteps, and he has had some PBs along the way. We've got Zane Branco, who was just picked for the 4x4 as well. So this is a very strong third and final heat for our 400 men's.
So we're about to get the results flash up on the screen here for heat number 2. We'll give you the full scope of how they finished up. But to your point, this is a fantastic heat. Reese Holder, he's a popular man to watch just by the way that he runs and the way he's been trying to get after that Darren Clark record. We thought maybe in Tokyo he was going to go get it. We've seen multiple times he goes close. But here we go. Heat number 3 is behind the blocks. Getting ready, getting set. They've seen what lay ahead, and they've also seen what they need to get into this final. Now, I was told a stat this morning, I don't believe that Reese Holder has actually featured in an Australian Open final yet in his career. He hasn't been able to compete, and a few years ago, unfortunately, did his hamstring in the heat. So he's eyeing off himself a spot in a national final.
We see Reese Holder in lane 2 for such a big, strong boy. It's going to be a very tight bend for him to run, but we've seen him run on the world stage, so I don't think lane 2 is going to scare him too much. But he hasn't done many 400s this season. We saw him in Moree Plant. He didn't look the strongest when it came to 50 metres to go, but he's a very quick learner, and we do see him change. We've also seen him PB in the 100 and the 200 this season, so he's been focusing more on his speed than his endurance when it comes to his racing this season.
This is a guy who loves to compete, doesn't he? If you go back and watch his interview post-Tokyo, there were no excuses. He said, I'm just going to get better. And so we're excited to see what that better looks like in 2026. He ran that 200 metres, to your point, in Moree. He just started to fade when Corey Patterson hit the jets. But what will we see here in Sydney? Jackson Rogers is out of 1. Reese Holder, who we've mentioned at length, is in 2. Oliver Casey Ryan is in 3. Zen Clark, who you mentioned in his father's footsteps, in 4. Miles Ford in 5. Thomas Reynolds He's been a part of so many relay teams as well as in 6. Zane Branco, he's tried his hand at plenty of athletic events here, from the long jump to the 200 metres. Goes out of lane number 7. Jack de Grora is in 8, and Cameron Searle, the Victorian, is in lane number 9. But here he is, Reese Holder, the second fastest Australian we've ever seen. He's going to have to work that tight bend. Thomas Reynolds, another big looming figure, gets the benefit of 6. And you would think that they would be the top 2. But what you think doesn't always happen. Here we go, heat 3.
Set.
So the last opportunity to make this men's 400-metre final is away. We can see the work rate of Reese Holder early. He's going to go and pick up that inside of Casey Ryan. And moving on nicely there also is Reynolds. So this entire field now up the back straight. Look at the work rate of Reese Holder. He is picking up this field with ease at the moment through the opening 200 metres. It's his trademark. We know he's so strong here, but Thomas Reynolds has found plenty this year with his own 45.13. So strong at the Maury Plant meet. Got the best of Reese Holder there, but as we make our way into this final 100 metres, it's Reese Holder out in front, wants to make his first national title. Reynolds is aware of what this field is doing, takes a look left and right, sees Zane Branco pushing, but even Reese has turned it off, and we'll see him in the final. And 45.29, the warning shot is fired.
Well, Reese, welcome to your first national final. As Mitch said before, he hasn't quite made it there yet, but he did all the work on that back straight. The way he ate up that stagger was extraordinary, and it's clearly showing the speed work that he's been working on the past 4 to 5 months after Tokyo shows, because that's one of the best back straights I've ever seen him run.
45.27 officially there for Reese Holder, and that was with plenty left in the tank. He said, I'm ready to eat. He gets the photo. Thomas Reynolds goes second, 45.93. Zen Clark gets up for third, and Zane Branco, unfortunately, his 46.56 won't be enough to make it into that final.
It's funny how athletics works. 2 weeks ago at the Maury Plant meet, we didn't see that type of finish from Reese Holder. And in 2 weeks of work, his crew stayed in Melbourne, worked on their speed, and we saw a very different race, a faster race and a more controlled race. And he controlled the rest of the race with 50 metres to go. It's
a great point, Nana. So that's a confidence one for Reese Holder. It would be hard to pick who you think looked the best. I mean, Reese just switched it off there with that 45.27. Though Luke Van Radigan's heat, to me, I think he's got a little bit left in him there. So this is going to be a great final, is it not?
I know, I'm on Roster Athletics right now, and seeing that we had a field of 6 run 45 to make the final. I think Australian 400-metre men's racing is in great hands, and it is a great preview to what we will see at World Relays later in Botswana next month.
So here's your final. Luke Van Radigan, Reese Holder, Brenton Kerr. Need something in heat number 1. Kumaraj from Sri Lanka, Cooper Sherman, Thomas Reynolds, Lex Ravel-Lewis, Zen Clark, and Jordan Gilbert. That is going to be one show-stopping final.
That is going to be a fast field.
So
45. Are we going to see a 44 to win our Open men's final?
Yes.
Yes?
You might have to see a 44 to podium in our men's Open final.
Are we going to see a high, a mid, or a low? Are we going to see a PB?
Well, I think Darren Clark will be watching with interest.
As we said before, our men's pole vault qualification has just started. We are at 460 for both pools.
So much to chase there. Look at this, our men's pole vault. Good to see it on screen. No more elastic band they're jumping over. They've got to clear the pole now.
Pole for the boys to jump over.
So loaded in the chute as well as our women's 400-metre heats.
I know, another exciting event. We have seen Gemma Pollard and Mia Gross PB both this season with a 51 and a 52 to their names.
Mia Gross's state title came as, I don't think, a shock to Mia Gross or in her circle, but when I saw it, I went, wow, this is an event for Mia Gross, is it not? I mean, the way that she was able to control it and in the time, I just thought, my goodness, everybody is stepping up for this 400 metres.
I know, and if you followed Mia's story, back when she was a junior, the 400 metres was her event, but with asthma and injury and illness, she decided to work on her speed, and that has shown. We've seen her compete at track classics like Hobart in the 100, we've seen her in the 200 at Moree Plant, and we're seeing her at nationals in the 400 metres. So the world is her oyster when it comes to sprinting, and coming in with the fastest season's best and PB leading into this field, I think we're going to see 3 cracking heats to make our final, as we saw the prelims yesterday.
I can't help but notice, Nana, not a single athlete talking to another. And that says a lot for Mia Gross, because I know that she does love to have a chat.
She does love a chat and
serious.
a vlog. So it's game time. They know they have to be top 2 to make that final, just like the men. We saw the prelims yesterday, and we saw many girls make the heat tonight. So it's game time right now.
Well, it's a great first heat. We'll wait for them to get out before we get into it, because, look, we're looking at this with great anticipation and excitement. We can see our men's decathlon javelin continues here. Our under-20 boys. And not too many rounds left for them before they have to tackle, I don't know, just a 1,500.
Just a casual 1,500 after 9 events.
Should be nice and easy for them. So don't go anywhere. Our women's one-lappers aren't far away. And this one, oh, it's world class. So right back into some one-lap action. It's our women's turn in these heats. Similar to what we saw with the men, it's going to be the first of 3 heats. So top 2 go through automatically. The next 3 fastest times will jump in that final from there. And we can see on screen, very, very anxious Ella Ranzano, ready to go, the New South Wales woman. So here's the start list. Brodie Mate is in lane number 1. Carla Bull in 2. Annalise Blattman is in 3. Ella Ranzano is in 4. Gemma Pollard, what a year she's had, is in 5. Amy Peacock in 6. Sierra Jakes is in 7. Anna Plessinger in 8. And Holly Rule from New Zealand is in lane number 9. And Gemma Pollard, well, she's been amazing this year.
I know, she started off her season of a PB of 23.53 back at home. So her speed is there, and then we saw her in Canberra. Her endurance is there as well.
So her coach, Tim Eschbach, was just saying we want to improve incrementally year on year. And with a 51.73, you wonder what's left at these national championships. Heat number 1 of 3.
Set.
So heat number 1 of 3 away, trying to book a spot in this national final. Always a strong starter on the inside of the track is Carla Bull, but you can see Gemma Pollard is out and away, moving this field along. So Sarah Jakes as well, they're all up this back straight now, and it looks like Bull just starting to try and pull in the work rate of Gemma Pollard, who's been oh so impressive this year. The class 400-metre runner herself is out in heat number 1, booking herself a spot in this final if she has anything to do with it. So now Bull starts to move through the field on her outside, but it's all Gemma Pollard rounding into this final 100 metres, and this is patented. This is where she's able to work this field. She's moved away from them oh so many times across the summer, but is out in front far enough away that she can do as she pleases over the final 50 metres. So Gemma Pollard out here in front, Carla Bull in 2nd, moving on is Mate in 3rd, but Pollard will stop it at 52.48. Back to Bull, then Mate. But Gemma Pollard, they already knew who to watch out for, but she's here in form.
You saw the speed work that Gemma's been working on since the start of her season really kick into shape in that first 150 metres. She looked relaxed. She didn't fret. It's very interesting running a 400 metres when you have a lane missing. So for her to not change her game plan, she was so relaxed on the back straight. The stagger opened up a little bit because we had a missing field, but with 120 metres to go, it was Gemma's race. And Cara Bull, that 200 metre speed endurance really helped her finish off that race a lot stronger.
So a good strong run, 52.47 there for Gemma Pollard, who we've mentioned. She's run 51.73 this year. Carla Bull, 53.29 for her. So she'll be happy with that, I would think. And Brodie Mate, 53.74. Anna Plessinger, 54.09. And Ella Randazzo is 54.98. So those are the 3 non-automatics here at the moment. But Gemma Pollard picks up where she left off, and that's dominant.
She's had a cracking season, and we also saw her being named in the 4x4 pool for World Relays in Botswana.
I'll tell you what, if you want an athlete on a 4x4 team, it's Gemma Pollard, because it seems like every time they medal, Gemma Pollard is a part of it. She
Yes,
anchored
she
the team last year, did she not? And at the World Juniors. So I think Australian athletics, you just see that name, you go, yep, we'll take that.
I put my money on her.
So there's the results from heat number 1. Pollard, Bull, Mate, Plessinger, Ranzano, Rule, Blattman, Peacock, and Jakes.
I tell you what, I'm just as excited for heat number 2. We have Mia Gross. We've seen her over the 100, the 200, and the 400. And the Vic State Champs, she made herself known as one to watch in the 400 metres with a PB of 51.88 and 7 years in between her winning her last 400 metre national championships.
Well, she's a Commonwealth Games bronze medalist in that 4x100 metre team as well. Mia Gross, she's an Olympian in the 200 metres. To your point, she grew up as a junior, a 400 metre star, and then due to many health reasons came back and went to the 100, 200 metres and is back out over the 400, which is probably a scary sight for some of her competitors, given the pedigree that she had and what she showed at the state championships, 51.88. So Caluso, Penman, Gregorovic as well, Blackburn, Dixon, Gross, Thwaites and Martin. And this will be an interesting battle. Elise Dixon from New South Wales, the next fastest. She's had a good year, the 22-year-old, set her personal best this year. She's selected in this squad for the World Relays as well. So over to Botswana in that pool. She's run 2 seconds faster this year than her previous lifetime best, Nana.
In lane 3, we also see Sofia Gregorovic, which we saw in the World Junior 4x4 gold medal team with Bella Pasquale, who sadly we don't see here tonight.
So across the track, lane by lane, talent everywhere.
On your mark.
That is the state of Australian track and field right now.
Not just the 4, the sprints.
Sprint factory. This will be one to watch. Heat 2 of 3, women's 400 metres.
Set.
So heat 2 is away. Gregorovic got a good start. So out wide did Mia Gross. So Gross picks up on Thwaites into this back straight. So Mia Gross, 51.88 to take out the state title in the 400 metres. Might have caught a few by surprise, but not many in her circles. Blackburn as well, moving along nicely. And Gregorovic on the inside of the track will want to be in that top 2 position. So opening 200 metres belongs to Mia Gross. Alice Dixon as well, moving along nicely, putting herself in a position to get through to this final automatically. And it's just riding on the coattails there of Mia Gross. In fact, moves on past her with 120 metres to go. So Gross with some work to do, though, just needs to be inside of that top 2. Alice Dixon of New South Wales at home charges down this home straight. This crowd should be electric. This is one of your own in the heats. Is going to book her ticket in the final. Watch the clock there as well. 52.95. Gross goes through next. Inside there, I think, was Penman, then Gregorovic. But what a run there from Alice Dixon. Her storied season continues.
I know she's had a cracking season. We've seen her PB already in the 400 metres, and Mia had such an amazing 250 metres, but she didn't fret when she came onto the inside of her, and she just pulled away slowly, and she held her form so well, and we see it with a 52.94, followed by Mia Gross with a 53.85, and Ellie Penman, who was coming on the inside, giving Mia a run for her money with 54.20 and earning herself a small queue with 1 heat to go. But Alice Dixon, it was her race to finish with 120 metres, and a great smile on her face.
And part of that World Relay squad we mentioned, how significant that is for the development of athletes. It's going to be remarkable what we see in Africa over in Botswana.
I know, Australia and our 4x4s.
Back into the glory days. So there's your results there for heat number 2. Alice Dixon, Mia Gross, Ella Penman, Sofia Gregorovic, who, as you mentioned, was a part of that World Junior medaling team, the gold medalist team over there. Angeline Blackburn, Haley Martin, Thwaites and Caluso. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it to the start line, which leaves us here now with our 3rd and final heat, Nana.
I know I said it for the first 2 heats, but I am very excited. We will see the likes of Ellie Beer, a veteran, a 2-time Olympian in lane 4, but also Alexi Lozu, who's had a season of a lifetime, former Stall Gift winner in 2019, has made her mark with a PB of 52.63 this year, and coming second to Mia Gross at the Victorian State Champs.
So she would have been inspired. You think, I wonder, whenever Stall Gifts comes around, you just get a little injection of excitement if you're a previous winner. Back in 2019, she was the winner, Alexia Lazou. Has been vying for some of these Australian selections on relays and everything in between, but Ellie Beer, she burst onto the scene as that bubbly 16-year-old at the Olympic Games. Took some time away, had some injuries to deal with, and just came back with a vengeance a few years ago and has continued to find form. 51.30, her lifetime best. 52.29 this year. So to be a national champion, you're going to have to run in the 51s this year, you would think.
The bar is high.
She's a 3-time champion.
We also saw her win the Maury Plant meet in 52.34, so her season's best for this year.
On your marks.
So another chasing 3 straight titles is Ellie Beer. Needs to get through heat 3 to give herself a chance. The women's 400 metres continues.
Set.
So heat number 3, who will book themselves a spot in this final? Ellie Beer in the middle of the track, the class of the field. Alexia Lazou as well has been strong, improved this year on her lifetime best. So inside there is Lazou. Beer already, the patented opening 200 metres is always quick, goes on past this stagger on her outside. And Ellie Beer wasting no time to assert herself in this women's 400 metre heat. Opening 200 metres done, and Beer continues to push on down to the line. You can see Lazou starting to find some strength as well. Wider on that, some challenges, O'Brien and Whittingham, but into the home straight now. Ellie Beer leads out from Alexia Lazou, and Beer and Lazou will nearly draw level. Beer got the best of 2 metres on her here at the moment. Lazou, though, will not give up on this pursuit as they make their way down. O'Brien is in 3rd, but these two, they're out. They're going to go through to this final with ease and book it at 52.92 there for Alexia Lazou. Then goes back to Ellie Beer. Looked like it was Genevieve O'Brien in 3rd. We'll wait on the times for a small qualifier, but the 2 that you thought would get through, get through.
I loved watching Ellie be on that back straight. That fearlessness that she usually has, she brought to the table. But Lexi Lazou has been running so many good 400 metres, and that worth ethic that she always puts in, she never gives up. Whether it's a heat or a final, she's always vying for that first position, and that's what we saw today. She did what she needed to do, and we saw Genevieve O'Brien get a small cue of 54.17 to round out the 3 heats to make the final.
So congratulations. Always hard to find the small Q in the last one. You know what you need. So 52.91 from Alexia Lazou, Ellie Beers 53.09, and Genevieve O'Brien's 54.17 is enough to book a spot in that final.
So we saw our small Qs come from Anna Plesinger with 54.09 and Genevieve O'Brien in the final heat of 54.17. Right now we see our final top 8 who we will see in the final tomorrow. Gemma Pollard, 52.47. Lexi Lazou, 52.91. Alice Dixon, 52.94. Ellie Beer, 53.09. Cara Bull, 53.29. Brodie May, 53.74. Mia Gross, 53.85. Anna Plesinger, 54.09. And rounding up the field is 54.17.
So congratulations to our finalists. It's going to be a showstopper. Enjoy your discussion at home trying to pick who you think will be the winner, because I think you'd be picking between 3 or 4 athletes there. So our 400 metre heats are done. We'll see them in their finals tomorrow. Up next on the track, we do have our 800 metre prelims. So even to get into an 800 metre heat, you've got to go through a round before that if you want to be there. Don't go anywhere. More athletics coverage to come. So Curtis Marshall. Now that's, you rarely see that from Curtis Marshall. He's relaxed. If I saw him stressed, I'd be worried. So Curtis Marshall continues in this men's pole vault, and he's got his great mate, the new coach in Declan Carruthers. Well, he's got his coach, he's got his videographer, he's got his best mate. I mean, he's piled it all into one. That's pretty impressive.
A reunion for the Swords.
So we can see on the line here, this is the first of our women's 800 metre prelims. So I can understand the terminology might be a bit confusing for those at home. So a prelim is what was needed to get into the heat. So these are just the women who fell outside of qualifying for those heats on times. Now they're going to fight for a spot to get a place in those heats to then progress and see how they go from here. So it's going to be the first of two. The top 5 from this are going to go through to the heats, and then we're going to find the next 3 fastest times from there. So Caitlin McQuinlan-Bell, Rose Ackland, Sayla Donnelly, Bethany Helmy, Olivia Addard, Mabel Dukes, Rachel Schultz, Karen Hayter, Eve Bell, and Adelaide Wright. So a spot in the heats is what's up for grabs here. The top 5 will get through automatically to those heats. We're then looking for the next 3 fastest times from there. And if on paper, anything to judge by, this is going to be close, a dogfight even over the final 200 metres. So they make their way down here. Rose Ackland on that inside, desperate for the rail. You can see Dukes as well, just tucks in behind her there, and now starting to move on the shoulder is Sayla Donnelly. So they're nicely bunched. It's a little bit scrappy. Nobody really able to afford themselves too much room at the moment, but out there in front in the opening 200 metres is Sayla Donnelly. And there won't be too much movement in here for a little bit of time. You would think it's the final 400 metres where they'll sort themselves out, but they're happy to go 3 wide in a bid to try and get themselves some clean space. It looks like the widest on the track there is Eve Bell, our Tasmanian, who's just trying to get on the inside shoulder there of Adelina Wright. But this opening 400 metres, you'd think it'll quicken and then sharpen, and then it'll just be an all-out pursuit to the finish line. 65 seconds is what we've got, and that's going to be Donnelly and Ackland leading out this group.
We still see a small pack after the first spell, but I think we will soon see them spread apart with 300 metres to go.
So we can see here now, it looks like Rose Ackland is encouraged up this back straight to start to stretch this field. Just needs to be inside that top 5. You can see Caitlin McQuinlan-Bell thought she was going back to her steepling days, just tried to jump over maybe what wasn't there. So she's on the inside rail now, moves up comfortably into that second spot. They're all starting to fly. Bethany Helmy as well in the red is just working past Addard. Ackland, the smartest of this group right now, has just managed to stay out of this traffic, this trouble happening behind her here. It is all jostling. There's nothing clean. So they just need to be inside of this top 5 to be automatic, and they make their way down into this home straight, and we have 5 abreast here at the moment. Rose Ackland leads out. The group behind all fighting for it, but this will be enough to be inside of that automatic qualifier through to the heats. McQuinlan-Bell wants to win it, and Will just gets the best on the outside of Donnelly.
What an interesting race. With 200 metres to go, it was not the cleanest. We saw some argy-bargy, we saw some wrist out because they knew they needed to be the top 5. It did not matter what they ran out there today. They just wanted that big queue, and we saw that top 5 break apart with 80 metres to go, and those girls just did what they had to do.
Oh, it was rough racing behind there. Rose Ackland was able to stay out of it, but it looked like every shoulder hand that was available was used to push. And I don't know whether these women realised that they were 20 metres clear of 6th place. They all actually could have just taken a breather, but there is something psychologically about winning your prelim, winning your heat, whatever it may be. Everybody wants to win, don't they?
We do, whether it's a prelim, a heat or a final. We all want that big queue.
So Caitlin McQuinlan-Bell wins it. 2:10.48, Donnelly 2:10.51, Ackland 2:10.57, Helmy 2:10.74, and Attard 2:10.99. So 2:12 and 2:13s currently are our little cues. We can see those results panning on screen here.
2:10, the magic number for heat number 1. It will be interesting to see whether heat number 2 will go faster. Will they do what they need to do, as they know what time got the first 5 in the first prelim in?
Well, certainly at her best, Kayla Rose van der Linden is so capable of running fast. 2:05 is her lifetime best. She's run shy of that, 2:11 this year. But again, a good field. You just need to be in this top 5. Victoria Kolsch is on the inside. Matilda Emanuel in lane 2. Ellie Fleming in 3. Ashley Perkner is in 4. Adelaide Marshall's in 5. Sharing lane 6 is Neve Walsh and Brianna Sherry. Kayla Rose van der Linden is in 7. Aliyah Bennett's in 8. And Cassiana Papadoulis is in 9. And these women will merge after the opening 100 metres once they make their way around this bend. In fact, it's about 110 metres. By the way, they straighten up. You can see, well, you probably can't see it on your screen. If you can, you've got 20/20 vision. There are small cones set up on that back straight. Once they make their way past there, they can move on in and get their racing underway.
Hopefully into lanes 1 and lane 2, because in the previous heat we saw them run most of the race out to lane 3.
was about to say, if you can find some clean space, that's half the battle in the opening 200 metres. For a shot at the
your
heat.
mark.
Here we go. So we'll come back, looked a little unsteady on the line. And I only heard the one gun here up, so I thought, ooh, they might have let him go. But
Maybe a technical difficulty with our starting gun.
well, Kayla Rose van der Linden was certainly a little movement in her starting position. Would be enough to warrant a card, you would think. So we'll just have to wait their turn, although the officials are having a conversation here in front of us, so I won't say yes or no either way. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Unsteady, lane 5. Keep your hand up away from the ground, please.
So there you go, Adelaide Marshall says we're not block starting. You have to be upright.
Nice and tall. No drive
On
phase
your
needed.
marks.
So we're away cleanly. This is the second of our women's 800-metre prelims. Adelaide Marshall would have been the most upright athlete on the start line, I would think, after the first time of asking. So here we go. They'll sort themselves out. This is always a little argy-bargy. We saw it plenty in the first one. It looks like Matilda Emmanuel saw it, learned from it, decided I'd like to get in front of it if I can, and does just that. It's a big group behind. It's 9 women you're tailing out over this opening 200 metres, and you can see Nana here out on the track, everybody trying to find a spot. They'll move everywhere to get them.
Yes, but Emmanuel looks the most relaxed. She's taking the field out to the front, but not far behind her. We have many of our athletes, and we see a small group congregate for our top 5 in the first 300 metres of this 800, going through in 45 seconds. So a bit faster than heat number 1.
Yeah, there's always a little mental math that goes on in the middle of that pack. You're trying to sort out who's around you, what number am I, where do I need to be? But in the closing 200 metres, it's the lactic monster that jumps right on top of you. So we can see here Emmanuel still leads out from Kayla Rose van der Linden, who, as mentioned, at her best is the fastest in this field. This group now starting to fracture slightly. We can see the leading 3 back to another 3. So we're going to need one to drop here to find our automatic 5. And as they make their way up this back straight, the racing begins. And it's Kolsch sitting in that 3rd spot. And they're just got to work their way back onto this group. This is going to be a great finish.
Well, we see a faster first lap, 3 seconds faster than our heat number 1. So we know these girls are on track to run faster than 2:10.
So Ellie Fleming it is that now attaches herself to this leading trio. The group now just starting to lose a bit of contact. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That 5th spot is well up for grabs. And now the sprint finish for it begins. So 110 metres to go here for this group. 5 are going to be automatic. The rest are going to have to wait on time. And as they make their way on into this home straight, this leading 4 looks really comfortable at the hands of Matilda Emmanuel, who leads this group with confidence. And they'll do enough to see themselves in an 800-metre heat at these national championships. 1, 2, 3, 4 secure, and also Peckender gets through there as well. The next through the line, I believe it was Walsh, so we'll have to wait on these times, but a good performance from that opening 4.
Emmanuel took the race. After they cut in, it was her race for the taking, and we saw her control the field for the rest of the 700 metres.
So no, it looks like 2:09 for Matilda Emmanuel, and I won't say they're splits because they're all 2:09. So Ellie Fleming 2:09, Victoria Kolsch 2:09, and now we're waiting for the rest to see whether we get any small cues out of this second group. So I think it was around 2:12, 2:13 in that first group. Here you go.
So we see 2 small cues from Naive Welsh, 2:12.28, and Brianna Sherry 2:12.60. So we have 2 small cues from heat number 2 and 1 cue from heat number 1.
So amazing work. We're going to see the results on screen here. And if you thought that was busy, our men's 800-metre prelims, there's 4 of them. So less automatic qualifiers, which means if you thought that that was a bit messy, if you thought that they were all jostling and fighting, maybe a little bit too much, you're not going to like what you're about to see, because only 2 from each of these are going to make their way through to a heat. So of the prelim for our women, these are the ones that will progress on to those heats. And calibre of athlete you'll be coming up against, both at a junior level and here at a senior level, is amazing. So Adelina Wright, the last one into these heats, 2:12.68, 2:13.16 for Elia Bennett. Just unfortunately misses.
It's great to see such a big crowd all over the Sydney Olympic Park track as we have some 100-metre heats coming up, but before then we have our 800-metre men's prelims.
So again, only 2 are going to go through here. Automatically, we're talking.
I don't know if we'll see many clean races for those top 2 spots.
No, I don't think so. There's going to be some jostling and maybe some hand movements and shoulder movements that they're going to try and keep off camera to the best of their ability. But they're not too far away here. Our men's 800-metre prelims. Don't go anywhere. The tents are out. We're trying to block the sun. And it's night time. That's how warm it is here in Sydney. We'll be right back. So we're back here on the track. And as we said, we've got our men's 800-metre prelims to come. And yeah, I might have been looking at this the wrong way. I was saying if people don't like argy-bargy, then you're not going to like this. We're Australian. Everybody loves a bit of argy-bargy.
I know.
So I think people are going to really enjoy what they're about to see. We can see Dybel walking back to the start line.
Putting everything on the field and leaving nothing out there. Sometimes the elbows need to come out.
Well, again, you want to try and... I'm not promoting this, but these guys will try and do it as off camera as they can. There's always a few little tactics you can do in amongst a pack of an 800-metre race. Tamsin Manu smiling like a Cheshire cat here next to me. I think she knows a thing or two about that.
Yes.
So these guys would love an opportunity to race in a heat. And it's around the 149 out to about 153 of the times on paper. Australian Athletics own Matty Goff going out of lane 3. Shout out to Goffy, and he'll have a big crew watching on at home as well. So Harry Helene, Brett Fisk, Matt Goff, Flynn Smith, William Dybel, Prem Hergeman, Miles Carson, Will Hayden, and Henry Diggle. You can see them on screen there, so you can see the times. You can have a look yourself who you think will be battling it out. Looks like the inside of the track, Halen, Fisk and Goff are the fastest, but yeah, when it's rough and tumble and when some of these guys maybe don't want to show their cards too early as well, Nana, that is such a classic move in the 800 metres. You don't want to exert yourself any earlier than you need to, because if there's one guarantee in 2-lap racing, it's that the last 200 will be brutal. So you want to make sure that you've got something in the tank when you need to fire those bullets. So the first of a big group of prelims here, the first of 4 underway. Only the top 2 will go through automatically here. So not the 5 we saw just previously with the women. This will be an absolute dogfight to make their way into this men's 800-metre heats. They work their way down to the rail. The Victorian Flynn Smith, the first to move, and outside of him is Hergman. So it's interesting. What tactic do you take? Do you sit at the back? Do you let this group sort of unfold ahead of you and back in your kick? Or do you set the tempo and just stay out of trouble?
Well, it looks like they're just setting the tempo. It took a really long time for the whole field to move into the inside 2 lanes, but we still see Flynn from Victoria leading the pack in the first 300 metres.
So wasting no opportunity to lead out this group. He just said, I saw what happened in the women and I really don't want to be a part of any of this argy-bargy, and these guys are going to spot him a couple of metres through the opening 400, so they better respond. Harry Helene, the first to do it. Now they start to really pump the arms and try and get after our early race leader, because you do not want to leave him too much room with 300 metres to go. It's Goff now in 4th, reattaches the rest of the group trying to get after him, but only 2, Nana, are going to go through automatically.
And we see Helen move into the field, into the first of the pack, giving Flynn Smith 2nd place.
Yeah, so Smith did so much of that work early, as I mentioned, stayed out of trouble. We can see Helene is away. I mean, he's a 149, 8-man at his best this year. So he's dismantling this field behind him there, and they're all queuing up to try and get an automatic spot. Matthew Goff now moves up into that 2nd place, and he'll want to try and hold off this field. These fast finishers behind him who also want to make their way into a heat, but out here in front, Harry Helene, your New South Welshman, will take out the first of these prelims in a good time as well. It'll be just over 150. Matty Goff gets through the fist pump. Loved it. Brett Fist there comes up for third. Then is Miles Carson. We'll wait on these times. They're going to be 4 little cues across the board.
What a last 200 metres from Helene. We saw them go through in 53 seconds, and then he said, I'm breaking away from this pack. I am going to be an automatic cue. And we saw him pull away. We did not see him slow down, and then we saw the Victorian in Guff cement his second place. But we see lane number 7 in Carlson really push for that third position. But we see lane number 2, Matt Frisk, keep that third. So hopefully a small cue.
So Goff and Helene get that automatic spot. Book themselves a start in the men's heats. Matty Goff set up this venue, so he should know every square inch of it. So waiting nervously, Nana, is Fisk, Carson, Hergman and Dybel. 153.88 for William Dybel. Is currently the last of those small cues. You can see them pan up on screen here. So there wasn't as much argy-bargy in that one as what I maybe advertised.
No, a very clean race. They took their time getting into the first 200 metres.
Maybe this one.
We've got 3 more prelims to go, so you never know. The elbows may come out.
I think they might here. We can see inside Dylan Egadawade recently moved over to the Justin Rinaldi stables. Ashton Hanna, Benjamin Woodhouse, Broden Bond, Thomas Cross, Owen Spicer, Anthony Giselli, Mark Gerard and Aiden Love. Now these guys are much closer on paper. There's only one man sub 150. That's Dylan Egadawade, who's run it this year. And there's another 3 in the 150s and 2 more in the 151. So could go anyway.
We'll have to see maybe some PBs to be top 2 for a lot of these athletes in prelim number 2.
So if you're not going to be the top 2, you know what you need. It's faster than 153. Prelim 2 here for the men's 800 metres.
On your marks.
So top through and move through. They're all going to know that here now in prelim number 2. So Dylan Egadawade is the fastest on paper out of lane number 1. He's broken the 150 marker this year, 149.88, but they're stacked up behind him. Love a 150 man, so too Giselli. So Dylan Egadawade maintains that rail position. Giselli, the Western Australian, leads out the group. We've only managed to lose 1 thus far. Maybe just biding his time in and amongst this bunch, but again, pretty clean through the opening 200.
I know, again, like prelim 1, we've seen the boys take their time getting into the first 200 metres, and we're seeing a very relaxed, spread out field. And the one we've lost, he's got back onto the end of the pack, so it's nice to see.
So Mark Gerard, the New South Welshman, just gets passed now by Ashton Hanna, another of those 150 men. So they're queuing up. They're all enjoying the work rate out in front there of Giselli, our Western Australian. 56.17. That's a pace they can all maintain. And you can see now that they've just put that foot on the accelerator. The car means go. And Giselli still leads out from Egadawade, though. This group, I think it'll chop and change up this back straight just a little bit now. They move through strongly. Ashton Hanna, the New South Welshman, puts himself in a winning position. Woodhouse as well. Egadawade will move 4 wide to give himself every opportunity to fly in this final 200 metres. So Woodhouse from Egadawade, then Hanna in that order. They're not done with yet, though, behind in that 3rd, 4th and 5th position. They'll give everything they can to make their way into a heat automatically. But Dylan Egadawade and Woodhouse making that hard. Hanna now finds a little bit of something in the final 100 metres. Dylan Egadawade is going to need to find a little bit more because Woodhouse is out there in front. Egadawade to Hanna. Hanna over the top, bided it well and gets the 2nd automatic spot. 151.57 to win. And Dylan will have to wait on times. That's a fantastic performance from Ashton Hanna.
What an interesting race. We saw that 3 seconds slower than prelim number 1, but they ended up with a faster time to finish off the race. So hopefully Egadawade will have a small Q to his name.
So 152.08 for Dylan Egadawade right now. That's a snuff for a small Q. Still plenty of prelims to come, but Benjamin Woodhouse, Ashton Hanna, I said they were 150 guys. They were queued up behind our 149 man. And And they showed him what we can do in New South Wales.
What grit Hannon had in that last. He could see that automatic cue so close to him and he didn't give up.
So, again, all waiting on times here. Geez, there's some fast gentlemen in prelim number 3. Let me tell you that. Well, let's go through prelim number 2 first. Woodhouse, Hannah and Egadawade. And it looks like Mark Gerard's also booked himself a small queue. Broden, Bond, Spicer, Love, Yasheli and Cross. A great effort, but will not continue here in Sydney. And our next prelim is ready to get behind the blocks. Here's Curtis Marshall, though. And he just needs to clear out over 5.25, about 8 steps up and over. I think Curtis, yeah, he might be just about in bed. He'd go close. I think he's been done there for a little bit, our man. So congratulations to Curtis. We'll give you a full result on the rest of this field. No, Kurt's still there. He's getting around the boys. Hates a yarn, Curtis Marshall. God, he would just be hating it out there, wouldn't he? No, he's such a stalwart of athletics in this country and always one to get around his fellow competitors.
And we saw Curtis enter the field in 4.95, so a bit lower than what he's usual to, nearly a whole metre. But it's great to see him start his competition so early.
So in this field, Jack Atherton from South Australia has run 148, and Hamish Donoghue is a 147 man at his fastest. He's run 151 this year, hence why he's in this. William Zarkis as well as a 149.99 guy. So a sub 150 man by the nearest of margins, but I'm fascinated by the Jack Atherton, Hamish Donoghue, to be honest with you. This will be an interesting one.
And a faster field for prelim number 3.
So prelim 3 underway. As I've said, a couple of gentlemen in here at their fastest, at their peak. A 147, 148 guys, 150, 51 for them this year thus far. Hamish Donoghue is the man in question. 147.04 is his best. So where does he put himself here? Where does he want to be in and amongst this pack? I think in front by the looks of things. And when you are a 147 man, why not see what this field's got?
I know we saw him take the lead quite early and the field move into the top 2 lanes far more quickly than the first 2 prelims. Hamish taking it out. Now, Hamish has got some speed. I've seen him run sub 50 many times for a 400 metres, so if it becomes a close finish for the last lap, I'm sure Hamish is one to hang in there.
So Donoghue leads out Zarkis, the 149.99 man. He's done that this year, so he can tick off the 150. Can he tick off getting into the 800-metre heats? That is what lays ahead. 55.66, similar to what we saw in the second of our prelims, but Donoghue slingshots off the front of the pack. Usually you're coming from 3rd and 4th to do that, but William Zarkis tasked with the job to lead this peloton back to Hamish Donoghue before he just gets too far away. The rest of the field now around on Zarkis. That's Dransfield from New South Wales. Chernworth as well from Queensland. Out in lane number 2, wide on 2 as well. But Donoghue leads out. Zarkis been patient. He's just been biding his time behind Donoghue. I thought maybe Hamish got the best of him, but Zarkis had other ideas. He's now right up on the shoulder, breathing down the neck of the young Victorian. And Zarkis's form looks oh so controlled. Checks that left and right shoulder, O'Donoghue, but Zarkis moves on past him. The Queenslanders flying here as well. The whole field wants to give themselves a small queue, but 1 and 2, that's done. Zarkis takes it back there to Donoghue, and moved through strongly was Chenwatt of Queensland.
Donoghue did a lot of the work starting into that race, but Zarkis just bit his tongue, worked his way and did what he needed to do. And it was great to see those 2 fight it out. They both wanted to win that race, but Zaha's got the tip at the end of the race.
So congratulations to William Zarkis. 151.18, 151.42, enough for Hamish Donoghue to get in to this men's 800-metre heat. And Chenoweth gets in right now on a small queue. 151.95, sits in the small queue spot, but let's wait, see what happens.
So currently our small queues are 151, 152, 152 and 152.28 to round out our small queues field with 1 heat to go.
So these guys have the benefit, and we're talking about this in terms of prelims and all that stuff, but they have the pure benefit, they won't know exactly what they need, but they would have done enough to go, okay, I saw when that race finished, I saw how close they would be. I think they're living around 152. They would have looked at the board at the top end of the track here and gone, okay, that's Roger, 152.
I was just about to ask you that. In an 800-metre race, because I've definitely never run an 800 metres, are you using the scoreboard to see your placing, or are you working on more your feel and your time and the athletes around you?
I think in a heat, you're certainly using it to your advantage, depending on how you're feeling. If you're leading it out, if you were someone like Hamish Donoghue, you want to know where the people are behind you. You can use instinct as much as you like, but if you have actual footage of where everybody is, it can certainly help. So I think you take a glance. And I think athletes that say they don't take a glance, they're either much stronger than the average athlete or they're lying.
Do you think that the prelim 4 have the biggest advantage knowing what everyone else has run?
Absolutely, because you know, not that you're not always going to try your best, but you know that maybe if the pace starts slow and you're not a kicker, you might have to move around. You might have to go to plan B and make sure you're in a winning position should the time come where you need to run 150, 151. At least you've pushed the tempo. Now, if you sat back and you don't have a great kick and you see the pack go through in 58, that makes your last lap a hell of a lot harder. So it's starting to make those decisions early as you can. And there's a couple of guys in here who will make them quick. Benjamin Jager with hip number 5. He's a 147 man at his best, managed 152 this year. And Cash Jackson Powell, 150 this year, also 147 at his best. Here we go. This is the last of our prelims.
Stand up, please.
Just a bit of unsteady from lane and number 3, Tomlinson Smith.
Let's be still there, please, lane 3.
You nailed it. No, look at that. You even beat the officials to it. 151 man, Gus Tomlinson Smith. He'll like his chances. The last of our men's 800-metre prelims. They'll all know where they need to be. Time-wise, you would think if they looked up at the board, they'd be well across it here, so a big field. It's out past 10 members of this final prelim, and inside of the track, it is Cash Jackson Powell from New South Wales, who just, I think, will maintain his spot. He does. So he stays out in front of this group, who are all queuing up behind, 4 wide, finding a spot.
I think this is the tightest bunch we've seen in our first 4 prelims, as Powell setting the pace as we pass the 150 mark into the 300 metres.
Yeah, so Victoria's Charles Lee sits there in second. So I'm getting the sense that this group behind is going to back in their kick over the final stages of this 800 metres. Every 800-metre runner, I swear, thinks they have the best kick in the country. We're about to see who's got it, because out in front is Cash Jackson Powell. So 55.36, again, consistent with what we saw in prelim number 2 and 3. The Victorian sits there in second, and a group of 7 hunt on behind there. Top 2 automatic, as we know, moving backwards slightly there now is the rest of this bunch. And these two in Powell and Lee are moving along strongly.
Powell has controlled the race from the first 150 metres, but we see our boys going out wide with Wade in lane 4, slowly moving back into lane 2.
Yeah, Wade Devine and Tomlinson Smith, who was antsy on the start line, wanted to get this race going, and now with 150 metres to go, the race begins. So the time for talking is over. It's all about a foot race with 100 metres to go. They'll round out as wide as they need. Lee takes over from Powell. Wade, who you mentioned, Nana, has timed this race to perfection. Gets past Lee. They all start to climb the stairs, but out in front, he's timed this brilliantly. Wins this, Jack Wade.
Wade from lane 4 to first place. A lot can change with 200 metres to go, and we saw that right there. Sat behind everyone for the first 600 metres, but with 200 metres to go, he made his name known, and Wade to win prelim 4.
So what a fantastic race. You can see that. That was probably one of the closer finishes we've seen, and there's going to be no small cues come out of that last one. 151.83 was enough for Wade, and Charles Lee gets up to book himself a spot in the heat. 152.27.
So from prelim 1, Ben Frisk, 152.28 will continue him having a little cue, and we will see him in the heats later on during the Australian National Championships.
So we can see the audience build here. And the results here from preliminary number 4. 151.83 for Jack Wade. Charles Lay, 152.27. And as we said, Tomlinson, Webber, Devine, Powell, Jagger, Burrett and McNaughton will miss out on the opportunity to contest a men's 800-metre heat with the ambition to contest the men's 800-metre final for this group. We can see here, these are the gentlemen that will be in our men's 800-metre heats. Hallen, Goff, Zarkis, Donahue, Woodhouse, Wade, Chenoweth, Hannah, Egedawate did enough to hold on. Here in the end, gets one of those small cues that you've mentioned, Nana. In the group will go and reset, rest, recover, and get ready for the heats to come. Charles Lay, Fisk, Atherton. Transfer misses out by 0.1, 0.2 of a second.
As our pole vault continues, we have 2 pools and 10 spots with 5:25, the automatic qualifier, to get a big cue to lead you into the men's pole vault final later on during the week.
So, pole vaulters continue. We can see as well our women's triple jump final, a senior final at that, going through their warm-ups. And on the track here, in a moment's time, will be the final event for our women's under-20 heptathletes. And 2 Tasmanians will fight it out for a national title. Bailey Vandenbroek and Isabella Wing. So in the end, it looks like the javelin was a big swift, or a big sway in points. 532 points for Isabella Wing there. 618 for Vandenbroek. And she's only 50 points ahead. So you can see what the swing can be. Back in third is Sophie Williams. She should do enough to hold on there from Ashley James. These women, nobody yet to qualify for the World Under-20 Championships. 4,771 points leads.
One last event for our under-20 girls. They have done so incredible for the past 6 events.
It's just such a massive undertaking, isn't it? And we said that after the end of day 1. I can't imagine then having to come back and roll 3 more events. It's remarkable. So all these women just deserve an enormous round of applause.
We'll actually see 2 pools run in the same race. You turn your way to the track. We have cones in lane 4 separating such a big field. We have one of the biggest heptathlon fields we've seen in decades, with over 20 girls starting the competition. So to split them up, so they can be in the same race, we will have some start 25 metres in front of the top 10 girls.
So by my reckoning, 5,280 points is what we need for a World Junior standard. As I said, nobody currently with that standard, but the 2 Tasmanians, Bailey Vandenbroek, Isabella Wing, it looks like they are on the verge of doing enough to get there. And Mia Skerry was 4th at our last edition of the World Junior Champs in the heptathlon. She leads our women's open heptathlon, currently on the verge of possibly making her first Commonwealth Games team. So there's so much you can learn from our heptathletes. I mean, Tori West and Cam Newton-Smith as well, having amazing competitions. As I said earlier in the evening, we are on the verge of the first time in Australian history having 3 women over the elusive 6,000 point marker.
In the same competition. These girls have great role models right in front of them.
So the final event here for our women's under-20 heptathlon, Bailey Vandenbroek and Isabella Wing, the 2 Tasmanians. They're the ones to watch here. Wing, it looks like, out wide on the track, is pretty keen to get into the tempo, so they're currently 4,771 points. And Isabella Wing, 4,719 points. So just behind Vandenbroek, the lead changed after the javelin. And we're also looking for 5,280 points total. That would be enough to get to those World Junior Championships. Looks like Williams, James will be the first two in front here in this 800 metres. And we can see Isabella Wing sitting there in fourth.
It's sad we've seen one competitor off the track after the first 100 metres. We hope you are okay as we continue on with the first 300 metres of the under-20s final event of their heptathlon.
So such a massive undertaking. 7 events, 7 hard events on the track, in the field, everywhere. And these women will be relieved to finish off their championships. But for Isabella Wing and Bailey Vandenbroek as well, it's a battle for a national title. So you can see hip number 7 on there is Isabella Wing, is in that 4th spot, and Vandenbroek now goes through and gets the bell as well. So this separation is significant, it's important. It could be the difference between a national title and an automatic selection for that World Under-20 Championship. So Wing in 4th is who we've got our attention on, and the rest of this group with Williams there, the Queenslander, leading out from James, Durka as well from Western Australia in 3rd. But the determination, the look on Isabella Wing's face is enough to suggest that she would love to be the national champion here, the Tasmanian. So Wing in that 3rd spot, fighting for a position at the World Juniors and a national title. Vandenbroek now with 200 metres to go as well. The two Tasmanians have been dominant across the entire competition for this women's under-20 heptathlon. And with 100 metres to go, you just have to find anything you've got. Jerkster now from Western Australian finding all of that. Williams from Queensland in 3rd. It's Wing there in 4th that we're watching closely. But a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 7 events out on the track and the field, and these women are amazing. And Isabella Wing finishes now. So congratulations. And for all those watching on at home, if you are wanting to continue with the athletics, of course you are, then do switch across there to 7, mate, because we're going to continue the coverage right here on 7.
It does feel like it's the centre of the universe. The world shows next door. Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre goes the pinnacle in Australian athletics. The national championships have been going for over 100 years. And I'm with Tamsin Manu tonight, who won 18 senior titles. Dad won 6 and Mum won 6. You know what it's all about. You know how important it is, Tamsin.
It's super important for the athletes. You know, the lead-up meets, well, they're the warm-up, and the national title is very important, not just for making the Australian team, but for getting your name in the history books.
And the Commonwealth Games is lurking as well, as it's not too far away. So it's absolutely crucial on this weekend. Well, there you go. Scotty's getting into the action. Our Glaswegian here. So that's got us Commonwealth Games thinking, hasn't it? So it's absolutely crucial that you perform well over the next 3 days. It's actually night 2 here. We started yesterday and we've seen some incredible performances. But there's an audacious attempt happening here with Jess Hull. She's hoping to do something that nobody has ever done before.
Yeah, she's attempting to win 3 races, and not just 3 easy ones. They are really incredibly hard and taxing events. The 1,500 metres, the 800 metres and that 5,000. And she starts off with the 1,500 and it's her pet event. She's an Olympic medalist, a World Championship medalist in it. But I feel like that's the one that's going to be the toughest for her.
And are you thinking the whole field? Are you thinking Claudia in particular? Because Claudia Hollingsworth is unbeaten this year, and she took down a champion at the Maury Plant meet.
She did. She beat the newly minted world indoor champion in Georgia Hunter Bell. And it was the way she went about her athletics. She was supremely confident, and we know she's in shape. She's run fast this season, and every time she's stepped on the track, she's run super well. So I think she's the biggest danger.
Well, 5 of the 6 women that have ever broken 4 minutes are in this race tonight, including Claudia. It's such a big night, Tamsin, that Richo is out and about.
Bruce Tamsin and Mitch, thrilled to be part of the National Championship Channel 7 coverage. I'm out of the warm-up track, and Tamsin, you would know this better than anyone. 18 national titles on your incredible CV. That dryness you would have in your mouth at the moment, you're tingling, you're nervous, all the athletes behind. So we've got this incredible contrast. The 100-metre boys and girls are activating at the moment, whereas the 1,500-metre runners are just starting their warm-up. That will be the highlight tonight. An opportunity for us to see Cam Myers in action and Jess Hull as well. The pace will be on in the 1,500 metres. It's going to be a fascinating race. What a night of athletics tonight on the screens of 7.
Let's look at those unmissable moments coming up.
Yeah, well, Jess Hull, she's certainly an unmissable moment. Going for that unprecedented 3 gold. She's made every poster winner at a national championship. She knows how to win them, and hasn't Cam Myers been fantastic? And that Maury Plant meet 3:30 shows that he's in supreme shape. I think for him it's about how fast he can go, and I think it's the same for Lachlan Kennedy. He has looked brilliant all the way through the season. He is back with a vengeance after he had that horrible injury last year that kept him out of the World Championships, and it's fantastic to have Lachie back in shape.
Well, he was brilliant in Melbourne at the Maury Plant meet. Better conditions tonight. Can he break 10 seconds in the heat, do you think, tonight?
Well, I definitely think he can. I was so shocked at how fast he ran at Maury Plant meet because it was cold conditions and he ran 10:03. And Rowan Browning, who finished in second, he's not a slow athlete. He won this national championships last year, and so I think Lachie will be wanting to run quite quickly when the conditions are good, and I think he can definitely go sub 10.
Well, it's one of the highlights of what is a action-packed program. It's hard to know where to start and where to finish. Those hundreds come up very quickly tonight. We have the ambulance races tonight as well, plus the wheelchair races. Some excellent field events. We've got some great stuff with triple jump and also the hammer and those 1,500 metres. I don't think we've ever seen a field like the women's, and Cam Myers starts favourite in a cracking race for the men. So Tamsin, it's all in front of us. There's been a bit happening already. So let's go up and join Mitch Dyer to fill us in with the field, Mitch.
Thank you so much, Bruce. It has been so productive. Here's Chris Petrescu. We saw him at Maury Plant. He's a multiple-time Australian representative. All this is qualifying, and look at the ease on Chris Petrescu. This is what we call a one and done. Just needed one jump to get through to this men's long jump final, and so did this man, Liam Adcock. Now, he was disappointed after the World Indoors, and then he came out at Maury Plant a little disappointed there, but 8.12 metres for him to get through to that final. And Curtis Marshall, he's back from Europe. He's done what he needed to do. He was a world indoor medalist over there, the 2-time 6-metre man, and now he makes his way through to another Australian final. So the class has risen to the top in the field events. It's been amazing. And Richo, I'll throw down to you there.
Yeah, Curtis Marshall there, the 6-metre man in action tonight. So, well, we're moments away from Lachlan Kennedy gracing the track behind us, and it is a beautiful night. He might break 10 seconds just in a moment. Women's heptathlon, not far away. Mia Scary, who was so close to a medal at World Juniors over in Peru in 2024, she's leading and with a big chance to win a national title. That's up next.
Exciting, isn't it? Can't wait for those Commonwealth Games to kick off in Glasgow in late July. On this beautiful night in Sydney, the Australian National Championships here. And this is the final event in the 7 discipline of the combined heptathlon for women. This is the group that are out of the medals at the moment. We've got an incredible situation coming up. That's Holly Juzak there from the ACT. Her best time is at 2:22. So the women start on the first day with 100 hurdles, high jump, shot put, and 200. Come back on the second day and do the long jump, the javelin. And now the tough one, your specialty, Tamsin, the 800 metres.
I don't think I would have quite liked to do it at the end of 6 events. It's certainly a difficult event to finish with. Like the decathlon, the 1500, they saved that grueling event to the last event just to really show that they're the kings and queens of the track, aren't they? And it's all about hitting your own splits and your own paces, and these athletes will have spoken to their coaches to set tempos that they know they're capable of. It's very different to a traditional 800-metre race where, you know, the pack is together and they're trying to win the race. They're trying to hit their own targets, their own personal best, and they'll know the times that they're on. You'll often see these athletes wearing watches that will beep and sort of tell them that they're on target for their own time.
So Amber Nissen, you can see there with the challenge now coming from Georgia Phillips of New South Wales. The big story's coming up though, because those that are contending for the medals go in a moment's time, and Mia Scary is the big one here, and we'll tell you all about what she's achieved so far. Tori West is on her heels and Cameron Newton-Smith not far away as we battle it out here at the end of 2 grueling days. And coming back here is Holly Juzak on the outside, but still Georgia Phillips leading, and the time's going to be around about that 2:21, 2:22, which is decent running. It really is. So it's Georgia Phillips over Holly Juzak, and then in third place Amber Nissen. So they were the top 3 in the first of the 800s. Richo, you're with a sibling of somebody who could do something quite remarkable here.
Bruce, I'm alongside the most nervous person in the whole track, and that is Bianca Scary, because her sister Mia is leading in the heptathlon. I've been watching your knees bouncing up and down. How are the nerves?
I think I'm more nervous than her, to be honest. I have to sit by myself, away from everyone, just to absorb everything. She's leading at the moment, so it's very humbling just to see her at the track.
It seems like yesterday she was a junior, so she's made that transition from junior to seniors, and she's a big chance here to be national champion.
I know, it's crazy. She's PB'd almost every event, so if she does the last event exactly her PB, she's on track for the Com Games qualifier. So.
Give us some insight, the amount of work it takes to train for the heptathlon.
It's crazy. For me, it's a lifestyle. She spends most of her time in Queensland in the summer, and she's worked really hard for it ever since she was a little junior, so I'm very, very proud of her.
You followed her. You went over to Peru to watch her at World Juniors. Oh my God, she was so close to a medal there, wasn't she?
I'm told to be the good luck charm, so I hope it extends to this event today. But obviously, who knows, it's all out in the track, and that's all we can see.
Have I helped calm the nerves or heighten them?
I think they're heightened.
You agreed with me and then you disagreed with me. Hey, Bianca, good luck. We're barracking for her, if that counts.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, that's fantastic to hear from Bianca. Bruce, when I was still a runner, I used to train down at Sandringham Athletics Track, and Bianca and Mia used to come to the track when they were under 10 and do some training. It was quite funny, Mitch, because Mia used to come and throw the discus after school all the time with her mum, Denise, who used to come down to the track because they were desperate to do some extra sessions. And the funniest bit about that is that discus isn't even in the heptathlon. So she's done so well, hasn't she? She's got 6 personal bests in the first 6 events.
So every event she's done has been a personal best. So Cam Myers comes a little later tonight in the 1500 metre final. He was outstanding in the Maury Plant metre, all-comers record, and he did it all himself, Tamsin, didn't he?
He did, and wasn't he just fantastic with his form, his ability? The thing that's so impressive about Cam Myers is the way that he's been able to bounce back from disappointment through the last couple of years, where he missed that Olympic team where there was so much press around him, and then also at Tokyo in those World Championships heats, he would have learned a lot from that, and he just keeps coming back stronger.
So that's sure to come. Tori West goes here. So Tori is 57 points behind. Kaya Suter's had a fantastic competition, a couple of big personal bests. This is the young woman, 21 years of age, Mia Scary, who has set personal bests in each of the 6 disciplines. Cam Newton-Smith, whose father coaches both Mia and Cam, so that's a lovely little relationship. She's in 3rd place at the moment. Madison McBrien from Victoria, Sarah Lux from New South Wales, Christine Gay in South Australia, very good long jumper. The other South Australian, Layla Croker, who's had a very good competition. Chantel Chippendale has been impressive from Queensland, and Alana Chapman of Victoria. So let's set up. 6,200 points is what Mia's really chasing. Her personal best is 5,919 points. She's trying to get past 6,000 and to get a Commonwealth Games qualifier. So she has to run a time that is faster than her personal best. So that time, Tamsin, what time does she need here, and what is her personal best?
Well, she needs around 2:17.95, I think, if we're going to be exact, and her personal best is 2:19. So it's going to be a big ask, especially at the end of 6 events, but, you know, she's done 6 personal bests, so I wouldn't count her out for doing another personal best here. And what does help her is there are faster 800-metre runners in this field, and Tori West, another athlete who'll be going for that 6,200 points, she needs to run a super fast 800 here as well. So the athletes have had a good 2 days of competition, and it comes down to how fresh their legs are and how well they can run over these 2 laps.
So Tori is 57 points behind. Let's say that Cameron can't make up 185 points. Can Tori make up the 57 points on Mia here?
Well, yes, she can. She can. So this 800-metre has two facets to it. The battle between who's going to win that gold medal, and Tori's running like she wants that gold medal and she wants that qualifying standard as well. She spoke after her javelin where she was a bit disappointed and said that she just didn't get onto that one, and so she knows that she's put herself under a little bit more pressure than she would have liked for this 800 metres, but she's attacked it, and she's attacked it well.
So she's a Paris Olympian, Tori. She's been an outstanding competitor for such a long time, 30 years of age. Mia at 21 years of age. Richo talking to Bianca a moment ago, talking about that 4th place at the World Under-20s in Peru in 2024. And here's Tori now getting up alongside Layla Croker of Australia, South Australia, and then Kaya Suter. So for Mia has to stay within Tori's sights here. So she needs to take 4, 5, 6 seconds off her here, Tori. Can she do that? She's certainly making the long run for home here.
She is. Tori's running a beautiful 800 and she's getting helped here wonderfully, but Mia just has to hold her form. She's run a lot of Vic Milers 800 metre races and she's done enough 800 training to know what it takes over this last 150 metres to finish an 800 off strongly.
So Suter away here, but our eyes are on West and Skerry, so that margin's about 40 metres, I guess, 50 metres perhaps. So for Tori, her personal best is 2:15.92. That would be a stunning run here tonight. This is quick. It's very quick. She's going to be around about 2:16, Tori, so that is so fast. But Mia's coming home with a big rush here, and I reckon she's certainly run a personal best again and done enough. So 7 events, Tamsin, 7 personal bests by the look of it, and we'll get that official results coming through. So I can see 2:27 up there on the clock, but it was faster when we were looking at it.
It was certainly around that 2:14 mark for the winner, but you could just tell that she got a little bit tired towards the end, did Mia, but she gave herself every opportunity. Tori's run 2:16, which is a fantastic season's best for her. And all of them have to be proud of the way that they attacked that 800 metres. It was just unfortunate that they got a little bit fatigued in the last 200 metres, and Mia's finished with a 2:19.7.
Which is so close to a personal best. Now, there's so little between them in terms of the points here. So Mia's going to finish up with 6,175, which is a huge personal best. And she's going to prevail by 13 points. By 13 points over Tori at 6,162. We've never had a situation where we've had 3 women over 6,000. Cameron's probably just missed the 6,000. So Mia takes her personal best from 5,919 to deep into the 6,000s, and now is in the top half a dozen in Australian history. So there's the 800 result. Suter at 2:14.24, West at 2:16.53, and then Croker at 2:18.97. But crucially, Mia Skerry at 2:19.72. And here's the summary of it all, Tams. And after 7 personal bests, that is the gap there, and we're getting the points there. And Richo, Mia gets the gold medal, breaks a personal best, and gets oh so close to that Commonwealth qualifier.
It seems like a junior just yesterday, and now you are the national champion, Mia. That is an incredible achievement. How have you done this? How have you PB after PB?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure. I think I knew I was in good shape for every event, but it's hard to bring it all together in a head. But yeah, the stars aligned and more, so yeah, very stoked.
I mean, it's well known how much you've put your whole life on this. You've moved all around the country trying to get the best coaching set up. Tell us who's helped you.
Yeah, I mean, every coach has supported me throughout my whole junior and now senior career. I've learned so much from. I recently partially moved to Brisbane, and Ralph Newton up there and the whole squad has been absolutely amazing. I moved to them when, you know, I was injured and probably not at my best, but yeah, really, really happy with what they've done for me.
Well, we spoke to Bianca beforehand. She's very nervous. Go and see her. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Great stuff by Mia there. So we're off to a flyer here with all those personal bests. Here's the start list for the men's 100-metre heats. And yes, Lachlan Kennedy's in the very first of them and goes from lane number 7. So his time of 10:03 this year was at the Maury Plant Meet. And he is one of 2 Australians to have broken 10 seconds for the 100 metres. It's quite a CV, and the diabetes he's had to handle, hasn't he, over the years?
Yeah, he's been a fantastic athlete. And you kind of forget that he's still only 22 because they talk about gout quite a lot and being the youngster. But Lachlan Kennedy at 22 still has it all ahead of him. And that silver medal at the World Indoors really put him on the globe, and everybody's been watching him from not just in Australia but around the world.
So top 4 to qualify, and then there'll be 7 others that'll go through. There are 5 heats here. So Sam Lishan and Pazel Vizel, and Michael Hansford, Jacob Despard, quality runner as we know from Tasmania, the veteran now, Jake Paul alongside of him, and then Cooper Jenkins of WA, and here's Lachlan Kennedy, the big star of the 100 metres. in Australia, still so young, at 22 years of age. Max Vent was so impressive today with a personal best of 10.46 in the prelim, and then Callum White. So Kennedy 3 from the left here. It's not so much about where he finishes in this race, it's what time. Do we see a 9 here? It's good conditions. Top 4 to go through. Despard in 4, Kennedy in 7. Vissel will be fast early. There's Lockie. His starts are so good. 3 from the left, Kennedy.
Gotcha.
Third.
Away, got out well. Despard got a good start, so did Vissel. Kennedy clearly in front at halfway. All about the time now. Lockie's going for it and going and getting it. Yes, you betcha. And it is legal. What an extraordinary young talent he is.
His ability to relax under pressure and get the job done is second to none. That was a wonderful run by Lachlan Kennedy. It's been rounded down to 9.96. What an incredible race. You see how he reacts to the gun. This overhead shot is just fantastic to see how great he is over the first 60 metres. But what he's worked on is that last 40 metres, his relaxation and turnover. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, we've never seen any Australian run this fast in this country by a long shot. So the first Australian to legally break 10 seconds in this country. And he's getting very close to that storied Australian record of 9.93 that Patrick Johnson set, 23 years ago in Mito, Japan. Richo, you're in good hands.
Oh, 9.96, Lock, if you don't mind. Well, we're wondering whether you're going to open up the engines here, and certainly you did.
Yeah, I mean, my goal was just to hit the start like I normally do it, hit top speed and just try and maintain it, but I definitely got more in the tank. But I mean, what a great way to start the comp. Yeah,
and how significant is it for you to break 10 here in Australia?
I mean, awesome. I've never done it before. Hopefully I do it a couple more times, but yeah, I mean, I'm just super thrilled, super happy.
You were in great shape at that Melbourne run?
Yeah, I mean, Melbourne was a great comp, great atmosphere, great people. I mean, yeah, this is a perfect combination for good times.
Oh, you're ready to rip tomorrow. Smell that dinker, Emma. He's ready. Well done.
Thank you, man.
I reckon take a photo of this. We've never seen anyone run this quickly. So Kennedy 9.96 and then Despard at 10.34, Vende at 10.47 and Vissel at 10.56. Mitch, we're all tingling here. What have you got for us?
Well, that was just simply incredible, a piece of history, but our own history maker is on the runway up the back straight. This is Sarah Walsh, our T64 competitor here in the para women's long jump. Gets out for her furthest marker, 4.93. So she's the national record holder for this event as well. She's a multiple-time Australian representative, a global medalist as well. So this is class, and we can see, speaking of class, Steph Ratcliffe comes back here chasing her first national title if she can get it. Can you believe that? The rate she's been throwing over the last few years, you'd be excused to think she's got one, but 64.32 to lead out this women's hammer throw competition with 3 rounds remaining. So Bruce, plenty happening around the track.
Sure is, thanks for that. We're just catching our breath collectively here after the 9.96. The big gun here is Josh Azzopardi. He's run 10.09 in Perth this year, which he actually ran last year in Perth as well at the Nationals there, and he will start favoured in this second heat. It's loaded up. Ayode's been so good, Joseph, through the season. He's been close to his personal best. 10.27, and then Archie McHugh having a fine season. Jack Doney got through today in the preliminaries, the South Australian, and then there's Josh Azzopardi, looking a bit like the track with his kit. Next to him is Rashid Carver of New South Wales. Prince Jackson, one to watch, and then next to him is Tobias Drummond. Templeton came through the qualifiers today, the prelims, and Andrew Clare, and then Mason Spikers as well. Azzopardi looks so good in Perth. Could he get close? Could he do a 10.0 here? Why not?
Yeah, Azzopardi's been running very well on the circuit leading into this meet. Rashid Kaba, he's gone through the junior ranks, always being the dancer and the celebrator after his races. Also a good hurdler. And you mentioned Prince Jackson. He had a great season last year under Stacey Tarima as coach. 25 years of age now. Another one to watch.
He's powerful, isn't he, that Prince? But there's Josh. He's never run better. He was the Oceania champion, and those championships are coming up in Darwin in May. He's the defending champion if he goes up there. He's been part of that incredible relay team. In fact, that 4x1 team broke the Australian record here in Sydney, didn't they? With Lockie leading off and Josh being a part of that last year during the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series.
Yeah, and he's competitive, Josh. He'll want to have his own piece of history, and so he will have seen how fast Lockie went, and he'll be wanting to put a good mark down as well.
There's no point hanging back. Tomorrow night's conditions mightn't be as good. You've got to go for it. It's not too taxing for these guys. The top guys haven't run so far today. They've had weeks to freshen up. Josh didn't go to the Maury Plant meet. He's set himself here. So he's 4 from the right. Prince Jackson's 4 from the left. McHugh 2 from the right. But the eyes are on as a party here. Second of the heats.
Third.
He got out well as a party. Carver alongside of him. Jackson away pretty well. Claire out wide. As a party clearly in front. Now how fast can he be? He's looked around and switched off. 10.23. Well, everybody's got their methods. He looked on for something pretty quick. Decided not to. He switched it off and saves it for tomorrow night.
Yeah, he got the job done early. He made all the running in the first 40 metres and was able to switch it down and just relax through the line.
Impressive, no question. And have a look at that break that Tams had talked about. 4 from the top of the screen there, away. And at this point, I'm thinking maybe a 10-0. Josh wasn't ready for that. Back Browning's coming up after this. Heat 3 of 5 of the men's 100 metres, and Rowan Browning is the main man here. But Jackson Rowe's got to be so hard to beat. He's been quicker than Rowan so far this season. Rowan showing some better form, that's for sure, at the Maury Plant meet after what was a bit of a head scratcher for him. He wasn't 100% well when he was in Perth. James Gibbert goes from the inside. He's run 10.44. Luke Timlin next to him from the University of WA. Craig Concesso came through the prelims. And there's Jackson Rowe, been so impressive. There's Rowan Browning, 3 times the Australian champion. What an athlete he's been over the stretch. Jack McIntyre and then Hugh Sharman from Queensland. Carl Corey Ewings, who started the season quite spectacularly, and then Donovan Bradshaw from New South Wales. Strong line-up, but you would have to say that Browning and Rowe are the 2 to watch in the middle.
Yeah, Browning's experience will count here, but Jackson Rowe's been running very well. And look for James Gibbert on the inside. He's been running very well over 60 metres.
So Rowan, at 10.01, he's been in that 10.0 so often. He has broken 10 seconds, but it was wind-assisted. So he's been desperately chasing the 10.0s. That would be probably something beyond him tonight because he's working into his best form. Right in the middle, in the pink. Away, got a goal. Now, what's happened here?
Well,
Browning looked out pretty well. Rowe not so good, so let's have a look. Who's, if anyone? Ooh.
Well, Rowe looked like he sat and dwelt and didn't react at all.
Didn't really move, did he?
No, so it didn't look like anybody had the break. It just more looked like
Lane
Jackson
4,
Rowe sat.
False start, disqualification.
Gee, so they've picked Jackson Rowe full start disqualification, we've just been told.
Interesting, because he was the slowest out.
So Jackson to go and have a chat and maybe look at the vision here.
Unless, I'd love to see that again. Just, it might have.
So
let's
here
have
we
a look
go.
at the pressure on the foot plates. Let's have a look. Yeah, so see how he did, but then he knew he did it, and so he just didn't push off. Yep, because he was the slowest out, wasn't he? Like, he really looked like he dwelt.
Gee, that is so disappointing for Jackson and for all of us, isn't it? So we're 1 down here. So no Jackson Rowe, who was the fastest in this field with 10.14 this season, the fastest. So Browning with an empty lane next to him. He got a good start, Rowan, just then.
He did. He reacted well. He's pushed out, and he often does. He's a good starter when he gets it right.
Third.
Away, got a good start again. So Gibbert on the right of screen, Concesso. Browning clearly in front. Bradshaw's having a good run. Rowan's going to squeeze the lemon, and he's run pretty well. It's 10.25. It'll come down probably to 23 or 24. Quicker than Maury Plant, and the quickest this season for him. but he really pushed hard, but he looked good. He looked quicker than the time.
Yeah, no, I think what Rowan would be looking for is a better run than the one before. And the way that he was through the middle of this race and towards the end, he looked like the Rowan of old. He was able to relax and have that good knee lift, nice pop off the ground. See the relaxation through his face. That's exactly what you want as a sprinter, and he's done that easily.
So a little quicker than Maury Plant, just a touch. It's 10:24, season's best, Richo.
Yeah, Ro, congratulations. The season's best for you. You're building your form.
Yeah, that's right. Slowly but surely.
What did you make of that run?
Look, it was all right. It was a good start. I was really disappointed seeing Jackson get DQ'd. He's been in great form, and I thought it was a bit rough. Look, I hope they let us wear tracksuits tomorrow out here, because if you're in heat one, it's all right. It's a 15-minute call room. But if you're in the last heat, you're out here for an hour, you're not out on the track, getting cold. It's not really fair. Yeah. So hopefully they let us bring our tracksuits tomorrow.
That's an interesting point. You were able to handle that, though, the fact that there was a false start?
Yeah, you know, I've been around the block, and, you know, you just got to deal with it. But, you know, you want equal conditions for everyone.
Good luck, mate, in the semis. Got Rowan Browning there, one of our most experienced Australian athletes. And Mitch, that experience counted. A little like Matt Denny. Where's Matt Denny at the Nationals? He's not here. He's in America and he's doing amazing things.
I don't think Matt Denny could geographically be further away than he is right now. This is him throwing in Oklahoma at the early hours of this morning. 74 metres, a world lead for Matthew Denny. One of the furthest throws we've ever seen in history. And, geez, all the experiences are doing phenomenal here, Bruce.
And there's every chance that he may break that world record. He's got 3 more competitions coming up in a short time. As we have a look at the start list now, the world record holder's injured at the moment, not around Electra where he broke the world record last year. So watch for Matt. He may get to 76 metres in the next 3 or 4 days. Alex Colgan, the quickest here along with Jai Gordon. They're probably the 2 to watch, I think, Tamsin, as we come into heat number 4.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Jai Gordon getting back to his best. He started the season off with a personal best. He was such a fantastic junior, went to those World Under-20s and was having a cracking run before he tore his calf muscle in that race. And it's been a long road back, but he's in his best shape, and wonderful to see Jai Gordon.
That's for sure. So Hayata Yanita there, Thomas Sembler, South Australia, went through the preliminaries today. Max Van Balen and then Damon Brown of Queensland. And then next to him is Talon Smith of Victoria. Then Alex Colgan, a real talent here. And Sebastian Milverton's been in very good form, over 200 as well as over the 100 metres. So watch for him. He'll be strong late.
Yeah, Alex Colgan grew up on a farm in Albury Wodonga. Runs for Sandringham, has the strip of Sandringham colours on. Coached by Tom Morehouse.
Fourth of 5 heats. If you did just join us, we will show you again. Lachlan Kennedy's run 9.96 tonight. First Australian to break 10 seconds in Australia. Second fastest time by any Australian ever. So Gordon is 3 from the right of screen, and Colgan didn't get a great start. Sue from the left. Milverton's right up at the moment. Gordon clearly in front of Milverton. They'll be the first 2 in getting through for third Colgan after a slowish start. Set it up early, Gordon. Had really the race under control and runs at about 10:36 by the look of it. They're coming down by about 100ths of a second generally these times.
Yeah, no, Jai Gordon has got out well here. You're right about Colgan. He certainly dwelt in the blocks in his first 15 metres. He had to do a lot of work there, but it was all about Jai Gordon. It's great seeing him back. He had a great championship as a junior on this track, and he'll be happy to be running freely, injury-free. But look at the high knee lift that he's got, and he's able to switch it down with about 30 metres to go as well. And it was interesting the comments that Rowan Browning made about the tracksuit pants and not being able to go out into the track. That would make a difference in terms of the athletes that are in the later heats. And the thing I liked the most about it was the fact that Rowan had the fire in the belly again, and that shows that he's ready to have a good championships.
So let's check those results after Jai Gordon's performance there in the 4th of 5 heats here. So 10.37. over Sebastian Milverton and Alex Colgan, and qualifying as well from New Zealand, Hayato Ionito. Mitch, tell us what's been going on in the field.
Yeah, the women's triple jump final is firmly in action. You can see here, this is Tiana Boris. Now, she was a World Junior bronze medalist only a few years ago. She's been battling a few injuries and would love the opportunity to be the national champion here. She got out over 13.21 in the second round. She's a popular athlete. She was the first to win a global medal for Australia in a long time. But here's Desley Owusu. She was your world champion representative last year. She's a 3-time champion, looking for 4 on the trot. And she just bettered her 13.56, the furthest jump we've seen in women's triple jumping this year. So the competition is ramping up.
It's a perfect night for 2, Mitch, that's for sure. Conditions are great. Here's the start list. Christopher Hughes and Connor Bond, both with that 10.18 this season. Both had personal best. So they are the 2 that you would think are the main seeds in this final first round, so to speak. We had preliminaries today. We had 24 men waiting for them, and we've seen them here tonight. Browning winning, Gordon winning, and of course Kennedy's incredible run. So McGregor Levy, Christopher Hughes in great form, James Vass, here's Connor Bond. He and Chris Hughes, part of that relay squad. Lucas Schmidt had some great runs in South Australia over the last couple of years. Liam Granado of New South Wales. Maliki Kessie, New South Wales, in good form. Feng Fei Zhao of New South Wales. Leroy Dempsey, saw him at Stall, and he ran very well today at 10.53 in the preliminaries. And Barnabas Roto, we also still at Stall, and he ran 10.55 today. So backing up from that incredible Easter Monday. Usain Bond, I'm looking at, Tamsin.
Yeah. Bond has been an athlete that went through that World Under-20s with Lachlan Kennedy, Caleb Law, Jai Gordon. It was a really talented age group that came through those World Under-20s, and you're just starting to see the benefits of those athletes pushing each other through the junior ranks, and Connor Bond definitely one to watch.
They're both pocket rockets in many ways. They're both powerful, aren't they? They're not tall, but they're very strong. We're talking about Hughes there in the white and a Bond, 2 from him in the black. So we are looking right of screen for the favourites. Clean start. I reckon Bond just beat Hughes out. Not much in it. Kessie got a very good start. It's Bond showing away from Hughes at the moment. And Bond clearly over Hughes. And then Kessie. And that was impressive. A little fist pump too, Tamsin. He likes it. He's in the shape of his life.
Yeah, Connor Bond will be really happy with that. So into a slight headwind, so that makes a little bit of a psychological difference. You can see Connor has the big arm actions, lovely knee lift off the track, definitely leading by the middle phases of this race. Could have switched off, ran through the line, happy with that win.
He's in great form, he really is. He's gone to another level, still developing, and look at that. Yeah, we saw it, Connor, don't you worry about that. We were watching, and he comes back for a semi-final, and he looks like he's not out of a medal hope. Lockie starts a warm favourite, an overwhelming favourite after what we've seen so far tonight. So smiles around. So some fantastic sprinting, but we saw something we'd never seen before in Australia tonight. We saw an Aussie under 10 seconds. It was remarkable, and that final's tomorrow night, semis and final. You haven't seen anyone go this quick with an Aussie vest on. Beautiful night in Sydney, good crowd in, as you can see in the grandstand, as we move to the women's 100-metre heats here. We had the preliminaries today. Riley Day, a name that we know oh so well, the semi-finalists for the Tokyo Olympics in the 200 metres, coming back strongly again this season. So Cadel Smith of Tasmania in lane 1. It's been a terrific day for Tasmania. Zara Hagan, the fastest in Australia this year, in lane number 2, the youngster. And there's Riley Day next to her in lane 3, both Queenslanders. I reckon Zara would have looked at Riley a few years ago and said, that's what I want to be. Olivia Rose Inkster in lane 4 is in good form. So's Jade Johnston Matrevska in lane number 5, both from New South Wales. And then Jaya Gibbons of New Zealand, Georgia Harris, the impressive Queenslander there, and then Nicole Berridge, who ran well at the Stall Gift earlier this week, and Katie Sampson next to her. Nicole from the ACT and Katie from New South Wales. Riley Day looked good in the prelims today. She switched off late.
Yeah, fantastic to have Riley Day back out here competing in a national championships. Brilliant 200-metre runner, Olympic semi-finalist.
So Zara, just 18 years of age, 2 from the right here. She ran 11.16 in Canberra early in the season.
Set.
Away, so Zara got a good start. So it's Hagan leading, Day behind her. Harris is out well, 3 from the left. Going strongly though, Hagan. Harris trying to get up alongside of her, and Day looks like she'll get through. It was tight on the line, but Hagan, I think, has prevailed over Harris. And I reckon Riley Day might have hung on for third. It was pretty close. The first of 5 here, but the first 4 to qualify through to the semi-finals.
Yeah. The 18-year-old was able to hold her nerve, even though she had some big names on the outside of her. You see her react really well to the gun. Nice long stride. She's deceptively fast. She's got that strong pushback with her legs and a little bit ungainly with her arm action, which you expect from an 18-year-old without the core strength of a mid-20-year-old. So there's a lot of improvement to be made by Zara Hagan, but a wonderful run here. The youthful exuberance across the line, and Georgia Harris also running very well for second. And great to see Riley Day holding her form well there and just being back on the track injury-free is fantastic to see. But you see what I mean by Zara? She's got that lovely way of being able to throw the legs out. 18 years of age, and she's won her heat.
Such a big future for her. Georgia Harris has run superbly, and then Riley Day hanging on for third by the look of that. As we check those results after the first of 5 heats for the women, well, Georgia Harris got the nod at 11.49 over Zara Hagan at 11.50, and Riley Day at 11.66, and Olivia Inkster. Richo.
We're building up to the 1,500 metres. Claudia Hollingsworth's twin sister Gemma's here, and also her friend Lucy. How's Claudia feeling?
I think she's pretty nervous, but she's really keen to get out there and have a good race, I think.
So you're a very talented musician, a beautiful singer. We loved you on The Voice. Is there anything the Hollingsworths can't do?
Oh my goodness, that's really nice. I'm sure there's heaps of things that we can't do, don't worry.
Lucy, how are you feeling?
Bit nervous, bit excited.
Yeah, what do you think? Can Claudia mix it with Jess Hull?
Yeah, I reckon she can give it a good crack.
I think you're damn right. Gemma, hard to believe you're 20 years of age. Guess what happens on Sunday? Tell everyone.
Me and Claudia 21 on Sunday. Very exciting to have a birthday and a bit of a different experience, I think, being here at the Athletics, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, a bottle of Verve Clicquot on Bruce McAvaney's account. Well done. Good luck.
Sounds pretty good, thank you.
As long as I can have half a glass, I'll be right. Thank you for that, Richo. I'll be in good company, won't I? Let's have a look at heat number 2 here. Olivia Matz has been in good form this year. Olivia Dodds is a young gun, that's for sure, and certain, the Western Australian. So Jessica Haney from WA goes from lane number 1. She came through the prelims, and then Jacinta Lempret of New South Wales. Olivia Matzo, who had the big double in Queensland, the 100 and the 200 at their championships. And then Piper Cornelius next to her from Western Australia. So many Western Australian talented sprinters here. Emily of New South Wales in terrific form at 11.7 this year. And then Bronte Pickering of New South Wales at 11.6 this year. And then Isabella Fletcher, who ran so well earlier today. And there's Olivia Dodds, still such a youngster at 19 years of age. And Ebony Newton goes in lane number 9 from New South Wales. So Olivia in that relay mix, such a brilliant young sprinter.
On your marks.
So 2 from the top, 2 from the left, I should say, Olivia Dodds. Olivia Matza in lane 3.
Set.
Away, Dodds out pretty well, 2 from the left, Matza 3 from the right out well, and Pickering going as well, but Dodds clearly in front. Matza's very strong late with that big 200 metre finishes, but Dodds gets it over Matza, and I reckon Lee might have got through for third. So around about that 11.6, she did what she had to do, the 19-year-old.
She did exactly what she did in that Perth Grand Prix heat where she ran a personal best of 11.30. She came here, she got the job done, she was able to switch off. The 19-year-old's looking good moving forwards into those semi-finals.
So 2 of the 5 are down. One of the favourites for the final, Chloe Mannix Power, will be one to watch in the next of the heats on this big night of the Australian National Championships in Sydney. Working our way through the first heats here of the women's 100 after the men's earlier. So here's the start list. Chloe Mannix Power certainly looks the favourite on what we've seen so far this year. She's been in great form. A former Stall gift winner who really is making her mark. So Emma Theringham came through the preliminaries today, ran so well there, gets into the heats. From Queensland, Jess Mead also from Queensland next to her, 11.9 this year, going well. Georgia Hulls, we know oh so well. She ran in the preliminaries, looked great today. Lovely to have her back here. Marissa Hanlon also was superb today. Her sister's been running quite brilliantly, unbeaten at 200. Here's Chloe. She's been in great form. Shauna Herbst, who we saw at Stall running so well. Sienna Vasella with a lovely story. And next to her, Alicia Kramer, and then Lauren Percival, who's been in great form at their New South Wales Championships. Tell us something about Sienna.
Sienna's got great pedigree. Her grandma was Marilyn Black, who won the bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics in 1964 in the 200 metres. Her mum is Jane Jamieson, Australian heptathlon champion. And her dad and granddad shared the name, Peter Vasella, both athletes as well. So a lot of pedigree. She's third from the left.
Third. Away. So Mannix Power got out pretty well. She's so strong late. Hulls got a good start, and so did Percival out wide. But Chloe in front at the moment from Hulls, and Chloe Mannix Power comes away with that power and runs at around 11.50. It's a good run. The wind has been pretty kind tonight. No headwind, so to speak, in a consistent fashion. It was a really strong performance. Georgia Hulls has come over and is in very good shape. But look at the middle lane here.
Yeah, we know Georgia Hulls is a good 200-metre runner, so look for her to finish strongly at the back end of the race. But Chloe Mannix Power, she's so super strong. She's come through the surf life-saving scene. She's very fast on the sand and uses that to great effect across the track. She's very strong off the track. You can see she's using her arms. Big arm action here. She's sitting back a little bit, which says she's got a little bit more for that semi-final and final to come, hopefully. But nice and relaxed, even though there is a bit of tension, she's still keeping that shoulders nice and relaxed.
So Mitch triple jump hammer going on at the moment in the field.
Yeah, the hammer throw competition has just come to a complete end. So our national champion has been decided. It was a bit of a two-way battle. You can see the Texas State across the chest there of Lara Roberts. Now, she was at those World Championships last year. She was third in the NCAA outdoors last year as well, and managed to heave out this hammer throw 65.51 metres. So you can see the contemplation there that went on after that throw. Maybe wanted a little more. 70 metres exactly is what we need for the Commonwealth Games qualifier. Enter Stephanie Ratcliffe, who comes in here, the World Championship representative from the last two championships, goes out just shy of the 70 metres, 67.71 for her as well. Two-time NCAA champion. Would you believe this is her first Open national title? So congratulations to Steph Ratcliffe.
Unbelievable. She's also a type 1 diabetic like Lachlan Kennedy as well, and she said that her parents used to wake up at 3 a.m. every night to check her blood sugar levels, and she's an impressive human being, overcoming quite a few things to get back into the circle and throw the hammer as far as she does.
So here's the start list for Heat 4 of the Women's 100. Great story there with Steph. In the background, Monique Hanlon's been the form runner over 200 metres all season. She really has been a surprise, and she's continued that great form. Bronte Carroll goes in lane number 1 here of New South Wales. She knows this track oh so well. Taylor Crutton, so quick at the beginning of her races, and a big talent at 22 years of age from WA. So there's Bronte and Taylor, and then next to those from Singapore, Jin Rong, Kirsten Yong. Great to have that international flavour. Here's Monique Hanlon, unbeaten in the 200 in the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series this year. Alana McInnes of Victoria. Lauren Johnson of New South Wales next to her. And then Keely Boyne's been going well from Victoria. She's got down to the 11.6s, 11.7s. And then Carla Tachi of New South Wales, and Sybil Mapofu of Queensland has been in terrific form as well with those 11.68 run today, this year I should say. So Monique's so good at 200, so we know that if she gets a good start here, you'd think that Taylor would be the early leader, but Monique's going to be strong late.
Yeah, Monique, who would have just seen her sister run in the heat before that one, and she's had a fantastic season, hasn't she? She made the final of the 200 metres last year. We shouldn't be as surprised as we have been, but she's been making every poster winner. It's good to see her doing the 100 metres here just to work on that speed, but she has been super fast around the bend in all her 200s this year.
So 4 from the top there, Monique Hanlon of Queensland in the black strip. 4th heat for the women in the 100 metres. Semi-finals and finals tomorrow night.
Third.
Away, so Crutton 2 from the right, normally a fast starter. Hanlon's actually in front of her early, and Boyne got out really quickly. Hanlon clearly in front though, and coming away. Boyne's having a good run, and then Crutton. And Monique actually switches off. She is in the form of her life. She's gone to another level this season.
She's the real deal. You know, she's kept presenting race after race this season, and the way that she was able to come out of the blocks, and Taylor Cruttenden is usually a fantastic runner over the first 40 metres, but the way that Monique was able to get to that 50 metres and then open up that lovely stride length of hers in the 100 metres, that was a brilliant piece of running. Another example of how important it is to stay relaxed while you're under pressure and trying to run as fast as you can down the track, but she switches off with 20 metres to go, and lovely piece of running there by Monique Hanlon.
So relax. Richo, down to you, mate.
Well, world sprinting royalty was in Australia last week for the stall gift as we're watching the 100 metres here at the moment. And it continues on Channel 7 tomorrow night when Bruce McAvaney had a unique opportunity to sit down with Sha'Carri Richardson and Christian Coleman for a special Unfiltered. The incredible commitment that Seven's got for track and field, the Murray plant meet into the stall gift and now national championships. And don't forget tomorrow night, Unfiltered.
So all of that tomorrow night, along with the finals of these. So Emily Burge here equalled her personal best today. Olivia Honey, more about her grandmother in a moment. Here's Olivia Hastings. So there's a lot of South Australians here. Olivia's the #1 sprinter in South Australia. She's a young star on the rise. Taylor Spackman's a former Bay Sheffield winner both of the 70 and the 120, the top race in South Australia. Next to her, Samantha Lathwood, who was the second fastest in the prelims earlier today. And then Monique Quirk, such a well-known sprinter from New South Wales. Ebony Lane, who arguably is favourite for the title, I think, going 2 from the right. And Annika Swift of New South Wales. Just back to young Burge. Her grandmother, Di Burge, won the 100 metres, the 200 metres and the 4x1 in Jamaica at the Commonwealth Games. Yes, the Commonwealth Games in 1966. Could you imagine an Aussie going to Jamaica and winning the 100, 200 and 4x1 right now?
It's impressive. It would be very impressive if it happened.
What are you thinking here?
Certainly watch for Ebony Lane to get out well and to control this race.
So 2 from the left, Ebony. She's been in cracking form this year. Hastings will be strong late.
Third.
Away, so Lane did get that good start. Hastings away pretty well. Spackman just up on her, and then Honey. Lane clearly in front, but Hastings is giving her a big run here. Lane just, oh, that is so close. Switched off a bit, Ebony, on the line. Olivia matched her, though, just about the whole way there. Good time, inside 11.6. Oh, boy, that's a photo finish, I would have thought.
Yeah, I thought that Olivia Hastings reacted very well to the gun as well. Ebony's got her trademark quick start. She looked like she just didn't have the same urgency through the middle phases of that 100 metres, but certainly finished off strongly and takes the win just over Olivia Hastings, who'll be very happy with that run. She's coached by Dan Semler, who's doing some great things in South Australian sprinting. And just Ebony looked that little bit more relaxed in the last 30 metres of that race. Look how switched off she is in the facial expressions. She's got a point to prove this season, does Ebony. She really wants to go and represent Australia in the major in an individual event. She doesn't want to be left out of the relay team again, and I think sometimes those disappointing moments can fuel the fire.
So no dipping there in the heat. Ebony just over Olivia there in the 5th and final heat for the 100 metres. So just checking that result. It was 11.59, 11.61, and then Annika Swift and Olivia Honey. Jess Hull, and the most extraordinary lineup in the 1,500 metres coming up. But it's the first of what could be 3 that have never been done before at an Australian Championships. So what will be one of the highlights of tonight, because of what Angus Hicksman did yesterday, he broke the world record in the T38 for the 1,500, and he took Reece Langdon's world record by 0.12 of a second. So this rivalry continues, and here's the young man who is the world record holder now at the 1,500 in the T38. Next to him, Aaron Houston, a T20, and then Jack Conroy, a T38, and then Kyle McIntosh, T20. And here's Reece Langdon just there, and then next to him Joseph Feather, and then Somasiri, and then Zachary Barwell, and also Jordan Rudd. So a mixture here, Tamsin, of different categories for the ambulant racing, and Hinksman really is going again for a world record, and he's got his great rival to try and get that one back.
Yeah, they've had such great head-to-heads. Hinksman is only 20 years of age, Langdon 30 from Victoria, but Hinksman said it was pretty surreal yesterday to get that world record.
So Langdon's world record set at the Nationals last year was 3:46.83, and Hinksman ran 3:46.71 yesterday, so he's backing it up here. So Langdon quickly in front of Somasiri in second placing, and Hinksman back in 5th place at the moment. So Langdon, we're told that he's going to try and go out at 62nd pace. So 60 seconds gives you 3:45. So that's world record pace.
Well, I think Langdon would have been pretty upset to lose that world record to Hinksman. He knows that they have had some great battles in the day, and he'll be wanting to see if he can get it back here in this final. Langdon, who began athletics at the age of 9, he grew up on a farm in Goulburn and ran the 2 kilometres to his letterbox, and that's where he started to get his fitness from.
So they're in the T38 category. We'll get this split. So it's going to be just over that minute by the look of it, around about that 61. So 61.13. It's still certainly within range of that world record. Joseph Feather in second placing, and then Somasiri, and just behind him is Angus Hinksman, and you can see how well he's looking at the moment. So no real surprises here. Reece pushing hard. So he's a T38 athlete, as is Angus. So that's for athletes with movement and coordination affected to a lower degree, lower trunk and legs, and usually down one side of the body. So look, our admiration for all these athletes, and as we look towards the Commonwealth Games and the fact that they're joined at the hip with the able-bodied athletes, makes the Commonwealth Games very special, doesn't it, in so many ways.
It does, and you can see here, Langdon is really controlling this race from the front, but he's still keeping it nice and calm. He'll be hitting his targets well, and Hinksman's done a good job to be able to just move through the field at that point where he could sense some slowing down of athletes, and he's got onto the shoulder of Langdon. There's 2 goals for these athletes. They want to get across the line in first position, but they do really want to be the athlete that works away from this championship with the world record title. But Hinksman's looking really nice at the moment. He started to open up just a little bit of a lead, and Langdon's trying to react.
And Somasiri, the Sri Lankan, is about 3 metres away. He's in a different category at the T46 level, and then a gap to Joseph Feather. So Hinksman really now starting to wind it up, and Reece has just got to try and hang on to Angus here. So he had that world record taken by that 12/100ths of a second yesterday, and they are close to that world record pace here. So Hinksman, with all the momentum of yesterday's world record run, and the Sri Lankan just dropping off a little, Somasiri behind them, but he's had a great run so far. They get the bell.
You can see Hinksman looking nice and calm. He's looking at that bell split. You can tell he really wants to make sure that they are on target, but he'll be able to sense that Langdon's still right there on his shoulder.
They're going to have to kick this down something incredibly to get to that 3:46.71 that Hinksman ran yesterday. Langdon's poised though, isn't he? So there's a real battle on here. It's not so much maybe the world record, it's a battle for first and second. Hinksman does look powerful in the back straight. Look at that steely look of his. Not running scared, running confidently, and knowing that Langdon's not quite on his shoulder, but almost on his shoulder.
Yeah, Hinksman's running nice and tall. Still looks like he's got another gear to give, but Langdon's just a fighter, and he's not giving up the fight here.
It certainly isn't. So that clock ticks over into the 3:30s now. So that 3:46 is going to be a loser for them here, but it's a national championship at stake. And look at Langdon and the courage and determination as he tries to get up alongside of Angus here. But Hinksman looks around. He's got his measure for the moment. He's 2-3 metres in front, and now he starts to push away. What a weekend he's having. What a weekend. World record, and now the championship. Langdon was terrific, and so was Somasiri coming home in third place. He stayed with them for quite a while. He just couldn't quite match them when the pressure was on, but he's run a very fast time for himself, and then there's big gaps after that. It's a great race.
Well, competition brings out the best in athletes, and to have in your backyard Hinksman and Langdon being able to race against each other and push each other to these super fast times and great battles, it's exciting to watch, and that was another one of their head-to-heads that was certainly certainly a great one to witness.
So Barwell and then McIntosh and then Houston over the line, and then behind them Rudd and then Feather, who was up with those leaders in the early stages. So one more, I think, still to come in the 1500. But Hinksman, Angus, what a star he is, and he was so powerful late. Reese having an incredible career and running, I think, so courageously and giving himself every shot. But it was clear on the line, wasn't it?
Hinksman was coached by Simon Moran in South Australia, and he's recently moved to Philo Saunders, but still Simon has a lot to do with his running career, the South Australian.
And Jack Conroy's just gone over the line, so all of the finishers are home now. Richo.
Well, I'm joined by the world record holder. It's got a beautiful ring to it, Angus. Congratulations. How's the last 24 hours been as a world record holder?
Pretty surreal, to be honest. It's been something I've dreaming about since I was about 16. I remember this race exactly, coming in behind Reese and seeing how strong he is, and ever since I've just been sort of chasing his mark down, and now we get to compete together on the biggest stage, and it's a bit surreal, especially to take a record from such a good athlete.
He made you earn it tonight.
Oh yeah, definitely wasn't expecting it, but considering how I was feeling post PB, I think it was a pretty good solid strategy. Just was able to dig and find something more.
How was the phone, mate? You've been run off the hook since you became a world record holder?
Yeah, there's been a few messages, but it's just been nice to feel the love and the support. It can be a cold sport with how much training you do solo, so it's always nice to perform at these events.
World record holder, and in the Nike Elite kit, you look outstanding, mate. Well done on the national title.
Have a good one. Thank you.
And speaking of 1500 metres, it's time for one of the great highlights of these national championships. It's the women's 1500 metre final. The heats were yesterday, and 5 of the 6 women that have broken the 4-minute barrier are in this field tonight. And Jess Hull's trying to achieve something that nobody has done before, to win the 800, 1500, which we start with tonight, and the 5,000 metres over these national championships. It is so audacious. It is so Jess, isn't it? And she's won the 1500 3 times. She's won the 5,000 4 times. And she's won the 3,000 twice. This was last year. It was a battle. It was a real battle, wasn't it? But she did win. She hasn't been beaten ever at the Australian Championship. She's 9 for 9. And Claudia Hollingsworth, who turns 21, as we know, on Sunday, has been in the most outstanding form so far this season. Can she challenge Jess here? This is the Maury Plant meet where she beats Georgia Hunter-Bell, who'd won the world title just 6 days earlier, and she had her measure on the night. And Abby Caldwell, of course, a star in her own right, the bronze medalist from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
And that's before we even mention Sarah Billings and Georgia Griffith, who's a world indoor bronze medalist over 1500 metres. We are so spoilt for talent in the women's 1500 metres.
And Abby has won a national championship at this trip in 2022. So here is this incredible field. Jess just taking a deep breath, and Georgia next to her, the 3,000 metre Australian record holder. She got that off Jess. Next to them is Steph Kelly. So it's an incredible program that Jess is taking on here. She's won 7 global medals, which is a match for any Australian female. Shirley Strickland, Nicola Oleschlager, Sally Pearson, Jess Hull with 7 global medals. And here's the young gun, and she is a gun, Claudia Hollingsworth, 2nd silver medalist in the World Juniors last in 2024. You do feel like something very special is about to happen. The tension around this track is palpable.
You can feel that this one's special. This one is arguably the race of the meet. Madison Caulfield, the athlete from Victoria, she was a fantastic junior coming through. She's fought back from some injuries. She'd be very happy to be in this final. Izzy Thornton-Bott, the athlete who competed on the college circuit with great success. Lauren Ryan, we haven't mentioned Lauren yet. We're used to seeing her over 5,000 and 10,000. She stepped down in distance. She looked good in qualifying. Zoe Maluish, the athlete from the ACT.
It's had a good season so far. Georgia Griffith, a medalist from the World Indoors.
Georgia Griffith won that bronze medal retrospectively. She'd be happy to have it in her hands, though. Fantastic athlete over 1,500, 3,000 metres, 5,000 came through as a junior, over 400, 800 as well. Was 4th in the world under-20s coming through the junior ranks.
So next to Georgia will be Jess. We've had a lot of races over the years, so our greatest ever middle distance female runner. There's no question about that. The silver medalist at the Olympic Games.
And how impressive is it that someone with the CV that she's got, that she's still willing to put herself under pressure here at the National Championships and keep challenging herself.
Steph Kelly there, Victoria, and then Sarah Billings, fantastic talent. At 800, 1500, Clara Dess spent a lot of her time in the United States. So Claudia Hollingsworth, this youngster, has never raced Jess except at the Stallgift. They've never raced one another at an Australian Championships. And here's Abby Caldwell. What a run in Birmingham, and Australian champion at the time in 2022. It was a slight surprise, wasn't it, when she flashed home for the bronze medal. And Jayla Hancock-Cameron is in the form of her life. She's just a step or two behind the, the big 5 or 6.
But ready to pounce, isn't she? She's an athlete on the rise, is Jayla Hancock-Cameron.
So I think Jess will make it hard. I think they can break 4 minutes here. That's never been done in an Australian Championship. Claudia's run the fastest time here in Australia at 3:58. Look at that determination, and look at Georgia thinking about it as well. We know that Jess can be so aggressive. Let's see what happens. So it'll be crucial early just to set the tone, how fast they go and just who steps out the front. And the first slight surprise is that Jess Hull's at the back. She's done that before in many races and quickly starts to improve her position. She goes up to 3rd from the back at the moment. Claudia puts herself right in the sweet spot, outside the lead, and it's slow. This is slow early. And forget the 4 minutes. This is a dawdle, which we did not expect. So that's the first big surprise, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. Nobody's been willing to take that pace. Izzy Thornton-Bott was the one who came out from the inside lane fast down the first 100 metres, and Claudia just had to get to the front there. It was the smartest thing to do because she didn't want to be caught in the middle of that pack and not having an exit route.
It's like a bike race, isn't it, at the moment? It's like being at the velodrome. You could see Claudia just looking for Jess, wanting to know where she was. They are crawling here. So Thornton-Bott, Hollingsworth, Hancock-Cameron, Griffith is there, Hull, quite content just to sit back. Billings is there in that group as well. And so is Dess, and at the back is Ryan. Nobody expected this. We thought this would be super quick. We thought maybe Hull would take it from the start. Hollingsworth controlling for the minute. When does Jess make the move? Not yet. Great view here.
Well, the most important thing at the moment when it is bunched so tightly is that the athletes are really switched on every step just to make sure that they stay on their feet and there's no falls in a race that's packed this tightly. That's the biggest problem. You're just making sure that the athletes stay on their feet. They're all waiting for that first move to be made. Jess Hull is sitting on the outside of the field and she's got the exit route. She can also see where all the competitors are. She's running quite smartly, but we would have expected her to go a little bit harder than this tempo. But she does have great 800-metre pace.
Well, if it comes down to 800, this is the story. Claudia Hollingsworth and Abby Caldwell both broke the Australian record in one race last year, and then Jess broke it again at the World Championship. So all three have got outstanding 800-metre speed. Hollingsworth, Hull and Caldwell are the 3 fastest Australians ever at 800, and now we've got 800 to go, and really it's become an 800-metre race, hasn't it?
It has, and Abby Caldwell was one of her coach, Gavin Burren, thought that it might play out like this. Everybody had a bit of a chuckle because they thought there's no way that this race will be slow, but that is exactly what's happened.
So Billings starts to make a room around Hull. It's been oh so slow. Who's going to pull the trigger here? I mean, who blinks? Hollingsworth just where I think she wants to be. Hull gets up alongside of her. Thornton-Bott inside of those, and then Billings on the back of Hull, and then Griffith just behind them, and then Hancock, Cameron and Ryan. All the big guns are there, but nobody's fired a shot.
No one has, but here goes Jess. She looks like she's getting a bit impatient at this pace, and somebody has to make the move, and they're going to have to make it soon. There's 500 metres to go.
So this much anticipated 1500, this quest for glory for Jess Hull to win the big 3. Claudia's got caught here a little bit. That was interesting. She's allowed them to get around her. She has to shove, and she does shove to try and get inside Billings. 1 lap to go in the women's 1500-metre final, and the Australian champion leads them into the back straight. Never beaten in an Australian National Championship, Hull. She leads. Billings second. Hollingsworth third, Caldwell fourth, Griffith fifth, and then Ryan. The long run for home starts now.
And they've just got to hold their form. It's all about who's got the most bickies left in their legs and can hold their form and hold that sprint action. Jess Hull looking fantastic out in the front, but here comes Claudia Hollingsworth.
Claudia looks confident, and so does Hull. She's going to be so hard to get past. Caldwell can't quite get past them, and now starts to drop off. It's Hull and Hollingsworth. Claudia will fancy her chances. Jess is going to take some running down. They've got 100 metres to go. Hollingsworth time to get through.
Whoa.
She can't. Oh, you
no.
cannot believe it. Oh, boy. Caldwell goes up to Claudia. Claudia comes away. It's not what we wanted. Claudia wins the gold medal. I think Billings gets second, and in third place will be Caldwell and then Ryan. But that was not what anybody wanted to see.
Oh, it's got shades of Tokyo World Champs written all across it, that 800-metre heat, and I'm going to say that Claudia does not look too happy here because she knows that the reason why Jess fell was because she got boxed in and she tried to get out. And the judges are going to be looking at this carefully because that was quite rough, but not on purpose.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so a lot to play out here. So, Jess, the stewards are going to look at this very quickly, aren't they?
You can hear her saying, I'm sorry, because she knows that she got boxed in. Because you watch here, Jess Hull, she's got the open track, but she senses Claudia coming on the inside, so she does move inside to box that gap. Claudia was trying to come out because she sensed she had more running left, but as she does it, she steps on the back of Jess Hull's feet. It was totally unintentional, but it will be looked at very carefully because when an athlete falls from an athlete stepping on them from behind, it's not how we wanted this race to play out. And you can hear Claudia's very disappointed with the way that it's happened.
Well, at the moment, we've received an all clear from the judges on the 1,500 metres. So, Claudia Hollingsworth is the Australian champion, and Jess Hull has been decked in the straight. So, such a slow race. It was incredible. Richard, it's hard to get your head around what we've just seen. It did not play out as we expected in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, it's just an eerie silence around here in Sydney. I'm joined by Claudia, and I can imagine that's not what you wanted to, how you wanted to win. You wanted to go toe-to-toe with Jess. Take us through it.
Yeah, look, that's not the way I wanted to win at all. I respect Jess as a racer so much, so yeah, I apologise for that coming into the straight, but we're all competitive out there and we're all wanting to win, so, you know, I just put my best foot out there today, and honestly, I was feeling really good coming into the straight, so I knew I had it in me, and I wanted to show that tonight, but yeah.
Was it bizarre in the first lap? Were you expecting, like all of us, for this to be a traditional Jess Hull, let's go, a full burn-up?
Yeah, definitely. I was expecting it hot from the start, which I was more than prepared for. I was excited to come in and try run pretty quick, but that's not how it played out. So just had to run the race that was in front of me, and that was a tactical one. So I felt like I played it pretty well, and I just knew that was probably going to wind up from 800, and that's what happened. And that last 400, I was feeling really, really good in my legs, and I just knew I had to drop a pretty quick last 200, and I think I did that, and yeah, we'll see.
It's not the way you wanted to win, but you are the national champion. Let's make sure you have a smile on your face. Do you back up and run the 800?
Yeah, definitely, especially knowing how good my legs felt in that race. I'm really excited for the 8 and, yeah, get home, recover tonight and get ready for tomorrow.
Okay, and hopefully you're okay.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
Congratulations, Claudia.
Thank you, thanks.
We'll see where Jess Hull is. I'll make my way across if that's okay, Bruce, and I might just gang crash this if that's okay. We're just on live TV. Jess, is it okay if we have a very quick chat and we'll come back?
Yeah.
What happened out there?
I mean, it was that slow. Things happen. I thought I was away. I was like, I could see the shadows, and it's like, I got this, and then I closed the rail and I went down. So yeah, I don't know who it was, but whoever was trying to come through on the rail just gave me a tap, and when you're going that fast, you go down. So, but you know, that's racing. It happens, and yeah, I'll be better for it, because maybe you just don't let it go that slow next time.
Well, that was interesting. So the tactics in the race had us all gobsmacked. We thought that you would make it a full burn. When did you decide to do what you did?
I mean, 3 years ago, I needed to make it a long burn, but I really backed my speed now. Like, I've done so much work on it over that 800. I was really confident in my kick tonight, and I felt like I was flying. Like, I heard Dad say at 600 to go, 71, and I knew what that meant, and I just started sending it, and felt like I had my cards, and I was throwing them down, and just went down. So it happens. It's, you know, I'm okay. I'm going to get back out here tomorrow night. I've got 2 more races, so unfortunate, but it's okay.
Always a great attitude. Can't wait to see you again. We'll let you get back to the media. Good on you, Jess.
What an insight into a champion, just there and then, giving us that time and with that sort of attitude after all of this. So I wonder if it's the final chapter of this story. I feel like there's still more to be played out. An incredible race. Cam Myers still to come. I'll bet you one thing, it won't be that slow. So this is just a moment ago, Craig Hook there, one of the referees, and just having a chat to him about what just happened. So I do wonder if we have heard the last of all of that. Imagine the build-up when Claudia and Jess clashed together in the 1500. So Jess there with
her coach, her dad,
Simon,
having a chat about what's transpired. I think the most important bit is that she's uninjured.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get to the women's 400-metre wheelchair here, the final. Men's 1500, by the way, with Cam Myers following the 2 wheelchair finals here. So Coco Espy of New South Wales, Eliza Jane O'Connell, so well known from the ACT, Michaela Dingley from the ACT, Sarah Clifton-Bly of New South Wales, Amy Fisher of New South Wales, and Madison Kent of WA.
I love seeing Eliza race. 44 years of age now. She put her career on hold in 2008 to have 3 kids and then made a comeback 10 years later and resurrected her career at the Commonwealth Games in 2018, where she got that silver medal in the marathon with her children watching on. She was apparently watching Rio with her kids, and one of them said, "You used to be really cool when you did that." It's nothing like a child telling you the truth about as you're getting older. So
and as this is going on, Tams, and Abby Caldwell was having a long chat to the referee as well. She finished 3rd, just missed out on 2nd
marks.
behind Sarah Billings in that 1500. So again, that discussion going on, and now she's been taken away by the referee because this race is about to start. So there's a lot to play out in the 1500 metres that we've just seen. So Madison Kent on the outside, Amy Fisher, then Sarah Clifton-Bly, Michaela Dingley, Eliza Jane O'Connell, and Coco Espy.
Eliza's got out well. She's heading into that back straight, and she looks like she's going to make up the stagger on all the athletes on the outside of her.
And she's been able to do that quickly, hasn't she? So Amy Fisher on the left of screen there.
You can see Michaela Dingley's also doing well in the middle of the field. Sarah Clifton-Bly is also in this field, the athlete in lane 6, the 22-year-old who began at the age of 8, Paralympian in 2024. It's all Eliza O'Connell.
Just a clear-cut win, isn't it? It's a brilliant performance again, and so this glittering career continues on, marches on. So Glasgow beckoning, and the battle for 2nd and 3rd here. It's going to be oh so tight, and I reckon Michaela Dingley might have just got it from Sarah Clifton-Bly in 2nd and 3rd place, and then Coco Espy, and I might have got one of those mixed up. It might be Michaela coming through. No, coming through now is Sarah Clifton-Bly. So that was Amy Fisher up there before with Madison Kent. So clear-cut win there to the woman who's been around for a little while and started the favourite.
She's also written a book. She wrote a book called Peg Leg Pedicure, did Eliza O'Connell. She's a woman of many talents.
Madison Kent now just going over the line. So women's 400-metre wheelchair final has just taken place, and we'll get those results in a moment. But it was a clear-cut win in the T54 section.
Sure, these athletes have been coached by Louise Savage, certainly been mentored by her. Reid McCracken in the men's 400 metre wheelchair race to come, who is coached still by Louise.
And Louise is a legend in the Sport Australia Hall of Fame, which was a remarkable night when she was already inducted, and then as a legend she does so much work with a lot of the marathoners and so many of our great stars, and they forge such relationships. So that time 66.17. So it was Eliza Jane O'Connell over Amy Fisher and Michaela Dingley, and you can see the times with Coco, Sarah and Madison coming in 4th, 5th and 6th after the women's 400 metres. So now it's the men in the 400. Get the start list here. 4 of them at T54s and a couple at T34. So Sam Carter, ACT, Robert Hooton of New South Wales, Christian Orchard of Queensland, and then Cormac Ryan, New South Wales, Warwick Holmes, ACT, and Reid McCracken from New South Wales, our starters.
And Carter and Holmes are both coached by Fred Periak. Carter, 34 years of age now. He's been multiple Australian representative. Won a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games as Samuel Carter. Reid McCracken, another athlete to watch in this race, the New South Welshman, 29 years of age. As I mentioned, coached by the great Louise Savage. Another athlete that's represented Australia at multiple occasions. 15-time global medalist. Holds multiple Australian records from the sprint events all the way up to the 1500.
So let's have a look at what happened a short time ago in the 1500. There were 2 protests. Both Jess Hull and Abby Caldwell have protested, we've been told. Both protests have been dismissed, we've been told, but they have the right to appeal. So that's the situation at the moment. Over the line, it was Claudia Hollingsworth over Sarah Billings and Abby Caldwell. But both Abby and Jess have lodged a protest. The protest dismissed. They do have the right to appeal. So we've all got an opinion. I'll be very surprised if there's not some action taken.
Well, it'd be interesting to see the reasoning why the appeal's been dismissed, because Jess Hull is clearly in the front. If you have a front-on action, maybe Jess has moved on the inside to cut that path of Hollingsworth off. That's the only argument that they could give back to saying that it's dismissed. But it's a very hard angle to see whether Hull has cut off that inside running that Hollingsworth was trying to take. Yes, it's unusual for an athlete to fall from the front and some action not to be taken.
So we have a look at the 1500 here, or the 400 I should say, for the men. So Sam Carter, Robert Hooton goes from lane number 5, the New South Welshman, Tristan Orchard, and Queenslander, and Cormac Ryan, and Warwick Holmes, and Reid McCracken. So they're going to go around the high 40-second mark here, aren't they? Around about the 47, 48-second mark, do you think? The top ones?
I think they'd be very happy with that, the top athletes. I think Sam Carter could get anywhere sub 50. He'd be pretty happy with that effort for the evening. They're all using this for preparation towards different goals that all the athletes will have for this year. As you said, we've got some athletes that will be representing Australia at the Commonwealth Games. And then on the horizon you have world champs and another Paralympic cycle. Robert Hooton actually trained with Madison De Rosario on the roads last month.
On your marks.
Maddie and Louise Savage have been such a team too over the years. We're about to go here.
Set.
So from the outside, Reid McCracken, then Warwick Holmes, Cormac Ryan, Tristan Orchard, Robert Hooton and Sam Carter here. So Robert Hooton looked to get out really well. In fact, I'm sure that's him down that back straight. So Reid McCracken left of screen. Robert Hooton chasing hard. Is that Sam Carter?
Sam Carter.
Sam Carter now chasing hard.
Yeah.
So Sam Carter, because he's out in lane 4, isn't he? So Sam Carter getting up here to Reid McCracken.
Yeah, Sam Carter worked really hard out of the blocks. He was really working those arms to get from that stationary position to getting the wheelchair moving at top speed. He's having a wonderful race here.
He certainly has put a space in them, hasn't he? Cormac Ryan back in third place behind Reid McCracken, but Sam Carter from the ACT is charging away here. And you mentioned around about that 50 seconds. There you go, right on that knocker, Tams. And second will go to Reid McCracken, and third to Cormac Ryan, and then a gap back to Tristan Orchard. And then behind those will be Robert Hooton and also Warwick Holmes. Warwick Holmes coming home now. You'll just see him go over the line, and then Robert Hooton. But Sam set it up so quickly, didn't he?
He did. It's fascinating to watch the way that they start the race off. They go from that leaning down position to then coming back up just so they can use their full force of their arms to get off that mark. And Sam Carter does that so well.
And he flew down the back straight and charged away in a time that's just outside 50 seconds by the look of it, right on that knocker. So great victory there for Sam Carter. So next up is the men's 1500 metres. What a night. Lachlan Kennedy inside 10 seconds, Jess Hull and all of that. And now Cam Myers. Just what can this youngster do in what is a star-studded lineup?
So Cam Myers looking at something pretty remarkable here. He started the season in America by getting everybody switched on. He grits his teeth. He's half a cricket pitch and some. He's a couple of cricket pitches in front. How quick can he be here? He's going to be oh so quick. This is quite remarkable. It is amazing. It's 3:30.45. He's taken a couple of seconds off the beat record. He's run the fastest time by anyone in Australia.
And in 21, Jai Edwards. They are all there tonight. 5 Australian champions at 1500 metres. Moorcroft ran a personal best coming through the heat at 3:39.51.
Semi-finalist in the 800 at the Australian Championships last year.
So Thomas Moorcroft. Next to him, the great Ollie Hoare, the Commonwealth champion, the Australian record holder.
And wasn't that a brilliant race at the Commonwealth Games where he took that win, and he's looking pretty good. I thought he looked great in his qualifying round.
Alex Stitt ran very well in the heat. He ran 3:35 in Portland last year. The medalist from the World Indoors, Adam Spencer, we know how deadly he can be if the race is not super quick, particularly. Luke Shaw ran a personal best to get through to the final. And now we get to Cam Myers. He's the third fastest Australian of all time, but he's only a whisker behind Stewie McSwain, who's only a whisker behind Ollie Hoare. Jonathan Harris ran a personal best to get here in the heat. He ran 3:39. Jack Anstey, a gold medalist from that World Cross Country earlier this year. Fantastic on the boards in the United States. A man who's won a 1500 and a 5000 Australian Championship, and Callum Davies, related to the great Heck Hogan, who you tell us about quite a bit. The last man to make a final or win a medal in the 100 metres at the Olympics. We might have another, by the way, coming through. Jude Thomas looked good yesterday. He's been slowly coming to hand. We know how good he is. He's a 3:31. He's already qualified for the Games. Charles Barrett, well, he's been a revelation.
18-year-old. He was 5th in Adelaide, 5th in Hobart, 3000. Very talented junior.
Jai Woods has run the fastest time ever in an Australian final when he sat on Stewie in Sydney, didn't he? Going back 4 or 5 years ago. Had only been seen once, and that was in the heat. Connor Whiteley ran well to get through. So did William Lewis and Max Shervington. It's a great field. 5 champions over the last 5 years are lining up here.
There's Shervington, coached by Matt Ramsden, World University representative.
We saw a very slow women's final with the most dramatic finish that may not have concluded. With this, I just feel it has to be pretty quick. Cam will want it quick. I don't think he's going to sit back.
No, I think Cam looks like he's got the eyes of somebody who has a mission that he wants to accomplish.
Men's 1500 metre final.
We'll know early, won't we, as we did in the women's, just what they've got in store. And this is a good sign, I think, for a fast race, because Myers has pushed through and Ollie Hoare's going to push through hard behind him, the Commonwealth champion. And Jack Ansie's there with Barrett and Thomas. Already Myers has made an early statement.
I think it's an important statement to make. With 15 athletes in the field, you want to get out fast and you want to find a position early in this race. And it's great to see Ollie Hoare, who's moved up right on the shoulder of Cam Myers.
And then Jack Anstey behind him. Jude Thomas has had to work hard to get himself up into third placing. Adam Spencer just tucked in behind those, but he's in a good spot, Spencer. And then Stitz inside of him. So let's have a look at this first split. If it's 57 seconds, they're on a record pace for an Australian Championship at 3:33. We'd see that clock tick over at 400. Myers and Hoare take them into the back straight. It's 56.3. It's quickish. It's a good run. The foot is down early, Tamsin, so to speak.
It is, and you can see through the faces of the athletes behind Cam Myers that this is definitely a good, honest tempo. Cam Myers looks relaxed through the face, and you can see Adam Spencer in fourth position with that serenity across his facial expression as well, just holding on. It's like almost like a train now. The pace is really on.
There's no jostling here. There's no tripping up in this one right now, because Cam has set the scene and Ollie sits on him, and just behind him Jude Thomas, and then Adam Spencer. You can see they're working. Jack Anstey tucks in behind him, and then Alex Stitton, Callum Davies. So we've got 2 laps to go. 800 out. He's running it from the front, isn't he, Myers? He doesn't want any help at all, and Hoare tries to stick with him. So let's see if they're at 1:54 as they go through. They're on record pace for an Australian Championship. They're going to be inside that 1:54 again, just 1:53.52. It's around about 3:32.5 pace at the moment.
Well, we know that Cam Myers is in 3:30 pace, and so 1:53 is the pace that he can do. The only difference is it's a national titles on the line, so that adds a little bit more pressure, and also he's having to do it on his own without the help of a pacemaker. It's interesting to see that Ollie Hoare looks like he's enjoying this tempo. He's holding on. He's literally the only athlete who's been able to go with this tempo.
There's a huge gap now, isn't there, to Jude Thomas? And that gap's happened pretty quickly, Townsend, because they were on the back. These men are being stretched. They're on personal best time. 1 lap to go in the 1,500-metre final. It's what we were hoping for at the bell. It's 2:35, 2:36. This is very quick. I don't know if Ollie can hang on here. And there's a long gap into Jude Thomas and Adam Spencer. We're talking about young 19-year-old Cam Myers, who puts the foot down in the back straight. How quick can he be? Ollie Hoare's Australian record is 3:29.41. Surely not. Can he go inside 3:30 tonight? He's going to give it a big shake here.
He certainly is, and he has certainly broken the hearts of the rest of the field. It's all about how fast Cam Myers can go from here.
3:29.41 is the Australian record. 19 years of age. Into the straight he comes. He's left the Commonwealth champion behind him, and he's left the bronze medalist from the World Indoor. That clock's ticking. Cam knows that. It's the fastest we've ever seen in the 1,500 metres at the Australian Championships. Oh, he's just missed it. He's just missed it. It's an extraordinary run. And Ollie Hoare's run a great race as well. And then Adam Spencer. It's the run of a champion. He did it every step of the way. The last 3 laps were 57, 55 and 54. Australia has got a young champion. In fact, we've got a couple, because we saw Lachlan Kennedy earlier tonight.
Brilliant piece of racing by Cam Myers. I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to lead from the gun like that and just to keep hitting your splits. And even at the end, you can see he's getting tired, the leg stride's shortening, but he broke the hearts of the athletes down that last 300 metres. He broke it before because the tempo that he set was just such a fast pace that nobody could go with it, and he's dipped under 3:30 for the first time. A sensational piece of running by Cam Myers.
Can't remember much, and have a look at this, Mitch. You've been watching all this. The fireworks from the show were happening at the same time as Cam was racing.
you've seen a fit, you're young, you've seen a few things. That's as good as it gets in terms of middle distance racing.
That's simply remarkable. On home soil here in Sydney at a national championships, he's even better than what we think he is.
And for Ollie Hoare, that is a very important result at 3:32 and Adam Spencer. Richo, nothing would amaze us with this young man. That was absolutely superb.
Cam, simply thank you, mate. It was an absolute pleasure to watch you do that. Discuss your tactics. After you saw the women's race, did you think, hey, I'm going to take any luck out of this?
Funnily enough, I actually didn't see the women's race. I heard about it, but I didn't get to see it myself. So I knew that I was going to run quick today. I actually think my shape is far better than I could show today because obviously I didn't have any paces. But yeah, the goal was just to come here and get as close as I can to the Oz record. And, you know, Ollie's in the race, so he's got a chance to defend it, and that's what I want. So yeah.
It's bizarre to say when you run 3:29, you look a little disappointed in the time.
Oh, I wouldn't say disappointed, but I was really hoping to get under 3:29. But yeah, that's obviously a difficult task to do on your own. So yeah, that's good. That's a good start.
You back up and run the 5K?
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, hopefully I get to tomorrow morning and I'm not too sore, sorry. But yeah, the plan is to run the 5K, yeah.
How's the training been since the Murray plan?
Yeah, it's gone smoothly. I mean, I never really get to test my shape, I guess. So that's what I come here and do the races and really just give it all I got. So yeah, I'm happy.
How important is having someone like Dick Telford, who's just such a experienced head in your camp?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of the best 1500 coaches in the world. I think it shows that we have guys like Jai and Connor back into the final, even though they've had a pretty difficult build. So yeah, I mean, it's great to have Dick in my corner, and yeah, I wouldn't have anyone else.
You've absolutely thrilled us, mate. Congratulations, brilliant.
Thanks, Richard. Cheers.
Well, Tamsin, the fireworks continue in the background, but the fireworks on the track, as you mentioned, were just simply superb. And he is mature beyond his years, is he not? You'd be hard-pressed to imagine he's 19. The baby face gives it away, but the man tactics, there's something different.
Well, weren't they two very different 1,500-metre races that we saw? Let's see, we've got another one here in the decathlon. The end of the 10 events. They've done 9 already. This is the brutal one.
Well, it's the duality of two 1500s, isn't it? Because these guys, unfortunately, have the tiredness of 9 events. And all of our finalists just then got to waltz off after a day of recovery. So this is brutal. There's no closer group in athletics than the men's decathletes, though. Same as the women's heptathletes. And these guys, they're still fighting it out for a national title.
They are, and I do enjoy the fact that we've put one of the best 1,500-metre races on that you'll ever see in Australian history, and then these poor guys, after 9 events, have to come out and run their own 1,500 metres. Don't expect the same tempo that Cam Myers just set.
Yeah, if you've watched that 1,500 and thought, oh boy, I've got another one in store, this is going to be a little bit different here. So these guys, let's give you the leaders. So Sam Talbot of Great Britain, he's leading the competition overall. He's a 2-time Olympic English Championship medalist, I should say. And for our Australians, Lenny Robin, the Victorian, is in front with 6,224 points. So the 3 3/4 journey awaits our men's decathletes at the end of 9 grueling events. There's nothing more fun than adding a 1,500 metres to it all. So we can see for the Australians, Lenny Robin, the Victorian, leads out our national title. Sam Talbot from Great Britain is in front of the competition as a whole. Logo Taligi not too far away either. So we're watching to see who's actually going to take out this national title, Tamsin.
Yeah, and that's the battle, isn't it? They've been so super close in points the whole way through. Lenny Robin was leading after day 1, and he's got good speed endurance. So the 1,500 metres, he'd be feeling pretty confident in this race, I would think. He's got the Project 10 where he documents his journey across social media. It's fantastic to watch how he's coming along in his decathlon training, and he'd be pretty happy with his 2 days of competition so far. And the athlete, Tigley, in second position here, the 21-year-old. Have you heard of the Tunarama Tuna Toss competition in South Australia? It's a pretty important competition because it's like something that some of the throwers that have been famous coming out of the Carlin boys from South Australia, they've gone and competed in it. Well, he wanted to win it since he was 13 years of age, and he actually won it this year. The Tunarama Tuna Toss. I think you need to get down to South Australia and have a look at it sometime, Mitch, because it's a famous event down there. And he wanted the tuna to hit the beach so that he could see that fish disappear. This is the athlete sitting in second in this 1,500 metres at the moment. Now, Mitch, we've had a fantastic evening of field events.
Yeah, we certainly have. So let's start with our women's para long jump. So now, this is where we see Layla Sharp. So she's going to be competing here in the Commonwealth Games. This is our F38 competitor, 476 for her. So Sharp will contest here in Glasgow, which is fantastic. We have so many para athletes making their way over to the Commonwealth Games. And alongside of her right now here, we can see in our women's long jump, this is Talaya Blacksmith. So Blacksmith was a little shaky on the boards, admittedly. She only got 2 clean jumps out there, but it managed to get through for 496. And Sarah Walsh, just one of the most class para-athletes we've had. She's a multiple-time Australian representative, national record holder, and global medalist. She got out over 5 metres, 5.06 for her. So in and amongst that group, Layla Sharp will be the one going to the Commonwealth Games. But talking about Commonwealth Games, let's turn our attention here to the women's triple jump. This is Tiana Boris. So Boris was a World Junior bronze medalist a few years ago, has had to battle injuries, has had to make her way back into the competition. It was her first time over 13 metres this year at 13.21. But have a look at this. This is Desley Owusu. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 national titles in a row for her. She made history last year. She was the first to compete at a World Championships for women in triple jumping, and she's chasing down the elusive 6 titles set before her. So Desley Owusu is just such a class athlete. She was so good at the World Uni Games last year as well.
She was, and she said the belief of her coach has been instrumental in her career. She's got 6 siblings as Desley Owusu, such an incredible athlete, and had to overcome the disappointment of missing the Olympic Games, and that 2025 World Champs representation was well deserved.
So our field eventers continue to make history, but on the track here, our gentlemen are just desperate for the finish line, you would think. And you hear the sound of the bell, and there must be some form of relief that just goes through the body. Only 400 metres to go here for the men's decathlon. Talegi putting a really good effort here. This is Gardner from Queensland. He's a little bit further back in the rankings, but doing a great job to push the tempo. You summarised it perfectly. These guys aren't out here necessarily to win. They are trying to get a particular time so they can get particular points. So Gardner's out there in his own race. Everybody is almost a winner in their own right.
Yeah, Gardner, the 26-year-old from Queensland, he's got a personal best over 1500 of 4:18. So that is the time that he would be targeting in all the events. They're just trying to get as close as they can to their own individual personal best so that their collective points at the end can be as great as they've ever gotten before.
So we have to give a lot of love here to George Gardner. He's going to be the first to finish our men's open decathlon. Doesn't mean he's the gold medalist, but he is the first to get to this finish line. And we can see 4:19.79. So George Gardner of Queensland was in that 7th spot. Have a look at Logo Talegi. Don't worry about all the tuna throwing that he could be doing in South Australia. He's throwing down an absolute sprint for the ages here in the final 100 metres of the men's decathlon. There are supporters everywhere. They can understand just how painful the end of a men's decathlon is, and he is nothing but relieved, is Logo Talegi, as the rest of this field comes on down, Tamsin.
He'll be pretty happy to get that one done. Lenny Robin has crossed the line.
So we're going to throw down now to Richo and Bruce, 2 of the best guys. Tell us what you loved about the night.
Oh, what's not to love? It was absolutely extraordinary, wasn't it, Bruce? Thanks for joining me here. Can I start with Lachlan Kennedy? And let's relive this 100 metres. The first Australian on Australian soil to break 10 seconds.
Yes, you betcha!
9.97 rounded down to 9.96. It was breathtaking.
It was. I mean, it was almost the perfect race. But he said to you afterwards, I've got more to give. There's a little bit more there. He's a big believer. We know that. We saw that with Cam Myers later tonight. He's a believer. So what's in store tomorrow night, Richo? Semi-finals and finals. Competition's going to be pretty strong. If we get conditions similar to tonight, I'm sure he thinks that he could go low 9.9, which means that he might get Patrick Johnson's Australian record. Look, we've never really had anyone as exciting as he is at the 100, and that includes Patrick and everybody else.
Rare to have conditions as perfect as it was tonight, though. And I spoke to Josh Azzopardi after his heat, and he said, "Oh, I might have stuffed up not running through the line."
You know what? He had a 10-0 in him tonight.
You're dead right.
And should have gone. And Rowan Browning had an instant comment for you tonight, so he's fired up. I thought he ran pretty well, Rowan. So I think the semis will be hot, but Lockie could do anything tomorrow night.
Well, Lockie at one stage was on the back page of the paper, and then this women's 1,500 metres might have knocked him off. And we'll get to Cam Myers in a moment. All the controversy, the more and more you watch it, Jess Hull's kicking. Claudia Hollingsworth goes for a gap on the inside that's probably not there and ends up bumping Abby Cordwell, so protest for Abby as well, who's interfered with. Sarah Billings ends up coming over the top and getting silver. What do we make of it?
I think they'll have the appeal. They'll have to have a very, very long look. My very first reaction was that Cloudy would be disqualified. That was my very first reaction. It is a tricky and a difficult one because you don't get that absolute angle. Did Jess come across and take her footing? But Simon Hale here, and of course, you know, Jess, and then there was an appeal dismissed. Luke Dennehy there from Australian Athletics. So all of that going on. Then Abby, of course, will be feeling like she missed a chance because she doesn't get second because she was interfered with. Look, it was a slow race, so much drama, and the build-up now to the 800 on Sunday will be extraordinary between these two women and others, but I'm not sure we've heard the last of it yet, Richard.
Because the reality is there's 4 or 5 real quality 1,500 metre and 800 metre runners, and they can't all make the team.
It was messy. The whole race was messy. There was an accident waiting to happen, and we didn't want it to be happening in the last 50 minutes. We didn't want it to happen that way, but it was such a slow final. The men's was different.
Totally different. And this young man, I mean, you've seen a lot. You've seen them come and go. Where do you rank him now?
Well, he's the best young middle. I mean, Ryan Gregson was incredible at 20 when he ran 3:31, but, you know, Herb Elliott was 41 when he won the 1,500 in Rome in 1960. That's a different time. Look, he's the best we've ever seen at his age. I mean, he's the second youngest ever to break the 4-minute mile behind Jakob Ingebrigtsen. He's continued to improve. What I love about him, Richo, is that he went out to break the Australian record tonight. No help given. His reaction to you was almost of, boy, it's okay, but I could have done better. Look, he's amazing. He really is. I thought Ollie ran well, but he's a special talent.
Yeah,
special talent.
And Ollie Hoare ran well, Adam Spencer. That's an elite podium there in the men's 1,500 metres. And then we get excited about tomorrow night, Bruce, and well, you've got a lot to look forward to, including an Olympic champion.
Yeah, Nina, who's going so well after all the things that happened. But, you know, it's springtime as well, and you've got the 800 start as well with the finals on Sunday. It's Pete Bowl and it's Jess and Claudia again. But look, 100 metres is always the blue ribbon event. The women are an even group. They're a solid group, but the men are outstanding, and one in particular. So you just look at those faces. Yeah. I mean, every one of them is an incredible star, not just in athletics, but in Australian sport now.
No, that's right. Peter Bowl, we hardly got a chance to chat about him. He'll be in action tomorrow night, so make sure you join us. You rest those tonsils of yours. Hey, we'll see you tomorrow at the races. At the races, and then you just don't do too much talking. You need those tonsils as red hot as they were tonight. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. National Championships on 7.